Madam Clerk, are we ready?
Yes, we are, Chair.
Okay. I'd like to call to order the October 21st, 2025 meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call roll call?
Supervisor Koenig.
Here.
Martinez.
Present.
Cummings.
Here.
DeSerpa.
Present.
And Hernandez.
Here. Thank you. We'll now like to see if any members of the board like to dedicate today's moment of silence. President Martinez.
Thank you. I would like to dedicate today's moment of silence to Bob Paget, longtime resident of Scotts Valley, who is the founder and president of Assist International, an aid organization that supports families and children around the globe. Since Mr. Paget and his wife Charlene founded the organization in 1990, Assist International has reached 145 countries with in-person and virtual programming. We thank the Pagets for a lifetime of dedication to communities in need throughout the world.
Thank you. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, justice for all. I'd like to ask if our CEO has any late additions or deletions to the regular or the consent agenda today.
Yes, Chair Hernandez, I didn't notice it was a lot, and members of the board. We have the following corrections. Item number 8 on the regular agenda is deleted. That is packet page 14. Item number 15 on the regular agenda, there's additional materials. There's an attachment which is replaced. Santa Cruz Like Me, Advancing Representative Government 2025. Packet pages 461 through 476 is replaced. Also, there's additional materials. En Santa Cruz, como yo, avanzando hacia un gobierno representativo, informe de la encuesta 2025, insert after page 476. That concludes the additions to the agenda.
Okay, so we'll remove item number 8. Would any board members like to would any board members like to see any items removed from consent agenda? Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you. I would like to remove 2 items from today's agenda. The first is item number 19, adopt ordinance repealing and replacing chapter 9.57 of the Santa Cruz County Vehicle Code relating to abandoned, wrecked, dismantled, or inoperable vehicles. And I would like to remove item number 27, approve the preliminary recommendations of the core subcommittee and take related actions. And Chair, I would like to request that both of those items be placed at the end of today's agenda, given that we have a number of scheduled items I'd like to keep today.
So that moves item number 19 as number 16.
Chair, we can make that 46.1. Yeah. Clerk?
I believe the last item on the regular agenda is item 15. So
Item
would it be
15? Okay, so we'll make it item 15.1.
Let me and then item number 27 will be 15.2. Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, I just had a question about that. I know that there's a number of members of the public here who are here to speak on item number 19. And since this is a second reading, if there's no, if the board's going to take substantial change in direction on that item, I could see why maybe we want to have a deeper discussion. But if there's not going to be a whole lot of change to that, just given the fact that folks are here, we have items that aren't going to be coming forward till 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If we could hear that immediately after consent, it might help the public who are here to be able to make their comments and then have the board discuss this. And again, we had deep discussion on this at 2 separate meetings. It's a second reading. I think just making sure the public who are here can speak and not have to wait all day might be beneficial.
I think we got some scheduled items that it might interfere with. So we're trying to keep the policy of consent agenda items going at the end. so we can keep on schedule. Yep. Okay.
And then through the chair, I'm gonna pull item 28 as well.
So 28 will be item 15.3. And hopefully we can add some more South County meetings to that one. So we'll now move on to public comment. This is opportunity for members of the public to speak to us regarding items that are not on the agenda, items on consent agenda. Or if you'd like to speak to us regarding items on the regular agenda, please note that you will not be able to speak in second time when the time is heard. Speakers will be given 2 minutes. Please line up here in front of where's the microphones? Oh, back there. Please line up back there at the mics. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, hello, good morning. My name is James Ewing Whitman. Now, the censorship in this council is pretty extreme. I remember last time it met in the basement. For whatever reason, my face was shown in the beginning and then it got cut off. Really have to wonder why. It's really pretty kind of sad. So I'm going to read this. Why is this not coming up? Such a joy. The Rockefeller Syndicate operates under a world financial structure, which means that on any given day, all of its assets could be rendered close to worthless by Android financial manipulation. This is the final control which ensures that no one can quit the organization. Not only would he be stripped of all assets, but he would be under contract for immediate assassination. Our Department of Justice is well aware that the only terrorists operating in the United States are the agents of the world order, but they prudently avoid any mention of this. I've mentioned you folks being guilty of misprision of treason and seditious conspiracy. I could read that, but 2 minutes isn't really that much time, and it says I have 3 minutes. How much time do I have left? So it's just really kind of interesting what's going on in here. People don't realize how deceived those individuals actually are. I went to the second No Kings demonstration. What people are well-intended, easily beguiled buffoons, actually. This book, The Metrocrats, Regionalism, and Non-Law Governments Are Destroying the United States. For more than 15 years, Joan Heinemann has been known as an unyielding opponent to the alien ideas that have been turning the self-government of Americans into a grotesque replica of old world divine rights and rulers, which is exactly what the city and county manager system is. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Laredo. I'm your constituent. I live in the city of Santa Cruz in the 5th District. I'm a retired federal policy official, having spent 30 years working on addiction and mental health policy. Most of those years are with the National Institutes of Health. And a full disclosure, I'm a paid consultant to the American Kratom Association, which advocates on behalf of Kratom consumers. I'm here today to urge you to rely on science and evidence and either reject or amend what you list under item 12 of today's agenda. Consider approving in concept an ordinance adding chapter 7.170 to the Santa Cruz County Code prohibiting the sale or distribution of kratom. I'd like to associate myself with some communications that you've already received from Laura Romney of the International Plant and Herbal Alliance and Allison Smith of the Global Kratom Coalition. Members of the board, we all want to preserve public safety and stop bad actors from harming our community. And in this case, the best way to do that is to actually target the real problem. Concentrated synthetic 7-OH products, 7-hydroxymitragynine products, not natural leaf kratom. The ordinance as currently written would criminalize the sale and distribution of all kratom products in the county, as well as any product claiming to be kratom like 7-OH. By approving this ordinance as it's currently written, you would include natural kratom leaf products and impose penalties that sweep in responsible consumers and lawful natural products. Natural kratom and concentrated synthetic 7-OH are not the same thing. This is really important. In the interest of time, I know I only have 2 minutes. I'd be pleased to follow up with more details, probably more details than you want to get from me. I encourage you to look to the science and not emotion or hyperbole on this issue. I would also suggest that you look beyond the background memo that you received. It's well-intentioned, but it isn't fully based today on what we know from scientific research and clinical practice. In July of this year, the Department of Health and Human Services, the Food and Drug Administration. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Laura Chatham. I'm here to talk to you today about the closing of MHCAN and Housing Matters and the crisis that is brewing. Many folks came in May and June to tell you about how important MHCAN is, and you listened. Thank you so much for that. Now we have an emergency. MHCAN will need emergency funds to reopen. I am told that the MHCAN must invoice the county in arrears. The county must make an exception to this at this time and provide emergency funds, or we will lose this critical resource. Please help. And now Phil Kramer, who took over what used to be a great human services center, is turning Housing Matters into a real estate venture for low-income housing and taking away all the important day services that are so highly needed, especially now when everyone I talk with is losing CalFresh as well. I understand why Housing Matters would rather oversee a real estate venture than provide day services for unhoused people. Housing Matters plans to provide badly needed housing for support for approximately 10% of our county's homeless people as of last bogus point in time count. That is good. But what will happen to the 90% that there is no housing for? What concerns me most is that the closing down of access to toilets. This is obviously a serious public health concern. This decision by Phil Kramer and his gang creates a serious public health problem. We also need drinking water. Remember the Shigella outbreak last year at Harvey West Camp. There were porta potties at that camp and the disease was kept in check. I hate to think what might be coming when the fascists in Washington, D.C. take away our funding if our local representatives follow suit and allow Housing Matters to stop providing day services. Thank you so much for listening.
Hello, my name is Laura Marcus, and I'm the CEO of Dientes Community Dental Care. Before I speak on the matter I came here for today, I wanted to say that I'm also a board member at Housing Matters and very sympathetic to the needs of our clients who use the day center. But this is a decision that is wise and heartfelt in order to support a healing community for the 120 residents that'll be served on that campus. I'm here on item 39, which is the county's contract for services with Dientes for our new 5th clinic in Watsonville on Penny Lane. We're really excited about this opportunity to serve 3,000 more county patients at this site. I want to thank county staff for all their hard work to get this approved, and thank you all supervisors for your support in advance. I also hope to see you at our ribbon cutting tomorrow night. And then lastly, regarding item 27, I know it's been pulled from the consent agenda, and unfortunately I can't attend this afternoon. But I want to remind everyone that there was a lot of time and resources put into core funding into the process, the application, the review of those, the scoring. We've spent probably hundreds of hours. The community deserves county investments in data-driven indicators based on need and facts. I trust this new process will use these pillars to guide your way. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brandy Clark, and I am a direct sales distributor for a company called Botanic Tonics, and we sell a product called Feel Free. It is a kratom product. It also has kava, pineapple juice, and stevia. This is what is considered whole leaf kratom, which, as the gentleman spoke before, there's a big difference between that and what they're making out there now, which is called 7-OH, which is basically like the commercial term for the synthetics. Now, whole leaf is something that can help with aches and pains. It can help with occasional headaches. It can help with occasional like anxiety. I actually took half today because I'm nervous about being here. It also, for me personally, helps with the aches and pains that I've had from being raised on a ranch to CrossFit to car accidents. So I'm able to walk upright. I feel when sciatic comes along, I can feel it and it helps that headaches, menopause, helps anything, a lot of various ailments that I have personally. So I've used this product for 2.5 years. I actually sell this product now for 2.5 years. I did not realize that kratom could be something that was so helpful. I also didn't know that the other players, the bad actors the gentleman was speaking about, have come out, and I have seen some effects of the 7-OH, which is the synthetics. So leaf kratom is with ancients. It's been around for centuries. It has been Southeast Asia. It has been basically, communities have been built upon it because of this product. So kratom in itself, I think the knowledge of that it's too broad when you say that. You have to look at the 7-hydroxymitronine, which in kratom is basically untraceable. It's when you adulterate it and you pull it out, that's when you're getting the products that is where everyone's seeing the problems today. The leaf kratom itself is not the issue. It's the 7-OH, it's the synthetics. So please consider that when you do your vote.
Members of the community, I'm Robert Norris. I wish you were giving immediate time to the item that you took up the consent agenda regarding vehicular abandonment, but that's fine. I'll speak about it after first giving a salute out to Laura Chatham, who spoke about important issues around MHCAN and the infamous funding matters, closure of services. They call themselves funding matters, housing matters. I call them funding matters because that seems to be their priorities. But regarding the issue of this vehicular abandonment stuff, in 2016, the Coastal Commission denied Santa Cruz City's proposed nighttime citywide ban on oversized RV parking. In 2022, it again refused to rubber stamp a similar attack on homeless survival vehicles. Only with the city's pilot storage vehicle plan in 2023, when there was a place for these vehicles to go, was approval granted. This board is not doing that. This board is first giving extra power to the sheriffs to tow abandoned vehicles that aren't necessarily abandoned, because a lot of the complaints that come from residents who are concerned about the presence of the vehicles in the neighborhood because they're anxious about homeless people who have no alternative but to live and survive in their vehicles. This, as we know, of course, is counterproductive for both the county and the public because it puts those people, when those vehicles are removed, it puts those vehicles into, it puts the people into the streets, and they're going to be shitting and pissing and, in fact, being on the streets, living and dying on the streets, which we see happening in growing numbers now. This needs to be re-examined to have some real data-driven stuff from the people involved, as well as from real homeless people and services, which I don't think was included in the staff report other than referentially referred to. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nicolina Ammerman. I've been working with the plant kratom for the last 15 years. I'm here to speak on that as well. And I just want you to consider how much this plant has helped our community directly. Over the 15 years, there's been hundreds, maybe even thousands at this point, of people that I've had direct stories from about how this plant has helped them in their lives. A lot of these people are working class in the community. A lot of them are doctors and nurses. They get tested for opiates. They can't take them on the job, but they're in crippling pain from doing surgeries on people for many years. I can't place any names, but these are people that are important in our community that rely on this plant for natural pain relief. Majority of the people I work with are over the age of 50 that use this plant responsibly. It is a natural pain reliever. It's also huge in harm reduction. Countless experiences with college students over the years who are addicted to Adderall and come in crying and desperate for help trying to get off of this pharmaceutical, and they're not getting any assistance from their doctors. A lot of them having health issues after taking these pharmaceutical drugs for several years. I currently have an employee who's taking a sick leave from being on Adderall for 6 years and is now having major health complications. Natural kratom leaf is a natural plant. It's a natural means to helping in health issues. And I don't think that people's choices should be taken away, myself included. I don't like relying on pharmaceutical pain medication. I have bad reactions from it. I don't want to lose the option of having a natural alternative. And I just think it's really important to consider the plant's natural form, as well as what everyone else has mentioned, the 7-OH is very different. Thank you so much.
Hello, supervisors. My name's Kayla Traber, and I work for Gray Bears. I'm here today to just thank you for your continued efforts in regards to item 27 on the consent agenda regarding core funding. Safety net services right now need your support now more than ever. In a recent survey at Gray Bears, we found that individuals receiving support from our market had a 72% cases of having at least one indication of food insecurity. So that was before recent funding cuts and recent challenges to our food systems. So we just thank you for taking a considerate and thoughtful approach towards revising this really critical funding support for our nonprofits that really need it. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have anybody online?
Yes, Chair. Carol, your microphone's now available.
Hi, this is Carol Bjorn, and I wanted to repeat my request that I made at the last meeting that any battery energy storage facility be made out of non-flammable material. So there were quite a few of us at the most recent Watsonville City Council meeting, and it was really quite shocking that the mayor would not allow public comment regarding Max Christian's presentation for the lithium battery energy storage facility. And it's odd because public comment was omitted from the Environment on the Commission's report to you guys, to the board. So if you guys had a great product here with the lithium batteries, there would be no need to censor the public comment. So it really raises a lot of red flags for all of us, why this isn't an open process, why our government officials are not receiving public comment, why we're not looking at non-flammable battery energy storage solutions, because they are available. John Hassar at Infinity is one option. You guys can find him on LinkedIn. It's not difficult. They have several facilities already up and running around the world. And literally, California is going to be so far behind the rest of the world if we continue with the lithium battery. They tend to explode and burn up. It's not a sustainable solution. And so I'm really looking forward to meeting with Felipe on Monday regarding the ordinance. And again, we're going to really ask and demand that it be a non-flammable solution in that ordinance. And we can talk about the proposed site already. I was shocked to find out that New Leaf had already talked to the property owner in 2019. I mean, what is going on that we're not being told?
Call in user one, your microphone's now available.
Marilyn Garrett, thanks to Carol Bjorn's comments that I would like to see you follow her recommendations. I'm looking at the most recent Aptos Times where it says, excuse me, EPA oversees extensive battery removal at Moss Landing after 2025 fire. That picture's worth 1,000 words. And should the county approve these battery sites in our county, we can expect the same thing as a history of fires and toxicity is well documented. And where are they planning to take this debris? To landfill in Manteca, about 135 miles northeast of Monterey. There's no way this can be made safe. It has to be prohibited in the first place. It's unacceptable risk to the community, as the Central Water District attorneys have written to you in a statement. And I'm also looking at an article from 2010, PG&E to buy out more homeowners from the Hinkley Chromium-6 disaster, and talks about an underground plume. This toxicity from these sources like PG&E, New Leaf, etc., cannot be made safe. Do not approve these battery sites in our county. Thank you.
John, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. I'm John Schenholzer. I'm the Advocacy Director for American Veterans for Kratom Safe. And addressing the Kratom situation, you know, I'm also a person in long-term recovery from addiction. I've been clean and sober over 43 years. I'm a pioneer in the peer recovery support service provided, you know, not only in Virginia, but nationwide. And I've studied Kratom for over 12 years now. And I've probably come in contact with 11,000 alumni that came through our recovery center I founded. And I just can't tell you the value of Kratom in 2 minutes. Hundreds of lives have been saved by using that natural Kratom leaf product. And for the last 10 years, I've helped so many addicts, alcoholics, other drug addicts pivot from the one pill kill to FDA regulatory packaged Kratom powder product. And John Hopkins verified that very few people actually get addicted to the plant product, less than 3%, of which I've seen 2 people in all these years actually have a problem with the powder, and they both got off of it. Now, the 7-OH is where the problem comes in. All of our real problems, they'll go away overnight by banning 7-OH. 5 tablets of 7-OH equal 10 gallons of powder leaf. Powder leaf has a trace amount of 7-OH. So there's where the problem lies. It's those adulterated products, the 7-OH products. And you know, you got to remember that leaf, that natural leaf, it's a plant, for God's sake. It's not a chemical, and it's here for a reason. And you just, you know, you're going to felonize these people in the long run. You're adding a tool for the criminal justice toolbox, and that's the last thing we need during this, you know, addiction epidemic. So please don't ban natural leaf kratom. Thank you.
Chris, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. This is Chris Berry, City of Santa Cruz Watershed Manager. I just wanted to thank you, and especially Supervisor Cummings' office, for issuing the proclamation for Bonnie Doon Bob Pewarzik. and naming October 21st, 2025 as Bonnie Doon Bob Pewarzik Appreciation Day in Santa Cruz County. As you know, Bob was a great historian and storyteller. As a watershed manager, I'm increasingly aware that our history is really important to know when trying to understand how our watersheds function and the issues that are affecting them. Also, as you know, Santa Cruz County's history is very is fascinating and colorful. So over the years, I've known Bob for 30 plus years. It was great to hear his stories and learn about the watersheds. He was also a great neighbor to the city of Santa Cruz, who had property next door, and a mentor and friend. We shared roots in New England and had endless conversations about history, both here in Santa Cruz and back there. We also shared a fascination with the complex Bonnie Doon hydrology that literally is right there on Bob's property. There's a sinkhole in Laguna Creek right there. To that point, Bob was instrumental in supporting several policy actions taken by the board regarding karst groundwater protection in Bonnie Doon, thereby benefiting nearly 100,000 City of Santa Cruz water customers, his Bonnie Doon neighbors, and the unique biota that's also dependent on that water downstream. Bob made our community richer, and we're fortunate to have had his presence in our watersheds for so many years. So thanks again for your acknowledgement of him on this special day.
Jen, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Great. Okay. So my name is Jen Mercier. I'm a mother, a small business owner, and a holistic health mentor. I'm here to speak on agenda item number 12. I'm actually relatively confused at why we're here speaking on this when you have already decriminalized psychedelics. So something that I find so mild blows my mind, but here we are. So just wanted to share a little bit about my personal story. After undergoing several emergency surgeries, I was left in debilitating pain, and I refused to use pharmaceuticals. I have terrible reactions, and as we know, they have destroyed lives. I use whole leaf natural kratom, and it helps manage pain, stay functional, and the best part is it's not inebriating. So realistically, this is about science, compassion, and common sense. World-renowned experts like Dr. Marilyn Hustis, Dr. Christopher McCurdy, Dr. Jack Henningfield, amongst countless others, have testified about kratom's therapeutic potential. Over and over again, these respected researchers, which is in toxicology, pharmacology, and addiction medicine, show that their findings of kratom truly do offer relief from chronic pain, anxiety, help with opioid withdrawal, and they even have a lower risk profile than prescription drugs. The World Health Organization has a comprehensive report. It concluded that there's no evidence that kratom causes widespread harm. And even in fact, my favorite, on page 39 of the report, it clearly states that kratom was not a causal factor in most associated deaths. It's, either synthetics or polydrug use, all of that sort of stuff. Of course, regulation just makes sense. Quality control, education is great. It sounds to me like, you guys kind of have that under wraps with the natural world. So I would love to see education and proper regulations. This is a tool that is saving lives. You've heard from several people already today. Please listen to the science, not fear. Regulate responsibly. And I have several position papers that I'm going to email along for all of you to indulge in. So thank you.
Misty, your microphone's now available.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Misty Brown, and I'm a loud and proud, fierce kratom advocate from Colorado, which is also considered a mini California over here. I would like to read y'all my testimony on how whole leaf kratom saved my life, not synthetic 7-OH. From 2008 to 2019, I lived in the grip of FDA-approved pain pills, benzos, and muscle relaxers prescribed for my degenerative disc disease. For 11 years, chronic pain management fueled my addictions. It started off as a dependency, then slowly slid into addiction. In April of 2019, I was dismissed from my clinic after failing a required pill count. I was 11 pills short, and my usual drug dealers didn't have any pink Oxy 10s. Cut off from prescriptions, I turned to the streets. While searching for another pain management doctor, I slid into cocaine use. Then in June of 2019, while enduring cocaine withdrawal, I stumbled across the documentary A Leaf of Faith. That moment changed everything. The next day, I began my journey with whole leaf kratom, not synthetic 7-OH. Kratom quieted the relentless cravings, the voice that always whispered, one more pill, one more snort, one more escape. It gave me space to address the deeper reasons behind my addiction. I was able to slide my way out of chaotic substance abuse and misuse. I have not returned to pain management in over 6.5 years. Today, I'm no longer trapped. I am a functioning member of society again. I'm a thriving mother again, a tax-paying citizen, and a proud first-time grandma. Most importantly, I'm no longer a burden to my kids. I will be forever grateful that I found safe, lab-tested, whole leaf kratom. Now I share my story, knowledge, and the science behind it to help others facing addiction, chronic pain, anxiety, and depression. Mind you guys, I keep saying whole leaf kratom. Whole leaf kratom is totally different than synthetic 7-OH. If you're having problems in your community, I guarantee you it's from synthetic 7-OH. Do what you will with that. But that is my testimony, and thank you for allowing me to testify.
Sandra, your microphone's now available.
Hi, my name is Dr. Sandra Dreisbach. I have an MA PhD in ethical decision making. I taught at University of California, Santa Cruz for more than a decade in bioethics, and I'm here to advocate for plant leaf kratom, as well as for general considered decentralized and advocacy here. I can tell you, at least from my education experience as an advocate in both psychedelics and plant medicine, that whole leaf kratom is not the issue, as many other advocates have spoken up here. It is the synthetic, and we need to make due consideration for the difference between synthetics and natural substances. It is true that Santa Cruz City is decriminalized, but not the Santa Cruz County. So I'd also like to advocate for more general decriminalization, because having a criminal penalty, obviously there's still a criminal penalty associated with these substances, but not kratom. And it is life-saving. It does make a difference in people's lives. There isn't a toxicity for plant leaf kratom. They will, even if people are using it to get off of as part of a substance abuse pathway, it's a step in the process. It's not the whole solution. But I just want you to know that, you would be doing the right thing, in my humble opinion, to help preserve plant use, and you could cause a significant harm to the community. As a living member here in Boulder Creek for the past couple of decades. Thank you for your time. I also cede the rest of my time. Much love to you. Good luck.
Susan, your microphone's now available.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I only have 2 minutes, so I just want to introduce myself. My name's Susan Cave. I live actually in Florida, and I wanted to tell you the story of my son and his addiction and dependence on kratom. He was only 32 years old when he died. He's been gone 18 months. No history of drug use or abuse or anything like that. He was a hardworking man and had a family. But because I've only got limited time, I've learned a lot. I'm also a member of Kratom Danger Awareness Group. I want to tell you why regulating kratom won't work, and why raw leaf kratom is not any different from synthetics like 7-OH, okay? One, kratom does not have a safety profile or standardized dosing. Two, labels and age restrictions do not change kratom's pharmacology. Three, states that have passed regulation laws like Nevada and Arizona continue to see kratom-involved deaths. Four, raw kratom alone causes deaths, as proven by toxicology reports and medical examiner reports. People say they're not out there, but they most definitely, people are dying from raw kratom, as did my son. 5, there are over 40 alkaloids in raw kratom and still not a complete understanding of the two main alkaloids, which are mitragynine and 7-OH or 7-hydroxymitragynine. 6, the kratom plant and products made from kratom are extremely variable in their makeup. Every leaf is different depending on where it's grown overseas, the environmental growing conditions, how it's harvested, how long it's cured, how long it's allowed to ferment, and the manufacturer's processing technique. 7, which is a very important, this is 7's important. Mitragynine found in the
Jennifer, your microphone's now available.
Yes, my name is Jennifer Gillis, and I've been a kratom consumer and advocate for the last 6 years. I just want to share my story on the impact kratom has had on my life. 19 years ago, I was diagnosed with transverse myelitis. This came not only with many physical limitations, but I became a lifelong chronic pain patient. For 13 years, I utilized various pain management options, including prescription medications to help me be able to function daily. Due to circumstances like DEA cutbacks and ever-changing regulations, I was eventually unable to get my pain medications that I had relied upon for so long. In May of 2019, I found whole leaf kratom, and I have been a responsible kratom consumer for the last 6 years. I can get out of bed, I can run errands, I can attend school functions. Even with my physical limitations, I can live a somewhat normal life because my pain is being managed. And I know that there are many others who have a similar story to mine. Kratom has been a lifeline for people like me. I absolutely support regulations like age requirements, lab testing, and proper labeling to ensure that consumers are kept safe. But additionally, I would like to see more education around the difference between natural whole leaf kratom versus semi-synthetic 7-OH products being marketed as kratom. It has been encouraging to see even the FDA has stepped in not only to educate the public on the distinction, but warn about the risks of 7-OH. They have made it clear their concern is with 7-OH products and not whole leaf kratom. Although I live in Tennessee, I truly appreciate the opportunity to speak today and be the voice for the chronic pain community in Santa Cruz who are unable to be here and speak for themselves. Thank you so much for your time.
Drea, your microphone's now available. Drea.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Drea, and I'm here to speak on item 12. I've used Kratom for over a decade. Kratom has been a positive and life-changing part of my wellness journey. It's a natural plant from the coffee family that helps me manage EDS, CRPS, CPTSD, major depression, and panic disorder. It allows me to avoid the harsh side effects that I've experienced from prescription drugs. Research from Johns Hopkins University and the University of Florida shows that kratom's natural compounds work differently from opioids. They can relieve pain and improve mood without the dangerous risk of respiratory failure. Studies in drug and alcohol dependence also found that kratom has a low potential for abuse and can even help people reduce dependence on harmful substances. Data from the CDC and the National Institute on Drug Abuse confirms that deaths linked solely to kratom are extremely rare. Most cases involve other drugs or contaminants. That's why I believe regulation, not prohibition, is the responsible way to go about this, requiring testing and labeling so products are safe and adults can make informed decisions. For me and millions of others, kratom has meant a better, healthier quality of life. People, please listen to the science and to the people who use it responsibly every day. And another concern of mine is the fact that alcohol has remained easily accessible while being responsible for tens of millions of deaths globally. These deaths have been attributable to alcohol since 2010, very likely more than 30 million, based on the annual scales involved. Kids are able to get access to alcohol. Alcohol withdrawal is deadly, whereas discontinuing kratom use is not. I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Laura, your microphone is now available.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Laura Romney, and I'm a patient with trigeminal neuralgia. I'm also the president of a 501c3 called the International Plant and Herbal Alliance. Trigeminal neuralgia is a disease that causes severe facial nerve pain that never stops. And because of this, I've been consuming kratom successfully for 8 years. It has truly been life-changing. Please do not ban kratom. Instead, please responsibly regulate so it is adult use only, properly labeled with GMP standards, and not packaged to be attractive to children, and regulation on the amount of 7-OH allowed in the product. What should be taken off your store shelves is 7-OH. Kratom is not natural kratom. Please do not assume these products are the same. Even the FDA and the Health and Human Services at their July 29th press conference have distinguished between the two. You should follow their advice and schedule 7-OH and not natural kratom. 7-OH products have shown in animal studies they can suppress breathing, and they have had no science prior to market entry. Kratom, on the other hand, has hundreds of scientific studies conducted by Johns Hopkins University and the University of Florida, and even the FDA to back its safety and efficacy. They conduct their own single ascending dose study that showed that kratom is safe. They actually gave people 25 capsules in a 12-minute period or a 5-minute period, and all that they experienced was nausea. Look to the good regulation that has been passed in California. Orange County has recently passed excellent regulation. Laguna Niguel and Riverside have drafted and should pass good regulation very soon. In fact, tonight even is the Laguna Niguel hearing. So natural kratom is regulated, and that 7-OH is banned. Irvine, which is close to you guys, recently voted to table the issue of a ban based on all of the science, and Ventura County is now working on good regulation. Please take advantage of any additional offer I've given you for more education. By regulating and not scheduling kratom, you are showing those that rely on kratom to treat their pain, anxiety.
Call-in guest ending in 000. Your microphone is now available.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
We're having a hard time hearing you. It's very faint.
Hello, can you hear me?
That's a little better.
Okay, I'll speak up then. Thank you. This is Becky Steinbrunner. I want to point out I had difficulty joining this morning. The phone number on the agenda online is incorrect. Thankfully, the office patched me through. I want to speak first on consent items 40 and 41. Do not accept the final write-off of the Aptos Village Project subdivision. They have not fulfilled or complied with all of the permit conditions of approval. There is no kiosk as was required for them to build for the Nicene Mark State Park. There is no active recreation site at the recreation space at the site. They cannot do this because they are not fulfilling their requirements of permit approval. Please, Supervisor De Serpa, let us build with the volunteers a pump track again on this park parcel that would fulfill the active recreation piece. So do not approve consent 40 and 41. Finally, I agree with all of those speakers before me regarding the battery energy storage project at 19 Minto Road and the ordinance. I do not believe, as Max Christian from New Leaf has said, that 19 Minto Road is the only viable place in the county. The county has not even considered the site next to the large PG&E substation up on Empire Grade Road next to the CAL FIRE Training Center. This has to be analyzed. I am in favor of it going to the state because they will require an EIR. This county does not have a good record, and what has happened at Aptos Village Project is a perfect example of the county not fulfilling a full EIR on huge projects.
Allison, your microphone's now available.
Good afternoon. Well, I guess good morning for you guys. My name is Allison Smith, and I am the Director of Government Affairs for the Global Kratom Coalition. We are an alliance of consumers, scientific experts, and industry leaders who are looking to enact regulations for safe and regulated natural kratom. As said before me, natural kratom is a leaf botanical from Southeast Asia that has centuries of safe traditional use and at least 50 years of safe use in the United States. There are a plethora of preclinical and clinical studies to back this up, including the FDA single ascending dose that was conducted in 2024, which demonstrated that natural kratom leaf is highly tolerable in humans, even at serving times 6 times higher than the normal serving that's consumed. What truly threatens the public are these novel, dangerous, concentrated synthetic products, such as concentrated 7-OH, that are incorrectly marketed as natural kratom. We urge the city of Santa Cruz to follow the model that has been demonstrated in other municipalities in California. Concentrated synthetic 7-OH is not natural kratom leaf. We need a balanced approach that has been proven, such as in Orange County, Ventura, and being moved forward in Riverside and Laguna Niguel. Even Irvine, which proposed an all-form ban, recognized that the distinction of the two products and dropped it in favor of regulation to target synthetic derivatives. This demonstrates that sensible science-based policy works by protecting consumers while eliminating dangerous synthetic products from the marketplace. We share the same goal: protecting public safety and stopping bad actors. However, the best way to do that is to target the problem. Concentrated synthetic 7-OH products, not natural kratom leaf products. I thank you all for your concern, and I welcome the opportunity to bring additional scientific studies, factual reports, and kratom experts to your attention to help aid in the decision-making of your process. Thank you.
Heidi, your microphone's now available.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my name is Dr. Heidi Sikora. I'm a retired nurse practitioner and healthcare executive. As a nurse practitioner, I served very vulnerable and complex adult and geriatric patients. This gave me a good understanding of the challenges of balancing the benefits and harms of pharmaceuticals, over-the-counter meds, and herbal supplements. Now I'm a writer and educator for patient-centered options to natural plant products, including kratom. I personally have used whole leaf kratom safely for over 7 years to manage pain from multiple rare neurological disorders, including Chiari malformation and tethered spinal cord. I had terrible reactions to the standard pharmaceuticals, which I had seen in so many of my vulnerable patients. But the natural kratom leaf allowed me to regain my health, restore function, and enjoy time with my grandchildren. I actually began advocating for kratom regulation after recommending it to a veteran friend who struggled with severe pain and PTSD from the Gulf War. It helped him so much that his young son looked up at me and said, "Thank you for giving us our daddy back." Kratom restored the function of the entire family, and that's the power of the natural kratom leaf. Since then, I've seen so many others who were helped by the natural kratom leaf for chronic pain, PTSD, anxiety, and addiction. Many say it's life-saving. I support appropriate regulations to ensure access to safe, quality, whole leaf kratom products, and this can be done through a local ordinance. It's important to understand that kratom as a natural plant has been used safely for centuries, but as many others have already said, the issue is 7-hydroxymetragenine. It's a lab-made concentrate of a trace metabolite. It's nothing like kratom. The FDA has warned that products like these are concentrated 7-OH.
Call-in user ending in 628, your microphone's now available.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, my name is Rich Bucky. I'm an Atlas. I'd like to read again from a brief section of The Unfortunate Truth About Vaccines by Leon Kennerow, a local author. Here's a section called Other Critics of Vaccinations. Dr. Hawden, MD, an English doctor, wrote a book in 1896 called The Case Against Vaccinations. He said, quote, Since the passage of the United Kingdom Compulsory Vaccination Act of 1853, we've had no less than 3 distinct epidemics. In 1857 to 59, we had more than 14,000 deaths from smallpox. In 1863 to 1865, the epidemic reached 20,000 deaths, and between 1871 and 72, there were 44,800 deaths. Stricter enforcement led to the highest vaccinate rate ever increased in England in 1871. Although these people were dying from smallpox, even though there was a 97.5% compliance rate that coincided with England's worst smallpox epidemic. In other words, the smallpox vaccine did not work and actually caused more deaths than the disease itself. What did make a difference was the improvement in sanitation and the isolation of those infected. Here's another quote by Dr. Hawden. He said, he quoted a Dr. Druitt, another English doctor, who said, "You may just as well try and stop a smallpox epidemic by vaccinations as to prevent a thunderstorm with an umbrella." You may have heard of Mahatma Gandhi. In 1921, he said, quote, "Vaccination is a barbarous practice and one of the most fatal of all the delusions current in our time. Conscientious objectors to vaccination should stand alone if need be against the whole world."
Susan, your microphone's available.
We've gone over the hour. I think we're going to be changing the time to 1 minute for the remaining callers.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Susan Eppard. My 22-year-old son, Matthew, died from kratom. He died from the whole leaf kratom powder, the least potent form of kratom available in the United States. It caused him to have a seizure, go into cardiac arrest, and die on his kitchen floor in front of his girlfriend. His toxicology showed he died from the toxic effects of metragenine, an alkaloid found only in kratom. There were no prescription drugs, no street drugs, nor alcohol in his system when he died. His autopsy showed he had no underlying health conditions. He did not die from 7-OH. Matthew died November 10th, 2021, prior to 2023, when 7-OH hit the market. Matthew thought kratom was a great herb for energy and had no idea how addictive it was until it was too late, nor did he believe it could kill him. This is a horrible disclaimers from the GMP leading kratom dealers website. It said public health authorities and U.S. and internationally also indicate that short or long-term kratom use may be associated with one or more of the following adverse reactions: nervousness, agitation, confusion, aggression, hallucinations, delusions, tremors, sleeplessness, drowsiness, lethargy, sedation, loss of libido, constipation, nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, liver toxicity, tachycardia, hypertension, respiratory depression, respiratory arrest, cardiac arrest, renal failure, seizures, coma, and death. And that is from their very own website, the leading kratom dealer. And Dr. Christopher McCurdy, the leading scientist who studies kratom, testified that it's a dirty drug and should not be sold out of gas stations. Kratom studies are being conducted to be used as pharmaceuticals, not to be sold to our children out of a gas station or a convenience store. Kratom dealers will lead you to believe that natural kratom powder is safe, but most of the people that I know in a group that I'm in, where hundreds of people have lost loved ones to kratom, did not die from 7-OH. They died
Thank you.
Chair, we'll need to take 1 moment to switch out the timers, please.
Chair, it's been an hour. One option that you have is to postpone the remainder of public comment till after the swearing in. There's a lot of people here who have come for the swearing in process. So it's just an option for you to consider.
Do you know how many speakers we have?
Currently, there are 6 additional individuals with their hands raised online.
Okay, I think they're probably all item 12, but we will wait till either the end or if they can speak on item 12.
Thank you.
With that, we'll bring it back to the board. See if there's any questions on consent or comments. Supervisor Martinez?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody, and thank you to everybody who took the time to call in today. Welcome to the 5th District. It's wonderful to see all of you here in the city of Scotts Valley, and want to thank the city of Scotts Valley for welcoming us here. I also want to note for those standing in the back, we have a number of chairs up here in the front if you'd like to join us standing for a while. I only have one comment on the consent agenda today, and that is item number 39, related to the multi-year rate agreement with Dientes Community Dental Care. I want to thank Dientes for going through the process to add space for 3,000 new patients in the South County region. We know that we continue to have a gap in oral health access, so this will really help with that. And I want to thank our leaders at HSA for helping to navigate this contract process, because at a time when we're seeing a reduction in public health access, this is a really exciting opportunity to expand services. So thank you for the efforts on that. That concludes my comments on the consent agenda.
Supervisor Koenig?
Thank you. Yeah, just a few brief comments on item 21, easement acquisitions for segment 12, and item 22, acquisition of May Avenue. I just want to thank General Services and the Real Property Division for their work on both these items, and especially for ensuring we have a permanent home for our public defender's office. On item 37, the behavioral health contract with the County Office of Education, I just want to thank the County Office of Education and Health Services Agency for ensuring this continued funding for vital behavioral health services for students. And on item 46, ratifying the contract for Old Santa Cruz Highway storm damage repair projects, I just want to thank Community Development and Infrastructure for continuing to chip away at all of the storm damage repair projects throughout our county, and especially this vital one on Old Santa Cruz Highway. Thank you.
Supervisor Cummings? Supervisor Serpent?
Thank you. Item 24, the next generation countywide radio system. Looking forward to getting the new radio system installed. Thank you very much to all who worked on it. And I'm hopeful if new towers go up, we'll have the opportunity to provide even increased connectivity for the citizens in our rural areas. Item 25, congratulations to Karen Lane for her appointment to our Childhood Advisory Council, longtime principal and child development specialist in the Pajaro Valley. We're very happy to add her on behalf of District 2 to that council. Item 26, Natalie Stott is a transition age youth representative now to the Behavioral Health Advisory. I want to thank her for her interest and welcome her to the Behavioral Health Advisory team. Item number 27, thank you to my colleague, Supervisor Cummings and his staff for their interest and work on the core subcommittee. I look forward to continuing work on that for such an important funding source to our community and safety nets. And number 40, finally, congratulations to Aptos Village on the completion of phase 1 and 2 in the village plan. There is a little park parcel there, which the county has no jurisdiction over, and I'm hoping that it will be used for the highest interest of the community. Thank you.
Well, I just want to thank the public for speaking, and I want to clarify that public comment will continue after item 15.3 and item 12, if they're going to speak on item 12, the kratom item. With that, I would like to see if our board would entertain a motion. Supervisor Cummings.
I'll move consent with the exception of items numbers 19, 27, and 28.
Those are the ones we pulled?
Yep.
Correct. Okay.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and the second from Supervisor Martinez. If we can take roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig?
Aye.
Martinez?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Hernandez?
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Next, I think the item that we're all waiting for here today. We have the next item on the agenda, number 7, to consider the appointment of Nicole Coburn. Then the agenda item is for the position of Santa Cruz County CEO and take all related actions. I'll turn it over to Ajita Patel, Director of Human Services, for the presentation. Oh, turn it on.
For the record, Ajita Patel, Human Resources Director. Good morning, Chair Hernandez and members of the board. The Board of Supervisors recently engaged in a nationwide search to select the next county executive officer for the County of Santa Cruz. A hiring subcommittee was formed with Chair Hernandez and Vice Chair Martinez, who worked closely with the Human Resources team to develop and launch a search. A national search was conducted, yielding 139 applicants. The hiring process included a 2-day selection process with the full board, as well as an interview with a technical panel composed of community stakeholders. The board unanimously selected Nicole Coburn to move forward in the hiring process to become the county's next executive officer. Under county personnel regulations, Ms. Coburn has agreed to accept a Step 6 appointment at the hourly rate of $169.42 for an annual salary of $352,393. The benefits package is also consistent with that which is paid to other executive managers pursuant to the personnel regulations. Ms. Coburn's anticipated start date will be October 25th. Ms. Coburn has served as the Assistant County Executive Officer since 2017 and brings more than 2 decades of public service, fiscal leadership, and deep community connection to the role. That concludes my comments, and I will return the item back to the board.
Thank you. We'll now begin the oath of office. If we can come up here to the front, facing this way, to the flag. We're going to bring back.
Chair, you should first take public comment, and then after you vote to do the appointment, then we'll swear in.
Sorry, I was getting carried away already.
Yes.
I was excited about this. So we'll open it up for the public for comments. Right here in the back.
Yeah, my name is still James Ewing Whitman. I'm recalling on August 19th during the meeting in the afternoon, agenda item number 11, the strategic plan 2018 to 2024, 2024 to 2032, where they felt that it was 85% completed and there were over 469 objectives. So, you know, I guess I'll just say it again. You stand outside this building, you don't see a U.S. or California flag with the gold maritime admiralty law pirate fringe. It means something very different. So I had mentioned seditious conspiracy and misprision of treason. This nation was founded as a constitutional republic, and it's grotesque what's going on. The elected officials, including sheriff, are under the wing of an internationally controlled Rockefeller syndicate. That's what's going on here. It's 48 seconds. So there's a few books that have been written by Joe Heinemann, The Metrocrats, Regionalism, and Non-Law Governments Are Destroying the United States. Read the first part of this. For more than 15 years, Joe Heinemann has been an unyielding opponent to the alien ideas that have been turning our self-government of Americans into a grotesque replica of old world's divine rights and rulers. You know, once again, at the No Kings, whatever that was, people are upset with the current, the Jesuit, Zionist, Bolshevik, Nazi, Donald J. Trump as being some kind of a king. You know, what kind of confidentiality agreements have these elected officials undertaken to be under the control? Thank you.
Kim Namba of Watsonville. I just wanted to congratulate Nicole on her appointment. And having worked at the county, I can say that she's always been a pleasure to work with and has a very good reputation of working well with everyone. And that is very important in building bridges. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. On behalf of the County Office of Education, well, my name is Ferris Sabah. I serve as your County Superintendent of Schools, and I'd like to start with gratitude for Carlos Palacios and his leadership. I feel like his partnership and the skill that he has shown as our CAO has been outstanding, and we are very happy for him. In this moment, as Nicole Coburn gets sworn in, or that you make the decision to approve her and soon to be sworn in, I just want to say how grateful I am to have another partner to work with us across the county on behalf of students, on behalf of youth, on behalf of all our families. Nicole has been inspiring in her leadership, as Carlos has as well, and we look forward to many years of partnership and great work on behalf of the community. So congratulations, Nicole.
Anyone online?
At this time, if you would be so kind for folks who are online, if you are here to speak on a different item, I would ask that you please lower your hand until the time that we either resume general comment or reach the item you wish to speak on. But if you do want to speak on this item, which is agenda item 7, please leave your hand up and we will call on you. Thank you. Call-in user ending in 204, your microphone's now available. And for call-in users, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself. I'm going to move to the next speaker. Call-in user 1, your microphone's now available.
Marilyn Garrett, I would like to welcome you, and boy, you have your hands full, I understand. I'd like to quote the Aptos Times article about you, titled Coburn to Become County's Next Executive Officer. This little paragraph, Coburn, who spent part of her childhood living in Yosemite National Park, boy, how lucky you were, that's my comments, and the Sierra foothills, said her upbringing installed in her a strong sense of public service and environmental stewardship, values that have guided her throughout her career. And as a decades-long citizen health and environmental advocate and retired teacher, teaching in pesticide-laden Watsonville, I have serious recommendations for you to advocate for genuine public well-being. First, require non-toxic, organic, ecological agriculture and ban toxic pesticides. 2, prohibit the lithium-ion battery sites as an unacceptable environmental and health hazard. 3, cell phones, cell towers, Wi-Fi, wireless smart meters, 5G, etc., emit microwave radio frequency radiation and endanger the public. In fact, environmental research shows this radiation causes cellular stress and damage, DNA damage, blood-brain barrier disruption.
Thank you. You took note of that.
Bernie, your microphone is now available.
Yeah, good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors and public. Bernie Gomez with Milpa. Just really wanted to extend a heartfelt congratulations to Nicole Colburn for stepping up and taking on this position. My comment is we've always had positive interactions with Nicole Colburn, and just it always felt like you listened, and so we want to continue building with the county, right? And it just feels good to know that someone at this capacity, at this level, has always been willing to listen, has always been willing to interact. So I really appreciate that and really feel confident about this board's decision. I hope you vote for Nicole Colburn. And just also extending gracias and appreciation to Carlos Palacios for his leadership up to this point. And yeah, looking forward to positive outcomes for the county in times of turbulence and uncertainty. So thank you.
Going to circle back to the speaker who was having difficulties earlier, as that's our final speaker. Call-in user 204, your microphone is now available. And as a call-in user, please use *6 to mute or unmute yourself.
I think he might be waiting for that other issue. So
Yes, they've put their hand down. We have no further speakers, Chair.
okay. With that, I'll bring back to the board. I'll start off to my left with Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few quick comments. I mean, at the beginning of this process, I knew that we were going to have a qualified internal candidate applying for the new job as CEO, but by no means was it a foregone conclusion in my own mind. And, of course, it's incumbent upon this board to do the national search and really make sure that we are finding the most qualified person in the entire country to fill this role and to serve the people of Santa Cruz County. And after the interviews and looking through all the resumes, there's just no doubt in my mind that you, Nicole, are that person. You really rose to the top of the pack throughout the interview process. For a number of reasons for me. For one, you're really part of a new generation of leaders. We saw that, a lot of folks that we interviewed were in the latter part of their career, and you are just, right in the middle, bursting with energy and ideas and forward thinking, looking at opportunities to improve and use the evolving technology and personnel landscape to the best of our county's, the best outcomes for our county. You also just know our community so well. You've already implemented some incredibly positive change, whether that's bringing the public defender's office in-house and really improving those services. Of course, our entire strategic and operational plan we owe in many ways to you, and then you've just worked on so many different efforts to ensure that our county has the resources we need in terms of revenues to offer the services we do. You just know how everything works, and I always think that the mark of a good interview is whichever side of it you're on, whether you're interviewing or the interviewer, is that you can really feel the sense of the work, right? You know what you're going to have to do on day one, and it imbues you with enthusiasm to do it or to work with someone to bring that about. And that's exactly what I felt talking to you. And I'm just so honored to have this opportunity to promote you into this role and look forward to working with you going forward. And just to Carlos, I want to echo the sentiment that the fact we have such a fantastic internal candidate is really a testament to your foresight and mentorship, and I can't thank you enough.
Thank you, Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Those comments. I want to speak for a moment on behalf of the subcommittee that navigated the process with the HR department. I think that myself and Supervisor Hernandez navigated a process and put together a process that was very thorough and was clear with what we were looking for. And we really did a comprehensive search. And I'm beyond proud to say that you, Nicole, rose to the top of that. Not only were you voted unanimously across all 5 members of the board, but we also put together a technical panel representing, diverse industries and leaders across the county. And they also unanimously supported you as their #1 candidate after interviewing multiple candidates who came to interview in person for this position. And I think that speaks to the trust that this community has in you and the leadership that you've held throughout various parts of our community and social issues that we are often struggling with. I also want to speak to the fact that the room is full today with, I think that every single department in the county is represented in the room to celebrate your promotion, as well as your family who's here today and numerous other leaders throughout the county. And so it is clear that our community feels confident in your leadership and that we are all here to celebrate with you and to support you as you step into this really important role for our county. And so pleased and honored to have this opportunity. Finally, to Carlos, I want to thank you for your 30 years of public service leadership in our county, across our county in Watsonville here, and recognizing that today is your last meeting serving as our county CEO. I just want to extend gratitude and appreciation for everything you've done to get us here and to really leave a strong foundation for Nicole to lead from, because she has big shoes to fill, and I know she'll do that. So thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to working with you.
Thank you. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. First, just want to start by thanking HR consultant subcommittee for their work on the search. I think we had around 139 applications for this position. So we definitely did our due diligence in terms of getting the word out and trying to, make sure that we were really finding the best person for this position. And really want to congratulate, and I really want to thank all the folks who applied and really congratulate Nicole on being able to demonstrate that out of 139 applicants that she was most qualified and deserving of this position. I know that, and I want to actually thank you for your courage in stepping into this role, because as we all see with how the world is kind of unfolding and unraveling all around us, moving into this position is not an easy task. And I want to thank Carlos for all of his years on the board and his service, because Carlos has been there for the 08 recession, COVID, and for a lot of that, Nicole's been there, to also learn how we can navigate these challenging situations, especially in a unique community like Santa Cruz. And so really confident that while there were some other exceptional candidates out there, the fact that Nicole has been here on the ground doing the work for an extremely long amount of time. She understands the community, she understands her challenges, and she knows how to navigate those relationships. Really puts her in a position that I think is unique when we compare her to the other candidates. And I know that as we move into these difficult times and as we see the torch be passed from Carlos to Nicole, that it's going to be a transition that will be much more seamless than if we brought somebody in from the outside. And I know that we're going to be able to continue working together collaboratively with our community as we face the challenges ahead. And so I just want to thank Nicole for being willing to serve as our CEO, and we'll be supporting the motion that's before us.
Thank you, Supervisor DeSoto.
So echoing what everybody else has said, I'll keep it brief. Nicole, you are highly qualified, extremely professional. Your leadership will steady us in these uncertain times that we face. You did a great job on your interview. And like Supervisor Cummings just said, we really thank you for your interest in putting yourself out there. It is not easy to step into this type of position. It is not easy to prepare and to go through the interview process. And what comes next will not be easy either as we face the inevitable crisis in public service. So I want to thank you for your public service to this community and to our county, and to welcome your husband and your two boys that are here in the audience today. And maybe your parents, are they here too? Yeah. Welcome. And you must be very proud of Nicole. And that's it. Congratulations.
Thank you. So I'll actually quote Marilyn Garrett. You better be ready for what's ahead of you. Brace yourself. But in all seriousness, I was really impressed with every step of the way during the interviews with Nicole. During the interviews, you're among the cream of the crop amongst 139 applicants. And I have to say that, we looked at dozens of resumes, we interviewed several people, but you obviously had this breadth of knowledge of our entire county, but also South County. And that's what I was really impressed with. There's many applicants that talked about things like thinking out of the box or moving the needle. But you're actually one of the only ones that discussed plans with us that actually will move the needle. So on behalf of the board, I want to congratulate you, and we will swear you in.
Chair, we have to vote.
I'm getting carried away again. So I'll bring it to the board for a motion.
I'll move the recommended actions.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Martinez and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Madam Clerk, if we take roll call vote.
Certainly. Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Mic check. I state your full name, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of County Executive Officer of Santa Cruz County, according to the best of my ability. Congratulations.
Want to take a good picture? Let's take a good picture.
I think we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Are we ready? Okay. We'll now begin the scheduled item for 10:45. The next agenda item is number 13. Hold a public hearing to consider the resolution declaring results of majority protest proceedings to establish Santa Cruz County Mountain Wine Improvement District and take all related actions. I'll turn it over to Peter Detlefs, Principal Administrative Analyst, Kelly Rankin, Project Manager with Savitas, and Kiki McKay, Executive Director of the Santa Cruz Mountain Wine Growers Association for the presentation.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Again, my name is Peter Detlefs, and I'm a Principal Administrative Analyst in the County Executive Office. Okay. We are here for the third step in the process for forming the Santa Cruz Mountain Wine Improvement District. We're joined here today with Kiki McKay from the Wine Growers Association. Kelly Rankin is actually on Zoom today and will also be presenting. Additionally, we have members from HDL companies, the county sales tax consultant that's here to assist with tabulating results as necessary. Turn it over to Kelly. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Nice to see you again. My name is Kelly Rankin, Project Manager at Civitas, working alongside Kiki McKay from the Santa Cruz Mountain Wine Growers Association on the formation of the Wine Improvement District. We have a short presentation for you today, and Kiki is actually going to kick us off.
Hi there. Supervisor.
Mike, if you could turn it on.
Is that better? Basically, we're here to finalize, as said, the last step in the process to create a district for the Santa Cruz Mountains AVA. And what we're bringing before you is the final resolution and management district plan. That includes a slightly reduced boundary with portions of San Mateo and Santa Clara counties removed. And this was to bring in our initial boundaries to match closer to the AVA lines after consulting with the Santa Clara Valley AVA and other areas, just so that we were kind of fair to both. It has a refined assessment business list and I guess the assessment as a whole, because those boundaries shrank. The refined assessment businesses are the removal of the cideries, anything non-wine distributors, brandy makers, I think limoncello person in there. And this has resulted in a reduced budget from our original projections. So we're really approximating about $400,000 annually. Our support updates since we last spoke on this, I think was, well, we did an 8.5 and then 9.9. We had about 56%. We continue to get petitions in over the course of the last couple months, and we're at 76.13 in support based on a weighted value of the assessed businesses. This is 62.4% on the original boundary, so shrinking the boundary and removing those other areas also concentrated our support. We do have several businesses that came in, wineries that came in with petitions late and were not included in the 76.13. So we do have a larger strength than that, but for the basis of what is signed, it's 76.13. Handing this over to Kelly now.
Thank you, Kiki. So once a district is formed, assessed wineries are responsible for remitting that assessment, which is usually passed along to the customers. HDL, who already collects for wine districts in places like Livermore and Santa Barbara, will manage the collection on the county's behalf. Funds will then go to the Wine Growers Association, which administers them under the management district plan. By law, those dollars must be spent exactly as we've outlined in the plan before you, ensuring transparency and accountability. Wineries will have input on services, and an annual report to the county will show how funds are spent, revenues received, and projections in the coming year. The association will also operate under Brown Act and Public Records Request Act. Next slide, please. So as permitted under the Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994, the district would have an initial 5-year term, giving the association time to measure its impact and make adjustments before any renewal. It would then be managed by the Santa Cruz Mountain Wine Growers Association, which already represents the local wineries and has experience to carry out any marketing, promotional programs on behalf of the district. Finally, the assessment rate would start at 1% of gross direct-to-consumer wine sales. In the beginning in year 2, the rate could be increased up to a maximum of 2%, but that wouldn't happen by any more than 0.5% increase in any year. And that would be based on a vote of the board of directors. These parameters are also consistent with other successful wine and tourism districts across the state. Next slide, please. Our estimated initial budget is about $400,000 with the reduced parameters that Keiki just reviewed. About 55% or $220,000 will go towards marketing and brand awareness to elevate the region's profile and attract some more visitors. About 10% would support business improvement and special projects. 25% would be administration and operations. That also includes the county and HDL's collection fees to administer the assessment on the district's behalf. And then 10% would be held in a reserve for contingency or future needs. Next slide, and I will pass it back to Keiki.
What we're looking at with this revenue stream is in some key services that to strengthen our current marketing. Business improvement and special projects would entail wine trail signage that we're looking at for South County of Santa Cruz, as well as expanding into the other areas of Santa Cruz County. It already exists in Santa Clara County. And then more participation in regional events and hosting media tours, sommeliers, concierge programs, developing awareness for the Santa Cruz Mountain wines as a whole. In marketing and brand awareness, we're looking at large-scale digital and print advertising, expanded public relations, and an expanded digital marketing campaign. These are just top-tier services that we're looking at. This is really going to take a lot of input from the wineries themselves to develop an expanded campaign. This map just shows the actual boundaries of the wine district in the final MDP and the consent from all the 10. Santa Cruz County would be the 11th jurisdiction. And that's back to Kelly to wrap up what we've done on timeline.
Finally, here, just our process and timeline overview. This whole process and project began with feasibility study back in August of 2024. This included surveys, open houses, and one-on-one meetings and outreach and consensus building. With that positive feedback that we learned, we advanced to drafting the management district plan, the initial iteration of that in February, and then that allowed us to begin the petition drive in May. From there, we had majority support of the petitions, allowing us to move forward with the public hearing process. The board then passed a resolution of intention on August 5th, which initiated these proceedings. Following, we obtained resolutions of consent from all the other 10 jurisdictions that would be included in the district. And there was also a public meeting to hear testimony on September 9th. So now we're before you requesting a resolution of formation to allow the district to commence on January 1, 2026. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll open it up to the public for anyone wishing to address us on this item. Yeah, it's in the back. Turn on the mic.
Mic is up. Hear me? Thank you. I'm James Baker, owner with my family of Aptos Vineyard in Aptos. And prior to that, I taught and worked in the Power Valley Unified School District, was superintendent for 10 years during the 80s and somehow got involved in the wine business. And I appreciate the cooperation that we have within the business. Even though we have differences of opinion, we still agree that this appellation, this really wonderful appellation that we live in, is unique in this world for its altitudes, its soil, and its diversity of fruit. Now, when I first came to Watsonville in 1960, I realized I was in the middle of an apple industry. And very slowly, it webbed into strawberries. And the strawberries just took over. And then from strawberries, it went to raspberries. And the next thing you know, Hal Johnson from Briscoe's had created the blackberry. And now, I'm here to tell you that Hal said to me, he said, Jim, these mountains are prime for grapes because grapes will grow on poor soil, take very little water, and the new current methodologies for raising those grapes require few, if any, pesticides. And so now we have an opportunity to, and with your help, of making this one of the most wonderful viticulture areas in the world. And we need your help to form this organization so that they can speak, for one, to the community and to the world. Thank you very much. I appreciate your support. And also, thank you for all you do. I just read your agenda. I'm overwhelmed with what you have to deal with. Thank you.
If there's, okay.
I'll bring it down a little bit for me. Okay, I'm going to quote from the August 5 declaration sent by the Santa Cruz County Supervisors, that's you, to all the jurisdictions. A resolution of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors requesting consent of the cities, towns, and counties, et cetera, to grant the Wine Improvement District. And thank you for your support in doing that. You invited them all to approve the WID, and they have. And so now, here we are, and it's your turn. Now it's up to you to make the Wine Improvement District a reality. Most of the wineries in the Santa Cruz Mountains belong to the SCMWA, our association. We have realized that working together, we can do more than going it alone. Yes, there are a few wineries that aren't supportive of the WID. You can't get everyone to agree to everything all the time, as I'm sure you well know. And I want to point out that most, not necessarily all, but most of those objecting are not members of the association. They just want to do their own thing, which is fine. However, all the other members who are members of the association are very excited about this. And you saw the numbers. There's a big majority. It would be a shame for the few to ruin this for all the rest of us, and not just for the wineries, but for the rest of the jurisdictions and communities who want this. Thank you for your support. Let's work together for new possibilities. I'm Mary Lindsay, Munns Vineyard. I'm on the board as secretary, and I support the Wine Improvement District. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Jim Cargill. I'm president of the Wine Growers Association, fellow board member with Mary Munn. And I agree with my colleagues and fellow vintners that this is the right thing to do. I'm excited about this. The prospect of doing this, it's kind of the next step in our evolution. It's been a long road to get here. We've had a lot of hard conversations, a lot of very good conversations. We've made adjustments. We've listened to folks that agree and disagree and really put this program together so that this thing makes sense for all. And that's the very exciting thing about this wine business district, is that it really helps elevate our voice and shows the strength of our appellation. It's noted that we have altitude, but we also have attitude. And that's a can-do attitude that we can make this a world-class appellation and let the world know. And that's what we're really out to do, is to bring this forward. And again, as was noted, all the other jurisdictions have passed this, moved this through, and we've had great conversations. And we know that it's never going to be 100%. I'm sure you would all love to get elected with 100% approval. Just not the world we live in. We live in a representative democracy. And so this is how it is. We have strong support. We've worked with all of those in our appellation, within our organization and outside. And I say, as the president and everybody on the board, I think I can speak for, we welcome them to the table. We absolutely welcome them to the table. We don't have all the ideas. We want them to come together to really work together to make this the greatest appellation on the planet. And I know we can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there's nobody else here that would like to address us, is there anyone online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that presentation. I'm really excited about this opportunity that we have. Before I bring it back to the council, I wanted to just get a clarification. You mentioned that there was still some late petitions that wanted to join the district. Is there going to be an opportunity for them to join at some point?
We have petitions that came in that we cannot submit to get the weighted value increased unless we submit in a pack of 5 so that it's blind. So everybody joins. It's just that I can't quantify them.
Got it. So just the vote they didn't get, but they're part of the district. Okay, got it. And also thank you to our staff, Peter and Kiki, for all the work behind this. It was, I think, definitely over a year of work behind this to making it happen. With that, I'll bring it back to the board to see if there's any questions, comments. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Kind of been on the fence on this because largely I've received, when this was first coming to the board, numerous communications of folks who were not supportive and didn't want to move forward with this, largely because of issues around cost and the fact that they're being forced into this assessment district. And so I'm just curious if what is being done to address some of the concerns that have been brought forward, because a number of these were, wineries and people who have tap rooms that are in my district. And as a representative, I just want to make sure that if this is going to move forward, that their concerns are being addressed. I know that we've also talked about a 5-year, for the first term to be 5 years. And I think some folks were concerned with the length of that time period and wanted to see it decrease to 3 years, which I think that that's a good compromise in this case, but really wanted to first start with what's being done to address some of the concerns. I mean, you all demonstrated that you've adjusted this map, and part of that map is really funky looking because it's like a little peninsula that kind of sticks out up into San Mateo County, and some folks might say, or Santa Clara County. Some folks might say, well, why can't we have the map drawn so that it would exclude my parcel so that I wouldn't be forced into this? And so I'm just wondering if you could speak to that, because we're trying to really address the issues that are being brought up by some of these folks.
To begin with the map, that portion of San Mateo County is largely all open space. It excludes a few growers that do not really make wine or are well under a commercial threshold. And it was a request of San Mateo County to do it that way. And it gets funky because it does include all wineries that basically have production addresses and sales points in the peninsula that goes up. It is strange. And then the Santa Clara adjustment, I think originally because this is based on the State Streets and Roads Act, they went out to the nearest street in the foothills of Los Gatos, which basically went a little too far into the Santa Clara AVA. And once we realized it, it was a learning process for ourselves. When we realized it, we tried to do our best to pull it back close as we could to our elevation lines, which define the AVA. As far as cost, you know, we've spoken with many of the wineries that express that concern, and I think it was a twofold concern. And one was that it would cost them more, but this is an assessment that then can pass through to the consumer. And it's a low assessment. So in a $60 bottle of wine, we're talking 60 cents. And we've explained that other areas have not seen price resistance or reluctance on the part of the consumer. Most understood that. I would say the other issue they had with the cost was, for some, they saw that their dues were, as they see it, dues were going to triple. And understanding that it is a pass-through and that they would no longer be paying it, nor would they be paying dues, kind of tempered that concern. What they were concerned about was larger wineries that had more wholesale and less DTC, that they felt with this model might be paying less than their perceived share to size. But in most of those cases, that's not true, because our dues model has a cap. Our dues are $1,300. Well, we have a small winery base of $750 up to $5,200 max. And those wineries in that $5,200 base could be paying with assessment, even taking into consideration that they're not paying for wholesale or out of state, be paying $20,000 to $30,000. So proportionally, they're still paying quite a bit more. In our current model, they actually pay extremely low compared to their size. So pointing that out to a lot of people, I think that helped them make sense. You know, they were feeling that some of the larger wineries were getting away with something of paying less because they were 80% wholesale. And like I said, that's just not the case. They're going to pay quite a bit more than they currently pay. Talking about cost.
And then
The third one was, what was the third?
well, then the term.
Oh, the term. So I've talked it through with several people, and I mean, even those like Ryan Beauregard, he fully understands that a 3-year term is probably not the best, because in marketing, it takes a year to 18 months to ramp up your pieces in place. And on a 3-year term, we would have to be already in starting the formation process, which is this full process, year-long process, again, in 24 months. So we would not have KPIs. We would not have any success indicators at that point. So it just puts a lot of constraints on the model. There is an opt-out, so every year at the anniversary of the formation, so that would be January 1, 2027, 2028. If people are looking at it and going, this just really isn't working, we can vote to disband by a 51%.
So real couple of the questions. And I appreciate that. Just wondering, 2 questions. One, there's been a reduction in the amount of projected revenue that's going to be raised. And I'm just wondering how that compares to currently what you all are raising as your wine association. I mean, it sounded like it came down $400,000, and maybe I'm remembering wrong, but I thought that might be around what you all already raising. And then the second question is really how that's, I mean, given the expanse of this wine improvement district, and it sounds, and maybe you could speak to the number of wineries that are going to be involved in this, but like, how is the money going to be spent in a way that ensures that the wineries are going to be having kind of equal marketing opportunities, just given that it seems like we're going from Santa Cruz County to Tri-County wine improvement district. And, you know, I guess for us, it's not clear what the increase in the number of wineries is and how this will actually be beneficial for these wineries.
Sure. So we already are a Tri-County association. We have 64 current members in the association, all voluntary. when we reduced the boundaries and culled the list for old closed businesses, et cetera, we realized there's about 115 licensed operational businesses within the 3 counties within the proposed district. So we represent 64 of them at this point. 20 to 30 of them are basically backyard growers that maybe make 50 cases of wine that's made for personal use. They still will be members. They still will be represented by us. And should they choose to want marketing services or promote those wines, they, have all the suite of available tactics. Our budget currently, or what we have proposed coming from the bid, was $550,000. That was, I'm sorry, $550,000. That was in the original management district plan. We're adjusting that to $400,000. So there is a $150,000 delta there that, will adjust some of our tactics and not give us as, as many things we could do. That replaces, though, in our current budget, $109,000 that we raise in membership fees. All of our other activities, our income producing events and programs will continue. We will continue to operate. So we will still have those. It's about $150,000 plus in revenue stream from income producing events. So that plus the $400,000, which is a swap for the 109, we are looking at, an annual budget of about $550,000 total. We have operated on a budget like that in the past when we had a larger Silicon Valley wine auction and a partnership 2015 through 2020 or 2019, sorry. So we're used to knowing what to do with that set of monies. We have a large membership because people have confidence in what we do. Many AVAs have 20% membership. We're 65 to 115. I guess you're looking more at 60%. But that's of viable operational businesses that make over 500 cases annually. We're close to 75% membership as a whole. What we plan to do with that is really expand our brand awareness marketing. Our mission is the brand awareness of the AVA, not distinct winery marketing. So can we handle an additional 30 members? Definitely, because we're marketing as a whole. We're allowing or asking them to participate with us and attend our events and be part of all the things we do, but we don't distinctly market one-on-one for them. So I don't think we'd be overwhelmed by 30 additional members.
And then I guess just for clarity, so your current budget is how much?
This year, our current budget was $380,000.
Okay, that's helpful, just because I was trying to get the comparison. That concludes my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Koenig.
Yeah, no questions, just a few comments. The first is that I think when we first started talking about this, and thank you, Keiki, for all your work on it. We first started talking about it because I was interested in moving forward some wine trail signage because there's this horrible discrepancy that our Santa Cruz Mountains wine trail signage ends in Santa Cruz County. It's on the Santa Clara side, I'm maybe in San Mateo, parts of the AVA, but to Santa Cruz County and you get, it ends, you lose the scent. So it's great that this is going to be an opportunity to correct that. Also recently, I was trying to put together a wine tour for my friend who collects a lot of wine, probably an excessive amount of wine. And I wanted to showcase all the great things that are happening in Santa Cruz County. And I could think of a few places to go, but there was no tour A, tour B, tour C. There's just clearly opportunities there to, showcase our wineries better. And then finally, I feel like even through this process, through some of the great press that our AVA has had recently as well, and about the LA Times and New York Times, I consistently hear about new wineries that I just had no idea were even in our county and in this APA that are winning headlines. So all that tells me that there is some low-hanging fruit here that we can pick and that I think will have a positive impact for all wineries in this region. And it's funny, I think this is the third hearing we've really had on this, the third time that we've discussed this at the board. First time, no controversy. And then I think the very next day I was reading an article about how this issue had just blown up in Sonoma as they were considering doing something similar. And sure enough, at our next meeting, we got into the controversy a little bit. Here we are with really quite a high opt-in rate. So I think all things considered, this demonstrates that it's something that the district wants to move forward with. And you're never going to have 100% unanimous agreement. I think we're pretty close, and that ultimately this is going to be a great thing. And the fact that a lot of other regions are considering it as well. I mean, hopefully we get out there early enough that it gives us a competitive advantage. And at the end of the day, it might just be part of the cost of remaining competitive. I think the sooner we do it, the sooner we learn to operate this district effectively, the more productive it will be. Supportive, thank you.
Thank you. So this is really exciting again because I had the opportunity to talk to most of the wineries in South County, and they're all very excited and looking forward to this. And, a few of them were just saying that they're willing to give it a try. So I'm really excited that, some of them, have been willing players in this to see how it turns out. I'm probably getting ahead of myself, but I think when the marketing and the brand name comes up, it's probably good to seek local business groups like the Paro Valley Chamber of Commerce, the Aptos Chamber of Commerce, Santa Cruz Business Council, Scotts Valley Chamber of Commerce, of course, to kind of see what the best way to market something in their own communities. I think it'll make it a lot better for the local wineries here and their tasting rooms as well. And the only question I really have is, you mentioned that there's opportunities for 0.5% increase. Is that able to happen within the 5 years or every 5 years?
It's every year.
Oh.
The board can choose to go up or down 0.5%, with a max of 2 in the course of all 5.
Okay, well, hopefully it'll stay the same for now. But I guess that's the only question. If there's no further comments from the board, I'll bring it back to entertain a motion.
I'll move the recommended actions.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Madam Clerk?
Supervisor DeSerpa.
I have a quick question for staff. I'm just wondering when the board's going to hear back on progress on this item.
So we have a fiduciary responsibility to do an annual report to you. So our formation will be January 1, 2026. So one would calculate that, but it would be, end of January 2027. You'd have an annual report with investment and KPIs. And subsequently every year.
Right, so we'll have an annual report. That's helpful. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'll just weigh in that, Visit Santa Cruz has a very similar structure. We do bring that report annually. So look very much like what you've seen.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Cummings?
Abstain. For the record, I share some of the concerns have been brought to my attention, although I'm not going to vote against this, but I'm also, I don't think I can support it, so I'm going to abstain from voting on this item.
Supervisor Martinez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
And Hernandez?
Enthusiastic aye. Motion passes unanimously. 4-1, one abstention from Supervisor Cummings. Now we're going back to 9, 8 or 9. Yeah, 9. Okay. Next, we have agenda item number 9, consider the adoption of Measure Q Vision Plan 2025-2030 to establish funding priorities and implementation framework for the grant program associated with the Safe Drinking Water, Clean Beaches, Wildfire Risk Reduction and Wildlife Protection Act, Measure Q. From the Office of Response, Recovery and Resilience in Parks, Open Space and Cultural Services. I'll turn it over to Rebecca Hurley, Deputy Director of Parks, Open Spaces, Cultural Services, and David Reed, Director of Office of Response, Recovery and Resilience for the presentation.
Good morning, Chair. Rebecca Hurley, Deputy Director of Parks. For clarification, we are combining items 9 and 10 in our presentation. So this, at the end of the presentation, there will be 2 separate votes, one for the adoption of Measure Q Vision Plan 2025 through 2030, as well as the consideration of the proposed projects for the county allocations for fiscal year 25-26. So a brief overview is that the vision plan was recently approved by the Citizens Oversight Advisory Board on October 8th. It is the kind of guiding document for the 40% of the funds that come in every year for Measure Q in that for the grant program. And we'll go into kind of what that outcome of that plan is now. We are also going to be talking about what we are proposing as county staff for the other 20% of the county funds that comes in annually. This year, it's about 1.4 million. However, I will remind the board that you were previously voted to allocate $100,000 to each district supervisor. So it's less about $500,000. So the amount that we're looking at project allocation is $900,000.
So good morning, board. Dave Reed. So just to talk a little bit about the creation of the vision plan as outlined in the measure, this is a required part of the document to give a strategic roadmap for how we are going to focus investing the 40% of the measure towards the competitive grant program. So 40% of the measure goes out via grants. As a reminder, that is both a $600,000 geographic area in the South County, $600,000 geographic area in the North County in the San Vicente Redwoods area. And then the remainder of that, that money is for grant opportunities throughout the county. The plan is, as required, focused on guiding those expenditures within the grant program, but we definitely hope that the plan also informs all allocations and expenditures through the measure. So just talking a little bit about the thematic focus areas. So for this first 5-year strategic plan or vision plan, the community, stakeholders, our consultant team, Parks and OR3 aligned on 3 key focus areas, with the concept that we're not excluding any of the other focus areas of projects outlined in the vision plan, but in this first 5-year plan, really focusing on water quality and resilience, wildfire prevention and forest health, and parks access and equity. I want to note here that there were some really great comments at the COAB and by the public around the importance of wildlife and habitat protection as well. And as outlined and visualized in the vision plan, we really expect and intend to ensure that water quality and wildfire prevention activities granted will also address habitat and wildlife protection. It's very, very difficult to do any work in those 2 thematic areas in particular without addressing wildlife and habitat protection. And as we get into the project selection, you'll also see how the parks projects at your discretion that we're recommending is also going to address habitat and wildlife protection as well. So just briefly talking a little bit more about process. We had two rounds, if you recall, we talked about this in June. We had 2 rounds of stakeholder outreach with incredible participation from community partners, many of whom will likely be applicants to the grant program. We had a number of in-person and virtual community meetings where we received feedback. We had a survey open for an extended period of time and received over 900 folks responding to that survey. And so we feel really positive about the engagement and the production of this plan. And we received robust feedback from all of our COAB members, integrating their feedback and comments into the final draft that they approved on October 8th and that you have before you today. Hand it back to Rebecca.
Thank you, Dave. So in order for us to try to identify for fiscal year 25-26 appropriate projects for the county allocation for work in the unincorporated area, we gathered, we had an interdepartmental meeting amongst multiple departments to discuss potential projects and really then narrowing it down to what projects are ready to go, are not doing the planning component, things that are really shovel ready. We also wanted to try to follow and align with the vision plan since it had recently been approved, as well as just what would be highly visible to the public at large to show them that Measure Q was working for them. We did our best as well to try to have geographic equity, and is also just focusing on what the vision plan was focusing on for the first year of allocations is that in South County. So the table you see before you is a representation of only about 50% of the projects that were even discussed at that meeting. There's multiple other projects that will continue to be eligible for Measure Q funding moving forward. We selected the top 3 projects: Freedom Lake Restoration and Access Project for $720,000. Wildfire Risk Reduction and Evacuation Route for roadside vegetation trimming is a match to the hazardous mitigation grant that Dave will speak of more, the amount of $80,000. And then as well, the Corralitos Creek Watershed Flood Modeling and Forecasting Tool, which is about $75,000. This was us aiming at doing what Measure Q was campaigned on of something that helps with water resource management as well as public safety, looking at fuel reduction along our evacuation routes, and then also doing restoration in a park and increasing access. So I'll speak for a minute about the Freedom Lake Restoration and Access Project. Freedom Lake has been overrun for years with invasive aquatic and invasive plants around the lake. And we were fortunate enough to get the initial funding from a previous supervisor through discretionary funds to begin the work. And we've already removed the majority of invasive acacia trees along the western side to open up the pathway that now the public can access easier. So what we'd like to do is utilize the funds to remove the remaining acacia trees around the lake, and which will make it highly visible from Freedom Boulevard and let the public see that we're really helping their tax dollars at work. We've already done a lot of the technical work, we've done the historical work, and in 2026, we anticipate the permitting and then actual work able to be done. It's not the full amount that this project will need. It's going to be a multi-year project, but we've already had conversations with Wildlife Conservation Board, the Coastal Conservancy, and they're all really pleased to try to support this in future grant funds. It's also a partnership project with Watsonville Wetlands Watch, as well as the California Conservation Corps.
So I'll talk a little bit about the roadside vegetation and wildfire risk reduction project. So as Rebecca said, this is closing a local grant match requirement that we have. This is a FEMA grant. All indications are it's not going away. So there is that security. It's about $1 million from the federal government and a little over $300,000 as a local match requirement. Your board approved using some Measure K funds, and this proposed $880,000 will close that gap so that we have the full funding for this project. In speaking with CDI staff, the goal hopefully with this funding allocation will be to try and deliver this project next year or the majority of it in next year. We're going to value engineer and make sure that we get as much as we can. The original grant application proposed about 51 miles of the along the 8 road corridors. If we can do all 51 based on current cost estimates, we'll certainly do that. If we need to adjust based on current costs, since this grant was originally written in 2021, we'll do that to make the most impactful vegetation removal along these key corridors for evacuations. The last project that I'll just speak briefly to is a unique opportunity to leverage some work being done by the Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency. They're doing a lot of watershed level analysis for their resilience work. We're going to be taking some of the consultant work that has already been done as part of that and leverage that to create a forecasting tool for us on one of our flashier streams. Last year, we had a storm system that was forecasted to hit the San Lorenzo Valley. It shifted south and dumped over 2.5 inches of rain in the Corralitos watershed, and we had to make emergency evacuations. Our sheriff's office did emergency evacuations along Corralitos Creek in short notice conditions. So this forecasting tool is going to give us better information to make informed decisions as to giving people better time, more time to make evacuation decisions. And we see it as an opportunity to see if this is a useful tool that we could extend to Aptos Creek and Soquel Creek, because we don't have forecasting capacity on any of those creeks. So what we do in our EOC world is when we have a forecast of rain, we also look at what that's going to do to the rivers in the San Lorenzo and Pajaro. And that gives us a chance to get ahead of planning, both communication-wise and with community partners and public works and the sheriff's office. We don't have that tool in Soquel, Aptos, and Corralitos Creek. So we're starting with this leveraged opportunity in Corralitos. If it's a successful tool, we may look at it in those other 2 watersheds.
So the financial impact is, as I noted earlier, the amount of revenue that comes in towards the county funds is $1.4 million this year. And this is for fiscal year 25-26. The board previously decided to allocate $100,000 to each board supervisor. That leaves a little over $900,000. We are trying to program about 97% of those funds, as we will be coming back during next June's budget hearings to try to program the 26-27 Measure Q funding. So again, it's $720,000 towards Freedom Lake, $80,000 matched to fill that delta that was missing for the roadside vegetation and wildfire risk reduction trimming. And then Corralitos Creek hydrological forecasting model at $75,000. So again, there's 2 different actions. So we'll need to take 2 separate votes. The first recommended action is for this board to adopt the Measure Q vision plan as approved by the COAB, as well as to direct staff to return to the board in the fall of 2026 with the annual report. Second item that will be voted on is the county Measure Q funding allocation, and that's to consider the project allocations for Measure Q funding allocation in the amount of $875,000 total, direct staff to proceed with the implementation of the recommended projects, and then as an administrative recommended action, delegate authority to the county executive officer to approve the 25-26 budget adjustments to facilitate funding allocations based on approved projects. Available with any questions you might.
Thank you. With that, I'll bring it out to the public to see if anybody wishes to address us on this item.
Good morning. My name is Melina Mayhood. I'm here on behalf of the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County and Sarah Newkirk and Eric Lombardo. I just wanted to take a second to extend our immense gratitude and thanks to everyone who has gotten the Measure Q vision plan this far. And specifically, we want to thank Jeff Gaffney, Rebecca Hurley, Rob Tidmore at County Parks, as well as Dave Reed, Tatiana Brennan, along with Matt Freeman and Placeworks. We'd also love to thank outgoing CEO Carlos Palacios and incoming CEO Nicole Coburn, along with Deputy CEO Elisa Benson, who will be providing leadership for Measure Q implementation. So a huge thanks to all. We'd also love to comment on the funding priorities outlined in the Measure Q vision plan, and specifically thank the team for their additional inclusion of habitat and wildlife protection as something that underpins the other thematic priorities. We also want to acknowledge that there are so many organizations in this county doing amazing work in the thematic priorities already, namely County Park Friends, Fire Safe Council of Santa Cruz County, and Watsonville Wetlands Watch. So we're really excited to see what else can be done by these partners and others with the upcoming Measure Q grant program that this vision plan will support. Lastly, we just want to note our support for the staff recommendations for Measure Q County spending in now item 10 that's combined here. We're excited to see a major fuel reduction project as well as Freedom Lake improvements proposed for funding. We think it's very aligned with Measure Q campaign priorities, and this will serve our community very well, specifically with regard to wildfire risk reduction and water resource management. So thank you all so much.
There's no one else here. Anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Jean, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. I'd like to speak about, do I have to do both items in my 2 minutes, or can I do
Chair.
each item?
Sorry, let me just interrupt for a second. Stop the clock, please, for the speaker. So it looks like there's some confusion. Item 9 and item 10 were not joined together. So this is on item 9. And so folks will have an opportunity to also do public comment on item 10 when that item is taken up next.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, I will proceed on item number 9 then. I want to thank staff this morning for stressing the protection of wildlife and habitat. We were the only 2 members of the public to attend these COAB meetings, and that was our biggest concern. And I think we were heard, and I really do appreciate that. So I'm also hopeful that the Board of Supervisors read our letter that we sent to the board, because we had a definite problem with continuing the use of green tape in the vision plan. Yes, efficiency is imperative, but anything that implies reducing environmental regulations is not acceptable. I think that the vision plan can talk about streamlining. I think it can talk about efficiency, but I really, speaking for both myself and Michael Lewis, we really want that term green tape removed entirely from the vision plan. It waves the flag that is very troublesome, both throughout the state of California with legislation that is attacking even the California Environmental Quality Act. So I think the vision plan can make its point well without using that term green tape, and we ask that that be removed. Thank you very much.
We have no further speakers online for item 9, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring you back to the board. Supervisor Cummings.
First, I want to thank you all on your hard work of standing up the Measure Q Community Oversight Advisory Board and all the work that's kind of taken us, that you all have had to do to get us to this point. Largely my questions are regarding the community grants process. And so I'm just wanting to speak to that a little bit more. So if you can walk us through maybe what that process is going to be like. For example, do we anticipate that grants or the applications and recommendations are going to go to the COAB for approval? Is that process supposed to come back to the board? Or is today kind of when we're making recommendations on that process? Because one of the concerns that I've had, similar to concerns that we had around CORE, is just the ability of the public to see when the recommendations come, like what were the applications, what were the scores, what were the comments, just so that there's transparency around why a certain selection was made in terms of the granting of funds to public projects. I'm wondering if you could speak to that real quick.
Yeah, so the action before you today is really focused on the vision plan. What we heard from stakeholders and what we're hearing from you is similar questions around now what, right? What does the grant program look like? So we're working on that kind of in parallel to this process. We'll be bringing back some initial scaffolding to the COAB in mid-October, or I'm sorry, mid-November. And we'll be working through that with the goal of issuing RFPs or requests for proposal likely in late December, early January. And so there'll be an opportunity probably to have a deeper discussion at that point. We're not prepared right now to give you all of the details on that. The measure, the first step is adoption of this vision plan.
So I guess then is this now an opportunity for us to give you all, since you're moving forward with that, would now be a good time for us to give recommendations as you're entering into that process? Because if not, is there going to be a time when it's going to come back to the board just to give you those recommendations prior to the application to the grant process?
I think it would be appropriate to if you want to have additional direction as part of the adoption of the vision plan, to return to you with presentation on the scaffolding or the grant program before it goes live or after it goes live, but before grants are awarded. That might be a more appropriate way rather than receive direction right now as part of the vision plan adoption, if that makes sense.
And I guess what could the timing look like on that be? Because I mean, we're getting pretty close to December here. We've only got 2 more meetings in November. And so it seems like that there's going to be a really big time crunch if we're not going to give you that information today, to have you all come back and give us a presentation on the grant process and take input from us and then come back with how that input's been incorporated. So
yes, so it's at the discretion of the board whether you want us to come back in mid-November or early December or early January as you see fit. And obviously we can calibrate the launch of the program based on the feedback and based on the timing of that discussion.
And I just have a couple more questions. I'll have a couple comments so we can keep moving. I think you highlighted that, most of these projects are in South County through this initial round of funding. And it sounds like there's some, there's opportunities to have local matches. So it makes sense that we can maximize the dollars here during this time. But, I think that as we try to make sure that this process is equitable, I mean, when people start asking us questions about, hey, we just voted on this measure, why are we not seeing any dollars come into north part of the county? What can folks anticipate in terms of how we're going to make sure that moving forward that there aren't going to be investments that are disproportionately going to one part of the county or the other? Because I understand that we want to be equitable and invest in, some communities that may have been historically not invested in. But then if we stop investing in other communities, then now we're currently not investing in certain communities and we're disproportionately, funding other communities, and that might impact future tax measures if people don't feel like they're seeing the return on that investment that they voted on.
Sure, it's a great question. I think it's really important for us to convey, and I know it's our intention as the implementers, the good work that is being done by Measure Q. And so part of that is an education to community about where some of those geographic consistent funding opportunities will always be. So there will always be a $600,000 investment in the San Vicente Redwoods in the North Coast, in the north part of our county. And there will always be an investment of a minimum of $600,000 in the Pajaro Valley, always, right? And then of the grant funds of that $1.2 million, that money will be, we'll see where those grant opportunities come, like what solicited projects are listed, and we'll look at part of that geographic distribution is part of the component in the grant program. Again, lots of work needs to be done on the grant program. But this county allocation that is before you today is, again, an annual process. So there are opportunities each year to reflect on and focus that funding in areas where we feel like there's high need. So I think it's important for all of you to remind folks of those consistent investment areas so that they know that that's always happening. And then obviously it's our job when these projects get implemented, whether it be county projects or grant funded projects, that community in the vicinity of those locations knows that the money from Measure Q is being spent to do that work. So that will be part of the grant program, is there'll need to be a sign or some sort of recognition that this work was brought to you by Measure Q, much like Measure D in Public Works does. So I hope that that'll help convey to community how we're being good stewards of this tax revenue.
Appreciate that. Last comment I have is just want to appreciate again all the work that you all have done. I do think our board should consider having a report come back or a presentation come back on the grant process because I think some of the concerns that I've seen again through CORE and that people have expressed as wanting maximum amount of transparency. So for example, having an informal RFP process so that when the recommendations come, people can have access to the applications. They can understand why the recommendations were made and, you know, whether that's going to go to the COAB or come to us. You know, I think there's interest in the COAB playing a role in reviewing applications. And, you know, if you all send the recommendations, they can have access to the applications. You know, if they can then vote with all the information present and that comes to us, I think that's going to be helpful. So, so I'm happy to support staff recommendation along with having a report come back for discussion on the grant process no later than the second meeting in November. And I'll end my comments there. And then when it comes time, I'll have that be ready as a motion.
So if the board doesn't have any further comments, I do have some comments. You know, several of us did have some involvement in the Measure Q campaign, and part of my discussion with the voters in the 4th district was equity. Saying that, I want to say that I am 100% fully supportive of the Freedom Lake project, and I had mentioned that to folks in parks and folks and some of my colleagues. But I'm also at the same time extremely disappointed that Valle de Pájaro did not even make the unfunded list. You know, I think if equity is any part of the criteria, Valle de Pájaro needs to be on that list. You know, part of the vision of Measure Q or the vision plan should explicitly list EDP Park, County Park, in addition to Paulson Road, as funding priorities to 2030. Both projects meet Measure Q goals and our vision plan of improving water resource management, wildfire risk reduction, parks, open space and recreation access, and wild habitat protection. Paulson Road floods yearly, disrupting over 4,000 daily trips and blocking access to 3 schools and the county fairgrounds and the evacuation center and also the new park. Raising and drainage improvements would protect the vital emergency route. But with Valle del Pájaro, the first new county park in decades, it expands access for underserved Pajaro Valley residents and supports the Measure Q vision as well. So I would like to see that at the very least in the unfunded category. Supervisor Martinez?
Thank you, Chair. And I understand that we saw the presentation for item number 9 and 10, although we'll be voting on them separately and we'll be doing public comment on them separately. But given that we saw the presentation already, my comments are going to be on both items. And I just want to start off by thanking the leadership at the CEO's office in collaboration with OR3 and Parks to bring forward this item today, and working with the Community Oversight Advisory Board to develop and approve the vision plan for Measure Q. I also want to thank all of the stakeholders, both organizations and individuals who gave input to the COAB. And I'm very supportive of the vision plan, and I'm grateful to have a document that helps guide our future decision-making for these very, very valuable funds. Overall, I think it's a very strong and informative report from staff that's guided by a lot of process, good governance, and public engagement. And I think the evaluative principles and secondary prioritization categories represented in the report are strong, and the right priority projects have been identified for the next 5 years, which are water quality, wildfire prevention, and equitable access to parks. I do have a couple of questions based on the presentation that you have today. The first has to do with really watershed health projects. How might the watershed health priorities support the existing groundwater management agencies and their respective plans? For example, the Santa Margarita and Mid-County groundwater agencies have projects that don't have full funding schemes. Could this be a way to tackle some of those projects, assuming that those agencies could apply for funding?
Absolutely, yeah. We've been working really closely with Sierra Ryan on the creation of this vision plan. And she's been a great resource in that water space because she sits on or participates in both those agencies.
Thank you. Also, on your presentation, where there was both a list of the funded and unfunded presentations, I noticed that there was a reference to culvert project. I know the challenges with countywide culverts have come before our board a number of times, and I'm just wondering, I wouldn't by instinct think that all culverts would be eligible for this type of funding. Can you just clarify how you're thinking about that type of infrastructure project and Measure Q funds?
Yeah, I think we're going to look, obviously we have a number of kind of stormwater management culverts that are in need of repair. When a culvert fails, not only does it often take out a road, but it often contributes significant sedimentation into the underlying creek if it's an adjacent to a creek. So I think we're going to look thoughtfully at the locations of culverts and their condition assessment, which CDI has done. So the condition assessment is done, and try and align projects that may be eligible for Q that have the most both hazard mitigation, but also resilience and habitat benefit, so that we're trying to improve, where that water goes from its kind of stormwater conveyance perspective into the watershed and water quality standards situations.
Thank you. So likely it's not like all the county-wide culvert challenges, but they're ones that have the environmental impact that you're speaking of.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there are some very, very large like fish passage culverts that could also be eligible. Those would need likely additional external funding, but oftentimes we're limited in being able to seek grants for some of those larger, more important habitat fish passage culvert replacements. And so Measure Q could be the local match for some of those as well.
Great, thank you. And for this particular grant process or grant program, are we really only looking at projects in the unincorporated areas? I understand that cities have their own allocation of funding. How are we thinking about the grant program as it relates to the various jurisdictions?
So the grant program, not the county allocation, but the grant program, cities in the county are also eligible for grants. So there could be opportunities where we align on a shared project with our city partners, and it may be inside, outside, adjacent to, or in both unincorporated and incorporated geographies. So I think there's an opportunity to look at ways to collaborate where appropriate. And I think one great example is some of the fuel break work done just behind this building, and opportunities where some of that work is being done in the unincorporated part of the county, but it's also benefiting the incorporated residents of the city of Scotts Valley. Obviously that project is funded, but things like that could come up and be a collaborative opportunity for cities and county to seek grant funding or use their own allocations to further that work.
Thank you. And then how about the county funded priorities?
The county funding priorities does explicitly state that it needs to be spent in the unincorporated areas. So for that 20% or 1.4 million, then those should be for projects in the unincorporated areas of the county.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. My final comments are more related to the priorities that have been identified. I just, again, want to thank you for bringing forward 3 projects that I think really represent what the community was hoping for with Measure Q. We're demonstrating to the South County community that they will receive their piece of the pie, and that we are going to be investing in projects in South County, which was something that our community wants to see. And also, I am really pleased that several roads in the San Lorenzo Valley are identified for the vegetation removal project, including Bear Creek Road, China Grade Road, East Ianti Road, Graham Hill Road, and Upper East Ianti. These are critical evacuation routes, and in some cases, transportation arteries in this community. And we have, unmanaged vegetation alongside of those roads. And so my hope is that you can complete the full 51 miles as slated in the project. And even more, my hope is that we can see this done before next fire season, because I think that'll really demonstrate to the community that we're putting these valuable public dollars to good use, and including their safety as well. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Koenig?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have too many comments about the vision plan. I think it's sufficient and is a good guiding document. So because we're combining comments and questions about 9 and 10, most of my questions and comments do focus on 10. So the first is around the Freedom Lake project. I'm just sort of trying to understand what we're buying here. You talked about removing the acacia trees around the exterior of the lake. What are the sediment in the middle of the lake going to be removed?
So right now we're working with the technical advisory committee, and they're going to be advising us on what would be the next steps for the in-water remediation. Right now, this is for the upstream and around the lake removal of the invasive species. So the funding we've already spent $150,000 towards some of these initial endeavors. We put together this TAC committee working with Watsonville Wetlands Group, and then so moving forward, it will be the permitting as well as the removal of those around the lake and upstream invasive. So like I mentioned, it's a multi-year project. And so the in-water work will be in subsequent years. It won't be a part of this project for this year.
Okay. I mean, it seems like that's really where you get to the value of the project. I mean, and I would want to see that quantified as well. I mean, how much water could this lake potentially hold? Is this actually a good spot for aquifer recharge? You know, I mean, maybe we learned some of that with the Corralitos Creek modeling, because I assume this is in the Corralitos Creek watershed. Yeah, so I mean, to be honest, I had to Google where Freedom Lake is. And I grew up in Corralitos, and so I was sort of like, oh yeah, the mud flat there. I don't know that just clearing the trees around this area is going to be all that much of a sort of showcase project for us. I don't think, you know, maybe with more money, if it's actually improved as a lake itself, it could get there. But in the short term, I'm not really sure that it's going to be a highly visible project that demonstrates the utility of Measure Q. I mean, how much, do we have any sense of how much it's going to cost to actually do the full project here?
The full project cost estimate is around $3 million. And so this moving forward in the next year, it would be removal of those trees. And I appreciate you noting that you didn't know where it was, because most people don't. And that's one of the highly visible values that we find in this project, is that people will start recognizing that there's, you know, natural resources somewhere that they've been driving past for years. And then it'll also help with the biotic studies, completing those, which we've already started that process. And it'll allow us to know what kind of is the best remediation for the invasive aquatic plants, which are both at the surface and subsurface. So we have to analyze and see what would be the best case for removing both types of invasive.
I mean, that certainly was a question that came to my mind as well. I mean, if we start digging up the lake, are we going to be releasing as much carbon as has been stored in the lake, you know, to date? I mean, you read about peat bogs, for example, being a great carbon sink. I don't know if the same would be true here. But in any case, there's obviously pluses and minuses to the project. I mean, will the project apply for matching funds or other funds from the grant portion of Measure Q? You mentioned Coastal Conservancy as a potential, you know, donor.
Yeah, so we're hoping that this work will help kind of exemplify what the possible outcome of this could be. Obviously, you know, if we remove a lot of the shade over the lake, that could change the, you know, dynamic of the lake as well. So you're right in that there's things ahead of us that we may not understand yet that we'll need to work on. But really, it's I'm quite confident. We've already been encouraged by the California Coastal Conservancy to submit a pre-app for Prop 4 funds for Freedom Lake, as well as we had a really great meeting with Wildlife Conservation Board on wanting us to submit an application for them as well. So I'm very confident that not only will this allow the public to visibly see Measure Q funds at work, but it'll also show as a good match to those different agencies in making it a really good candidate for Prop 4 funds moving forward.
people will definitely notice that the trees are cut down around the lake. I don't know that they'll be excited by what they see until the whole project is done. I think, some of the feedback I've received, more and more people in our county are becoming fiscally conservative because they have no other choice. Because their fire insurance has increased 20x in recent years. And so this money that we've that we've got here for community risk reduction, it's really essential that we operate with the assumption that we could see another catastrophic wildfire within the next year. I mean, I had a lot of people telling me, oh my God, I don't feel good about this year, this is, so we have to operate from that sense of urgency and use every available dollar we have to reduce community risk, because when it happens, we need to show that we've done everything we can to limit its impact. If you look at you look at like even CAL FIRE's risk reduction plan, they talk almost exclusively about roads, right? Because they're really a great fire break as well as emergency evacuation. So I'm glad that we have a component in here for evacuation routes. But I do think that we could extend it to more of the roads within the county. I mean, right now we really only do any vegetation management along our roads every 3 years for every road in the county. It's a 3-year rotating cycle, which is really not enough. So that's one component. The other thing that I'm consistently asked by constituents, like, hey, did the county give up on the mowing program? No, you're next year, you're 2 years from now, still doing it, just not as frequently as we would like. So that's one thing that comes to mind. The other is I have to thank Supervisor Martinez for her brilliant idea to provide a free green waste turn-in day or whatever, basically free day at the dump to turn in green waste. It was actually a remarkably effective program. I had lots of constituents ask when it would be extended for D1 residents as well. And I mean, the stats on that were really good. I mean, it basically increased almost 300% the amount of green waste turned in during the month of August. That's pretty remarkable. And so it's a reminder that our biggest community asset are the community members themselves. The fact that we've gone from like 10 to 100 Firewise communities within the last few years. And so any investment that we can make that actually leverages the man and woman power of everyone out there who wants to do this work and gives them, one more reminder to do it, I think is extremely valuable and would be worthwhile. So that's another thing that I think would be would really help to be a highly visible and highly noticed investment of some of these dollars would be more free yard waste disposal countywide. I mean, obviously we'd start to see diminishing returns from that as people actually did the work, but I mean, I can see at least and I think the cost for August was about $20,000 for just District 5. So I think it was every Saturday of the month for 4 or 5 Saturdays in August. So I think an investment of around like $100,000 to $200,000 for free yard waste disposal for the county would go a long way. Those are some of my thoughts. I personally think we should, I think we could keep moving forward the Freedom Lake proposal. I'd be happy to put like $100,000 of the county money towards it as a local match. It should apply for the grant funds for Measure Q. We obviously can continue to go after the Coastal Conservancy funds and Prop 4 funds as was suggested. I think we should also put $100,000 to $200,000 towards free yard waste disposal countywide for a program next year. And I think we should continue to allocate $75,000 for Corliss Creek watershed flood modeling. That's great. And I think we should allocate about $500,000 towards expanded mowing services on county roads. Happy to make that motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Serpa?
Thank you. Thank you for all the work on this vision plan. I asked my representative there, Dennis Webb, who is not only a certified forester, runs his family's business with his mom, Big Creek Lumber, but also is president of the Farm Bureau. So he's got a lot of areas of expertise. He understands resource conservation. He understands wildfire risk mitigation. He understands the importance of agriculture, et cetera, in our community. And he's been keeping my office abreast of the forward motion of the vision plan group, the oversight committee. So I feel very comfortable in accepting the recommendations that are before us today. Each of us has our own special things that we want to accomplish for our constituents in our district. This money was truly designed to be a big sum that could pull down match grants. And I think that was Carlos Palacios' vision for this, was that the money that comes in is not just money that we give here and there, but that it could actually be used to pull down other big pots of money. So thank you for that foresight. This is an investment in an area that has not been invested in a long time. I know that Zach Friend, while he was still in this seat, gave some discretionary money to start the process of making that Freedom Lake area better. If you don't know where it is, it's on Freedom Boulevard right next to, I think it's called Scott Park. And it is completely overgrown with invasive species, including in the water, which is actually sucking all the water, oxygen out of the water and making it impossible for fish and amphibians and other creatures to exist there. So we've got to do something to help the wildlife in that area. It's actually a huge, well, I don't know about huge, but it's quite a sizable body of water, and you can't really tell until you're there and you walk around it. So for all the creatures that rely on that lake, I think this is a good investment. Although it is in my district, to start, I thank you to the group that decided that. Next year, it'll be someone else's district, but we've got to start somewhere. And so I thank you for all of your efforts, and I hope we can pull down some big money. And I hope my counterparts will support the vision as it is in front of us today. Thank you.
Thank you, and I do appreciate that that Freedom Lake was on there. I have to say it's like it's an invasive plant that's growing over the water, actually, the entire lake. I remember even just like 25 years ago, that park was completely full of hundreds of people that would visit that park, and it's mostly empty except for the playground now. There would be a lot of folks actually from South County that would go to that park because there's such little park space in South County, and they would go there for their barbecues, for their 15s, and for different anniversaries, and I remember there would always be like hundreds of kids running around the lake. So I'm glad that that's on there because I think people will make the drive from South County to there once it's up and running. But again, for one of the things I would like to see on the unfunded list is Valle del Pájaro. And I will be working on that both with staff and the co-op committee as well. I'll be attending more of those meetings, I think. And having further discussions with staff about Valle del Pájaro funding opportunities, what's the vision for it, and why it's not on the list. With that, I'll bring it back to the board here with just Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I just want to acknowledge some of the concerns I heard some of my fellow colleagues bring up, and just want to remind the community, I think our board is well aware that, in the past, we really were limited in the amount of discretionary funds that our offices had. Passage of Measure K, there's a specific carve out of $200,000 that I advocated that, it's for environments and for park related programs. And that money is now within the board office as discretionary funds. Additionally, when Measure Q passed, I also advocated that, hey, we should at least have some funding for our offices to be able to spend on what we want. We have an additional $100,000. And then in addition to that, we had the empty cup tax, which passed a number of years ago, which allocates another $10,000 in discretionary funds to our offices. So we have about $310,000 worth of, money that we can spend on very specific projects within our offices. I know that Supervisor Martinez has used some of that for her chipping program, which really just makes the case that we can fund that through the funding that we have in our offices. And I think that when it comes to some of these projects that maybe are outside of the scope of the funding that is being proposed today, that we do have funds that we could use specifically within our districts. And so my hope is that while today, I'm going to be recommending that we move forward with the staff's recommendation, that we also think about how we could leverage the funding that we currently get, whether it's to leverage to get more funding or to put towards specific projects in our district, that we're continuing to work with our community so we can address some of those issues. And I know that in my district, we're moving forward with a number of projects, Sharksfin Cove, Cement Plant Road. There's a number of access projects that we're using these funds for. And so I think there is funding that we can use outside of what's being proposed today to really accomplish some of the additional goals that have been brought up in this meeting. And so I guess my only big concern, I think staff has heard some of the concerns from Supervisor Hernandez about other projects that may need to be added to the list. And so with that, I'm just going to move the recommended action with the additional direction that we have a presentation on the grant process for board approval to come back to the board no later than the second meeting in November.
Second meeting in November or December? Just to get clarity on that.
There's only one meeting in December, so I guess we could say the first meeting in December.
I would just add that I know that the COAB has really wanted to give feedback and be able to work with us on it. And we're not meeting with the COAB, I think, until November 19th for our initial kind of outline of that program.
I'll even say the first meeting in January. How about that? Give you some time.
Sounds like a great day.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you. So we have a motion and from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa.
Super.
And to clarify, this is for the recommended actions for item 9.
Yes.
What was that?
Oh, yes, for item 9.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. That passes unanimously.
So yeah, now it's public comment for 10 and then you guys can take.
So now we're moving to item
moving?
10. You've basically already had a staff presentation on that item. If staff has anything else they want to add on 10, if not, you would go to public comment on item 10.
So I'll now open it up for item 10 for public comment. Anybody wishing to address this board? Anybody online?
Yes, Chair, one moment, please. Mariah, your microphone's now available.
Thank you so much. Hello, Chair Hernandez and supervisors. Thank you for your service. My name is Mariah Roberts. I'm Executive Director of Your County Park Friends. Thank you. I'm here to say thank you for your support of the COAB, for your support of the vision plan you just passed for Measure Q, and for supporting the Parks and OR3 staff who have worked so hard on this rollout. I also want to thank each of you in advance for the direction of the discretionary funds for each of your districts. We have seen that investment of discretionary funds is impactful. As Supervisor Cummings mentioned just now, each of you has invested significant Measure K funds for great impact, and I'm sure you'll do the same with Measure Q. I'm here to comment in support of item 10 staff proposal for use of for how to use the county allocation of funds. In particular, I want to highlight the fact that the projects proposed today strike a balance across the priority impact areas, and they are shovel ready to ensure impactful public benefit. With that in mind, it is exciting to County Park Friends and partners that each year will bring new opportunities to invest. And I'm excited to see how the planning can consider multi-year projects that may not have been ready and shovel ready for consideration at this particular moment in time. I think each of you spoke to that. Measure Q, along with the 5-year vision plan, offers a unique opportunity to begin considering over time strategic partnerships and long-term leveraging. So thank you for your support of the proposal. Thank you for your stewardship of these funds on behalf of the voters who passed Measure Q with 60% plus support.
Jean, your microphone is now available.
This is Jean Brocklebank speaking for myself and Michael Lewis. We want to take one moment to say that we really appreciate the meetings of the Citizen Advisory Oversight Board. Supervisor Martinez will be interested to know that the presentation by Sierra Ryan at one meeting was especially informative. The Oversight Board, OR3, and park staff were always willing to listen and to address our concerns. We felt included and engaged in a very transparent meeting process, even if we didn't get everything we wanted. Now on to item number 10. We support the $75,000 Corralitos Creek Watershed Flood Modeling Forecasting Tool project. Regarding the Wildfire Risk and Reduction and Evacuation Route Vegetation Management Project, we do have concerns about the extent of so-called hazardous vegetation clearing, since this can adversely harm wildlife habitat. Bats, birds, and beneficial insects nest in so-called dead and dying trees. So clear-cutting roadside vegetation can eliminate habitat used by hundreds of wildlife species. Finally, we are equivocal about the amount proposed for the Freedom Lake Restoration Project, as mentioned by Supervisor Koenig. That said, this project will restore degraded wetlands and improve water quality. Acacia is a very thirsty species. Presumably native trees, if any, will be saved. So we are glad that this project is included. Thank you.
Calling user 3, your microphone's now available.
I also want to raise problems with the restoration, clearing for fires, etc. Because I've read this excessive clearing of all the brush not only destroys habitat for creatures, but like creates a wind tunnel for fires. I live off of Freedom Boulevard and have been appalled recently at the clear cutting of, I'm not sure what kind of trees, some acacia, right by the high school on Freedom Boulevard, not far from the freeway exit. And further going down Freedom Boulevard, who is overseeing, or for what documented purpose is all of this massive removal of trees and habitat? It's like trees have been turned into the enemy, whereas we need trees for beauty, oxygen, shade, habitat, nature. I think this is, and also not looking at the geoengineering aspects of fires. And to find out more, geoengineeringwatch.org. That aspect needs to be examined, and the negative impacts of geoengineering, weather modification, removed. Thank you.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Martinez?
Thank you. Based on the previous comments from Supervisor Koenig, I'm hoping you could help me understand where, so the 720K for the Freedom Project is a very specific number. Is it aligned with a match? Is there a certain RFP that came in saying that's how much we need? Or was that kind of, that's what was left of the pot that we're allocating to a priority that, could use more, could use less if we scaled down?
Yeah, I think the thought is that we wanted to, again, highlight three, a water resource, a fuel reduction, and a park project. And so this 6 months into this fiscal year, we were trying to program the majority of the funds. And so when we identified the other two projects, we gave the majority of the funding to Freedom Lake just because the cost of that entire project exceeds the amount available.
Great. And so it sounds like, if there was an opportunity to allocate even just a small amount of that, you're going to continue to make progress on that project. You're going to continue to seek funds for the full $3 million, and future years may also help to support that. And so just given that, and also just given the hope that we're proposing with shovel-ready projects, I can just speak to the green waste removal as something that is shovel-ready because it's using our existing, why can't they're called the transfer station staff and public works staff. And so it doesn't take additional planning. I mean, it takes additional planning for the dates and whatnot, but it's not a huge lift, I can tell you that. And so I would be open if a supervisor was interested in proposing even, a portion, 100,000, 150, 200 of those funds for something that could be felt across all county residents, such as the green waste program. That's pretty easy to get off the ground, while continuing to give the bulk of this funding to the Freedom Project. It is a county priority, and continuing to demonstrate that investment in future years as the funding for this project comes before the board. So just sort of sharing my thoughts on that, but willing to hear what my colleagues think as well.
Supervisor Cummings? Oh, sorry.
I guess what I say is that, each one of us gets $100,000 allocation. And so if we wanted to have a program like that in our area, that each one of us could put our $100,000 towards something like that. I think the important thing for these, and I will say that slicing off $500,000, while it might be a constituent pleaser, it's often better if that money actually stayed together because we'd get more bang for the buck on these projects. So I think there's already been thoughtful discussion, not only with our own staff, but with the COAB about these recommendations. And I would like to support the recommendations that have come in as they are. So I'll be very happy to make a motion, but I'd like to hear some discussion.
Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah, I'll just say that if we were to deviate from the current recommendations, I mean, that I think would be a broader discussion about what we would, if we're gonna not move in this direction, what do we see as priorities? Because I do know that our Firewise Council has come into a scenario where they've spent money and the feds, because of the shutdown, have held up their budgets, and they would very much, I think, like us to help backfill their budgets to help them stay afloat as well. I mean, they're potentially looking at losing, I think, their director as part of this process because of some of the funding constraints that have happened there. And so given the fact that Firewise communities are making a huge impact in terms of working with residents to do vegetation reduction, would we want to instead use those fundings there? And I think that we could get in this huge, long debate today about where we'd want to prioritize different lots of funding. But I think to Supervisor Service point, to the point I made earlier, I mean, we do have funding in our own budgets. If we want to spend it on green waste management, then we can take a portion of our funds and spend it on that. And we can work across the board, to see if we wanted to collectively take $20,000 out of our own budgets, spend it on waste management. But what's before us today, I think, if we weren't going to move in this direction, we would need to have an item come back with all of us making recommendations on how we'd want to reallocate money. And then, where do we stop if we take $100,000 out for vegetation management? Do we take another $100,000 out and give it to the Firewise councils? And I'm sure there's other people who might be coming forward with recommendations for how we'd want to reallocate that money. But to Supervisor DeSerto's point, I mean, I think that the staff's worked on identifying projects that have been in the queue, that we've started making investments in. We can make a lot of progress with the funding we have right now, and it's not going to stop us next year from being able to determine how we want to spend future funds. But I think, you know, with the goal of moving forward with Measure Q allocations, I think this is the appropriate thing for us to do right now, with the understanding that when we have allocations in the future, we can have this discussion again on how we want to prioritize that funding. So it's not the end of, it's not like this is the only money we're ever going to be able to spend. I mean, this is funding that we will have in perpetuity to spend on these kinds of issues. And this is just the first year of our allocation. We can come back in the future and discuss other allocations. So I'm going to support staff recommendation as has been written today.
Chair.
Yeah, well, I just want to mention that, you know, I did have some reservations but I think that part of the intent of Measure Q is to put these, identify at least one, maybe two of these projects that we put a large chunk of amount into. And the following year, we'll identify others within different districts. I know I don't, in the top three, I don't have any in my district, but, you know, I'm willing to, you know, make sure that we do what we intended to do, to put that big chunk into some identified projects that the committee and staff work on. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say one comment about this idea that, you know, we take part of the, and actually, first of all, thank you, Supervisor Cummings, for the suggestion that we have the discretionary portion of these funds within each district. And I think that that's a fantastic way to approach some equality countywide, and ensures that each one of us, who I'm sure has many great projects they can think of within their district, is going to have the opportunity to execute on some of those. I will say one thing about the idea that, you know, we should all just carve off whatever $20,000 for free greenway stays from that portion of the funds. I think the difference is that the number of constituents we're trying to service and the amount of infrastructure that we're trying to service based on the unincorporated population, right? I mean, we're really talking about an inverse where we have some of our districts where they're 10% unincorporated population and others that are 90% unincorporated, like mine. And so I look at trying to how to allocate that $100,000 in discretionary monies. I mean, the list is just really, really long. And so I think it makes more sense as far as our ability to market this service countywide, to engage all the Firewise communities, to actually to have a comprehensive program, so that way, if, you know, only 3 out of 5 of us decide that that's what we want to do with the discretionary money, like just the marketing of that would be difficult. Whereas there is a value if we all move forward together. So given that, I will move the recommended actions with an amendment to item 1, the project selection, with the following funding amounts: $520,000 for Freedom Lake, $200,000 for free yard waste disposal days or other priorities identified to engage the Firewise communities, $80,000 for evacuation route vegetation trimming to fulfill the FEMA match requirement, and $75,000 for the Corralitos Creek watershed flood modeling and forecasting tool.
Second.
Sorry.
I do have a question for staff. So given that the motion takes money out of the allocation for Freedom Lake, can you talk about what the outcome of that might do to the project?
It'll certainly slow the project down. I don't anticipate that it will lessen our ability to remove a lot of the invasive acacia trees. But in its entirety, I'm not sure that it will get there. But as I stated, I mean, right now we're underfunded for that project as it is. And so utilizing future grant funds as well as any Measure Q funds that we could put towards the project is what we're going for.
Could I add a little bit of clarity to, I think, the recommendation to add and create a more robust countywide free green waste day program is something that you would likely as a board want to carry forward every year. And so what is being proposed right now is that 50% of the county's allocation of $1.4 million every year would be either at your discretion or for this consistent program. So that does start to really constrain our ability to do impactful projects with the county's allocation. What may be good is to have a pilot to expand the program to understand the full costs of running a quote county-wide program. This 5th District Supervisors Program was a pilot, so we have some initial funding estimates for the first kind of iteration of that. But we will be returning to your board during budget process to allocate funds for next fiscal year. So perhaps there's an opportunity to do an additional expanded pilot program for the free green waste as was recommended or suggested by board members within your district allocation. And then once we have a better sense of what that program might cost, then you could decide at your discretion to create an annual carve out of that county allocation for that kind of a program. Or just for your consideration.
Oh, thank you. I've been, I think it's important that we do stick with the intent of how we're supposed to fund these projects. We already took a big chunk out for our own discretion. And so I think that it is even more critical that we follow staff recommendation to keep that 700 in place so we can do these bigger projects. And we'll eventually get to different districts and different projects on that list. Maybe even add some things onto that list. But I'm not going to be supporting the motion. Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah, with that being said, and just looking at the time, I'm going to make a substitute motion that we move the recommended actions and we direct staff to bring back information on a countywide green waste program during the budget for consideration.
I'll second.
So we have an alternative motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor De Serpa. If there's any further questions, can we take a vote?
Supervisor.
The motion is moving the staff recommendation and directing staff to bring back information on a countywide green waste program during the budget for consideration. So free chipping program.
Supervisor Koenig.
No.
Martinez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
De Serpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Item passes with one dissenting vote from Supervisor Koenig. For this, right. We're going to push through with this next item before we go to our break and then come back for our scheduled item at 1:30. The item is number 11. Yes, number 11. As the Board of Directors of Santa Cruz County Redevelopment Successor Agency adopt a resolution authorizing the negotiated sale of previously authorized tax allocation bonds to refund bonds of the successor agency, approving the execution and delivery of the bond purchase agreement and preliminary official statement, and providing all related matters and take related actions. I'll turn it over to Susan Harrell, County Municipal Advisor, and Kim Namba, Senior Department Administrative Analyst, for the brief presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Kim Namba, staff for the Redevelopment Successor Agency, and with me is Suzanne Harrell, bond consultant, and she will be doing the presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. This presentation will be a little, if you're feeling a little deja vu, it's because we discussed this back in February. There's a process for refinancing debt of the successor agency since the dissolution of redevelopment in 2012. And it includes first an approval by the successor agency, then an approval by your county oversight board, and then finally an approval by the Department of Finance. And this takes a period of time, and it can usually take about 90 to 100 days for approval. So in February of 2025, your successor agency board approved refinancing of 2 of your outstanding tax allocation bonds. The county oversight board approved it in March, and the Department of Finance finally approved it towards the end of April. The county policy for refinancing requires the savings must be at least 4%. And in February, the savings were estimated to be quite a bit higher than that. But by the time of the DOF approval in April, market conditions had changed. And the savings on to refinance the 2016 series of bonds was not expected to meet the 4% threshold. So we proceeded with the refinancing of the 2015 bonds and achieved an 8.5% saving. This chart just kind of gives you a little snapshot of what happened to the market from the time you approved the financing in February. And then in April, this was all the tariff information that was coming out, and the market really reacted poorly to that. And you can see now rates have come down to a level, back to a level that supports the refinancing of the 2016 bonds. No further action of the Oversight Board of the DOF is necessary to proceed, so you're able to actually quickly move this time and take advantage of the current market conditions. This chart just shows the potential savings. They're very similar to what we were hoping for back in February, and we fully expect to be able to achieve it at this time. So the recommended action is to approve the resolution, which authorizes a distribution of the preliminary official statement, execution of a bond purchase agreement, to sell the bonds at negotiated sale so that we can quickly take advantage of market conditions. And the savings do have to still exceed at least 4%. So that concludes the presentation.
With that, I'll bring it out to the public to see if anybody wishes to address us on this item. Anybody online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring it back to the board for questions, or
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
we have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Martinez.
I have a question for staff. So I know counties are rated like A, AAA, A plus. Can you just talk about what our rating? I mean, I saw it in the backup, but I want to be really clear about what our rating is as a.
So the county has a general obligation bond rating of AAA and a lease revenue bond rating of AA+. The redevelopment agency bonds are actually rated A+ because they are secured by a separate revenue stream, which has no flexibility. You know, there's nothing the county can do for budgetarily or any other to impact the revenues available for debt service. So it's rated completely separately from the general fund of the county.
Because I know we get a better rate, the higher rating the county has, correct?
That's right.
And do we have the highest rating there is?
The county general fund has the highest rating.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. We'll take a recess for closed session and come back out for the scheduled item at 1:30.
And there's nothing reportable for closed session.
Okay. Back here, but I'm gonna go get some. Madam Clerk, are we ready?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, we have a scheduled item for 1:30 to consider the progress report on Streamline Santa Cruz County project. And wait, sorry. Yeah, that's the one. And take all related actions. If we can get the presentation over to Elisa Benson, Assistant County Executive Officer, David Reed, Director of Office of Response, Recovery and Resilience, and Jocelyn Drake, Assistant Director of Community Development and Infrastructure, and Peter Gonda and Al Zelinka of Baker Tilly. The presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a little bit of a different orientation. Good afternoon, everyone. And this is our, I think it's our first actual official progress report on Streamline Santa Cruz County's work plan. I'm going to be a little bit of the mistress of ceremonies today. We have a number of folks speaking to different components of the report back. Stephanie Hansen is filling in for Ms. Drake. She ended up not feeling well today. So Stephanie, thank you for stepping in. We have, as I mentioned, a number of staff that will be speaking to different parts of the presentation. Next slide. Or do I have it? Up. This is just our ubiquitous problem, isn't it? There we go. So I'm going to provide a little bit of context and background. I know you all are very familiar, but we try and always root this and where we've been and where we're going. The staff report in your agenda packet, it covers many of the 14 projects, but for purposes of today and highlights where we think we actually have something new to present, we'll really be focusing on Project 12, which is really around communication, and that's our update on our UPC, our Unified Permitting Center scorecard. And then we'll be focusing on Project 14, which is the very specific body of work around looking at sort of an after action on our approach to CZU recovery. So that's really going to be the focus of today's conversation. And we have our wonderful colleagues from Baker Tilly who we engaged with that Project 14 work. So very quickly, we started this process this year in spring, March 24th to be specific, where the board had a study session that really went into some depth on the organizational assessment of the permit center and quite frankly, our developmental processes more broadly. And we had engaged Baker Tilly as an outside party to do that work. And that set of recommendations, along with additional direction from the board, we came back in the end of June with a very large work plan to put those various projects that or findings that were recommended into motion. And this is, as I mentioned, our first report back. This is just that overview. The work plan includes 14 distinct projects. And even within many of those projects, there are sub-projects. There are varying levels of interdependency and relationship between these projects. As you probably noticed in the memo and in the attachment to the memo, there's a running accounting of each of the projects. Some of these are well underway. Some actually have not begun yet because we have a limited amount of capacity. And due to those interdependencies, we have to do certain work first before we can start other work. We really think it's important to focus on, in carrying out the work plan, that we have clear expectations, clear timelines, and a lot of opportunity for staff to bring forward to the steering committee barriers or any challenges they're having. And ultimately, all of this work is really to improve our customer experience and customer service in the space of community development, that we want to be more efficient. We want to accomplish the policy goals set forward in so many of our general plan, sustainability update, all of those things, and ultimately support the housing and economic development that we know is really important and really address that idea of service and trust in government in getting these things done. So this is just a quick reminder of the 14. We'll be focusing on 12, which is website updates and so much more. And then 14, the CZU rebuild process. When we come back to questions, we would welcome any questions you may have on the other projects. We also are happy to meet with any offices around the other work program elements outside of the meeting today, given our time constraints. With that, I'm going too far. Sorry, guys. I got the arrow going the wrong way. Right, with that, I am going to pass this over to Stephanie and Julie to talk about Project 12 and the commitment we made to you all in June about coming up with very clear operational metrics to start to understand whether our improvements are making the difference we're looking for.
Great, thank you, Elisa. Stephanie Hansen, Assistant Director in Community Development and Infrastructure. Today, as Elisa mentioned, we're going to talk about a couple of projects we want to highlight. One of them is the scorecards, which is part of what the board directed under program number 12. The goal in creating the dashboard in general was to display real-time building permit metrics that staff and the public could see. These include processing times, work volume, average number of routings, and the ability to see those metrics in different ways. Thank you. Not only do the dashboards assist with transparency, they're being used by management staff to inform productivity, make policy changes, and otherwise improve the permitting process. So with that, I'll turn it over to Julie Newbold, who's the architect of our dashboard, and she'll present the scorecards today.
Good afternoon, Julie Newbold, Senior Departmental Admin Analyst for CDI Planning. As Stephanie mentioned, the dashboards were launched based on board directive at the June 24th meeting. And building on that work, we've published the UPC scorecard metrics, which are available on the dashboard website as seen in this slide. The scorecards will be updated quarterly and also published on the streamlined Santa Cruz County webpage, which is slated to be released next year as part of Project 12, further refining the CDI website. Next slide, please. There is a lot of information in each scorecard, and we'll look briefly at a few screenshots to introduce you to this material. The scorecards capture key metrics as seen here in the Appointment Scheduler Survey Response screenshot. The Appointment Scheduler Survey results have a 17.8 response rate and reflect high service quality, averaging 4.7 out of 5, and effectiveness in communication and support from 95% of respondents. Next slide, please. This scorecard shows building permit plan check metrics and our target of 85% reviewed on time. You can see that 88% of the building applications were reviewed on time at the end of the third quarter, which is an improvement from a low of 44% in the last 2 years. Next slide, please. This is one of a series of scorecards examining routing or review metrics. We can see the last 3 quarters routing history averaging around 600 reviews each month, with 85 to 89% requiring 2 or fewer reviews. There are additional scorecards for each of the main reviewing agencies. You can pair the scorecards with the interactive dashboard to see information down to specific residential project types, such as ADUs, single-family dwellings, tiny homes, etc. This was a very quick introduction to the metrics that are now available online, and we invite you to investigate the other scorecard metrics. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Now we're going to switch gears a little bit, and we're going to talk about Project 14, which was added at the direction of the board and focuses in on CZU rebuilding. This project included an after-action review to identify barriers and opportunities for rebuilding. This, looking at these reviews really helped the team focus in on certain number of parcels that were really having a hard time. These are called conditionally not cleared permits. So we wanted to focus in on those. A lot of parcels are getting their permits no problem, but these particular ones are of issue. We wanted to reduce the number of no status parcels, and we wanted to develop standards of practice for future recovery as well. Just wanted to focus in a little bit on what conditionally not cleared or CNC means. These are properties whose applications are unable to move forward because they're not able to meet standards or certain requirements, technical requirements. These tend to focus on difficulties with meeting the standards for septic systems, geological hazards, fire safety requirements, a little bit of roads and access, and some in zoning. And so they kind of need special attention as they're going through this pre-clearance process in order to get out of it and get to the next phase of permitting. Next slide, please. We thought it would be helpful to focus in a little bit on the numbers here. So as a lot of you probably know, we had about 86,000 acres that burned, about 1,500 structures that were destroyed, multiple bridges and a lot of infrastructure too were destroyed. Of the 1,500 structures, we had about 911 homes that were permitted and unpermitted. And these were located on 697 parcels. Since fire, 254 parcels have sold and several are on the market now. 158 dwellings have been rebuilt. Mostly these are original property owners. 144 are currently in construction, and then we have 95 parcels that are trying to move forward and are in that CNC status. And one thing I will say is that because there were multiple structures that were on a certain number of parcels, we're really trying to focus in on the 697 parcels, not worry so much about 911 homes, but making sure those parcels can at least get a home back. And with that, I think I'm turning it over to Al and Pete. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez and members of the board. Al Zelinka with Baker Tilly, joined here with Pete Gonda. So since we left here in June, we've spent a lot of time with the county team assembling the universe of data. It was a very heavy lift, and we're still getting our arms around all the data. We spent time focusing in on the CNC status that Stephanie just talked about so that we could better understand some of the root causes and some of the barriers to rebuilding for the owners of the 697 parcels, CZU area. We also engaged stakeholders, the long-term recovery group. They have been incredibly helpful and collaborative with this effort. And we touched, we had many conversations, three dedicated sessions, but many more side conversations as well with all the members of the county team. Geology is not, geotech is not listed here. It should be, so should others. But we had a very collaborative journey with every single touch point in the county organization. Slide, please. So some of the takeaway, whoops, maybe one, it's okay. Some of the takeaways on all the stakeholders, both county team and external stakeholders, all mindful of the challenges of rebuilding and all saying there's more that we can do to facilitate CZU rebuilds and plan better for future disasters. We had many aha moments, one of which were something that seemed so simple as the definition of what in-kind means. It means different things to different departments as codified. And that would create a lot of tangles and issues for the permit, the folks, the applicants trying to get their permits and get through the CNC process. So the county team really embraced the notion of having this as be a very important part of creating a pathway is to create consistency, standardization amongst terms like in kind to the degree possible and other definitions so that everyone is on the same page, which will make it better for applicants. Additionally, the incredible lift to bring together the universe of data, we still need to do more analysis of that and to better understand the impacts of the CNC status. The next slide, please. Lastly, what we've learned is about 1/3 of the property owners, we don't have an exact number yet, still combing through all the data, have not engaged for a range of purposes. Everything ranging from there's individuals who have reconstructed without permits. There are individuals who can't move forward or having difficulty move forward because of financial or insurance reasons. Some, the emotional and trauma of what occurred and the loss of their homes and their dwellings is just too much for them to revisit and to go through the rebuilding process. Other tied in with that is just a lack of desire, and to some, it was a second home or vacation home, and they just don't want to rebuild at this time. But we're trying to get our arms around that. The last two observations are an emphasis on ongoing training for county staff to be trauma informed so that whatever the occurrence is in the future, that county staff who are trying to, their darndest to be supportive of the community they serve, that they're always top of mind with the best trauma-informed practices. And then lastly, there was an observation that some of the external members that we engaged with conveyed that the county process was initially really, really helpful, but as time went on, it became less so. And so all of us, the county team included, really took to heart these themes and observations.
Thank you, Al. Honorable Chair, board members, Pete Gonda, Senior Manager with Baker Tilly. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be engaging with you on this important work. I'm going to take us through 7 recommendations before handing it off to Stephanie Hansen and Dave Reeve to read to wrap us up. So as Al just identified, what we look for in our engagements really are the common themes. What are we hearing commonly across stakeholder groups? And that's augmented by our own observations and experience with best practices. So they really feed directly into the recommendations. And as Al alluded to, there was a strong sense among the stakeholder groups that there are absolutely things that can be addressed now for permit throughput for these CNC parcels, but also a very strong sense that county has to start planning now for future disasters that are going to occur. So we've got 7 basic recommendations to get throughput now and followed by a longer term effort. Next. Our first recommendation really centers on conducting direct engagement with property owners. The CNC folks and the no status parcels, we believe, as does the stakeholder groups, that there's definitely opportunities there, as well as constraints to moving forward. So direct engagement and really understanding, augmented by this data that we've been compiling with the county, we think can get some throughput. Our second recommendation in really sort of coming back to what happened during the immediate and subsequent aftermath of the fire is looking at these CNC impacted parcels from a rebuilding supportive lens to address these potential inconsistencies that Al touched on, the in-kind definitions between planning and zoning, environmental health, environmental planning, et cetera. There's some square footage allowance discrepancies between the sewage disposal ordinance and the rebuild directive. And there's misalignment on permit expiration dates when multiple divisions are issuing permits for a single project. So again, re-looking at this stuff in the near term, we think could greatly help with throughput. Recommendation 3 involves maintaining an ongoing dialogue with owners, just providing updates. I think as Al mentioned in one of our observations, it's this sense among the community that there was this effort up front to really get folks back into their homes, and there's a sense that that has diminished over time. So maintaining ongoing dialogue is important. And recommendation 4 is for those folks who wish to move forward with rebuilding to implement an appointment-based review process with all county review disciplines present to coordinate and expedite pre-clearance processing for the CNC parcels. And this should also include an opportunity for the property owner to invite long-term recovery group participation. Recommendation 5 involves continuing to analyze and cleanse the data set to connect those opportunities for throughput through database decision making. One of the things we discussed is whether or not the board should consider broadening the rebuild directive to cover successor owners of CZU impacted properties. We realize that that's a longer and larger discussion, but it's something that was brought forward. And then number 7, provide that training and ongoing resources to staff and elected leaders to support this enduring sense of trauma-informed customer service training under a rubric, right? And that would include secondary trauma support for the folks who are helping those thusly impacted by the disaster. I'd like to invite Stephanie Hansen to provide some comments on the first set of recommendations.
Great, thank you, Pete and Al. We just wanted to say that CDI management has reviewed these near-term program recommendations, including outreach to the property owners and our CNC status folks, and really promoting a collaborative approach between divisions, facilitated by dedicated appointments for CZU survivors. Supporting the rebuild program remains one of our top priorities for the department, and we're committed to exploring those solutions to accomplish the work program. To address the long-term emergency planning efforts, I'm going to hand it off to Dave Reed, Director of OR3. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board. So as part of this process, I was originally hired, for those of you that weren't here, I was originally hired as the recovery and resilience analyst in January of 2021. So really been a part of the recovery journey with CDI since the beginning. So it was helpful for me to participate in the process, but also in my new role as the director of OR3 to think longer term and how do we take this experience in this deeper dive look for the CZU recovery, but also 2023. So before this work started, we have a consultant on board that we're working with to start to develop a recovery plan. So an all hazards recovery plan to really outline some of the things we did well in CZU and to have that stuff documented, and then to identify the places where we are learning forward. And so some of the things that are listed on this slide are things in that learning forward category where we did things as part of CZU that we thought at the time were the best opportunity to give benefit to recovery. Things like, I'll give an example of the Atkins study. So we secured funding through the Community Foundation to perform that analysis because we recognized that in the absence of that analysis, every property owner was going to have to do a debris flow hazard analysis. So we were trying to streamline that process. In learning through that process, that specific post-wildfire debris flow hazard has been abated. There is still and will always be a hazard to debris flow, but we want to think about things like that when we take actions in the heat of recovery. What are both the long-term and near-term impacts of that? So this lists a number of things that OR3 will be working very closely with CDI in the development of that recovery plan. So our hope is to have that recovery plan developed in the next 6 to 9 months so that we have that framework set forth for future disasters so that we're better positioned to stand up that recovery branch during a major disaster like CZU. I'll leave it at that and hand it back to you, Elizabeth.
That is our update for today. I am certain you all have thoughts and comments and questions about the material shared. And before we get to that, I just, as one of the steering committee leads for Streamline Santa Cruz County, just in general, since we spoke of this in the end of June, we've really built the foundation for this work program. Every one of these projects now has what we are calling a micro charter that really sets forth what is the problem we're trying to address, what's the proposed solution, what does success look like, what are key activities, what are the teams that need to be involved. And then we have timelines. And we all know in project management, things change over time, but it's a system of accountability to keep things moving forward. And quite frankly, progress reports such as this is part of that accountability structure. As I mentioned, some of the projects we don't have big news to share, but it's important that we can come forward and let you know how things are going. One of the things I just want to highlight from the memo is we do articulate in there that we are identifying bodies of work embedded in this work plan that are not currently funded. So we do expect to be coming forward to the board in early 2026 with what are the implications of that, working within the CEO office, how can we recommend resources and provide those options to all of you. So I wanted to provide that broadest overview of the work program. And again, we are ready to take any and all questions. And then we have our recommended action slide, but I'm sure y'all would like to have public comment and ask questions before we get to this.
Thank you. Before we bring you to the board, we want to see if there's anybody in the public who'd like to address us on this item. Please come, please go to the back and. Thank you. And you have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. My name is Sally Lucier, and it's now been 1,888 days, more than 5 years, since my family last slept in our beds after losing our homes in the CZU fire on August 20th, 2020. Since May of this year, we have met 18 times in person with the building department, trying to move our rebuild forward. There is no master schedule. There doesn't seem to be adherence to the deadlines the department itself imposes. Every step requires us to send reminder emails and appear in person just to keep the process moving. Even within the building department, individual reviewers don't seem to be communicating with each other. The intake technicians are clearly overworked, burdened by repetitive manual data entry for every submittal and every round of review comments. Outside reviewers, particularly four-leaf, often appear unaware that what they're reviewing are CZU fire rebuilds. My home is in Brookdale, which is a rural community, and we're 12 miles from the nearest urban area. To fix this, the building department must show that it can be a partner in solutions. The county should limit the number of review cycles to 1 or 2 with conditional red line approvals to allow progress while corrections are made. Finally, much of the delay comes from review comments related to boilerplate language. We're asking for a process that works for accountability, communication, and the chance to finally rebuild the homes and live in them that we lost 5 years ago. Thank you.
My name is Catherine Wilson. I lived in Boulder Creek for 33 years. I'm 81 years old. I lost my residence and an income property on Boulder Brook Drive in Boulder Creek in the fire. And I had a contract with Homebound to rebuild it for the money I got for the 2 houses. I was able to rebuild 1. But when the Atkins report came out, the soils engineers were so scared of liability that they added $300,000 to my build for mitigation, which I could not do. So I, fortunately, the Recover California program came along. I applied to it. Took a year to get through that application process, but I received a grant of $257,000. That's free money, that's taxpayer California money. And I signed a contract on January 2nd of this year, and they still don't have a permit 10 months later. It's not a transparent process. They have finally decided they're going to call us every 30 days with updates, but they're, the update's the same thing. We're finalizing the permit, we're finalizing the permit, we're finalizing the permit. So I don't know where it's hung up. I have no access to that information. And in fact, they don't really want us there. They want us to just, I'm not even allowed on the property while they're building. So that's, if the state of California cannot rebuild a house in Santa Cruz County, I don't know how anybody can. In the meantime, I was on my own property in a trailer for a year and a half, and I'm a lung cancer patient. So the smoke did a number on my lungs. I had blood clots after that. I had multiple health challenges. I finally got back on my property in a trailer, but I couldn't get PG&E, so I couldn't run a dehumidifier. So the trailer got mold, and I got sick from the mold, and I had to get out. So I'm now renting a room again. I'm running through my savings at a great rate. I just don't have time for this, and every night I ask my mother to come and take me.
Thank you. Anyone else before we go online? Okay.
Okay, my name's Mary Simon. I was fortunate that I was able to rebuild, so I'm going to focus on some of the things that helped me. I was fortunate that Four Leaf really helped me. I had Jasmine and Madeline, and I found out you can ask as many questions as you want. Also, David Horwitz was there earlier. He helped too. And even the permit checker, Miguel Valencia, he was very helpful, although he couldn't take my AOL emails. So you need somebody there so you can ask questions and tell you that keep going and you can do this. So because I've never built a house, I want to say that it would be nice to have more flow charts, like pre-clearance had some flow charts. So the permit process, if we could see what we need to do. And then I read a book called What Your Contractor Won't Tell You, which was very helpful. That could be some kind of classes that you have. And then I had a retired contractor. This was my biggest help, who broke down all the expenses so I could see if I had enough money. And if you could let people know what they need to do so it's not a big unknown and causing anxiety, then, I mean, I just hope you can do that kind of information thing so that a contractor could help. And then if you can find somebody that can mentor people through this, because everybody processes trauma at a different rate. Some people can do it right away. Some people take longer. So we still need you the whole 10 years. Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Schweitzer. I'm the Executive Director of the Long-Term Recovery Group. I think it's important to remember that no one that lost their homes, including myself, asked to build a home. It's very different clients that come to the planning department because they want to build, right? They're planning this out. They have an architect, they have a dream. Then coming in, if you lost your home and you have to, that's two very different. And that's why this trauma-informed care is really, really important. 2 points that I want to make is about the geological hazard modeling that is required. So we do have the Atkins report, right? It is created. There's a scientific consensus that after 3 years after a wildfire, that reverts back to the pre-existing levels. The problem is that many of these homes were built before modeling was required. And so my request is that we look at the possibility of reducing that to what, you know, sort of the scientific consensus would be. How much is that reduced after 3 years? And could we get an engineer? Could we find some funding to pay for an engineer to do that type of modeling instead of going in on every single property? The other one is related to the environmental health, septic systems. Steve Holman is not here today. He's been really instrumental in this process with Baker Tilly. He is an environmental, he used to work in environmental health for years and was able to reverse over 50 cases where it was required to install enhanced septic systems because there was an error made. And so my request there is that really there's a specific review of the cases in CNC, conditionally not cleared, that is due to environmental health, to see if those errors expand beyond Steve Holman's reach, to make sure we can catch those and help them. Thank you so much.
If that's it, was there anybody online?
I'm seeing no speakers online, Chair.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for any comments, questions. Supervisor Koenig?
Thank you very much. Thanks for the report to staff and our consultants. I would say that just the presentation here today definitely answered my #1 question, because the agenda memo itself did not really show a whole lot of attention to data. There was a few bullet points in there, but a lot more of that is provided in the additional graphs that were discussed here today and that are now available on the website. So I appreciate that. I would say that it feels a little bit scattered still. I mean, we've gotten all the data and that's good, but just even the way that we're talking about these data points and looking at progress, I'm not really seeing like the focus that tells me that we're sort of driving an iterative process here. I mean, even to some extent, the fact that we have 240 goals, I mean, individual goals, that's great that we've itemized it to that fine a point. But at the same time, it's sort of like, well, what's the most important? I mean, it's nice to see some evidence of the efforts working in the data, right? Going from 62% of applications reviewed on time back in March of 25, which I think was kind of the first definitive action on this, up to 88% reviewed on time today. That's great. That's definitely measurable and a success. And then we've also sort of seen some kind of, slight reduction in the median review days from around 80 down to 74. That's also great. The question then becomes for me, well, how do we unlock the next 10%? Or, how do we get, I mean, there's clearly
continuous areas for improvement here. What's the next major hurdle or change that we can make in order to continue driving this down? And, you know, ideally not just single digits, but unlock a, you know, 10%, 15% improvement. I mean, I guess a question maybe for our consultants or any of the team that's working on this.
Thank you, and thank you for understanding. We are definitely still, this may not be the best word, but immature in utilizing these scorecards and tying them to the improvement efforts. And I think that your request to sort of understand the focus and how the work on the ground is or is not impacting these metrics is a fair one, and one that we need to be working within the project, which I know planning's, you know, management team is working with as they review the data internally as well. But I think it's a fair observation and a place where we will need to continue to focus and grow. One of the elements that we know is going to be important in getting to that next 10% of improvement or greater is a focus on our process mapping and understanding where there are opportunities to potentially reduce what we would call touch time. How long something is, you know, someone's spending with it, and also cycle time, where it's just sitting waiting for the next step. And I am very proud of how these teams are moving forward. And I also need to acknowledge that they all have day jobs too. So this is, you know, they are both doing the work of review and trying to review the processes that we're doing. So I'm hopeful that in the next 4 to 6 months, we will see more of the tangible improvements start impacting data. But this is the growing moments of these kinds of projects. The other part of, I think we all know, is a big piece here that we're all impatient for to happen is the major overhaul of the code. And we're not focusing on that today, but we're happy to talk about more some of the thinking there, because it is a multi-year process to understand what it's going to take, understands, I mean, and Stephanie's here, I don't want to put her on the spot, but that is when we really try and get to addressing the complexity that our applicants face in navigating applications within the county. We know there's a fair amount that is state building code, but we also know we have local regulation that we need to look at. So we appreciate you guys continuing to nudge us forward and create these opportunities for us to talk about the work that we've done, but also recognize it will take, some of the largest wins are very heavy lifts, and it will take time to get there. I don't know if you guys want to add anything.
I would just add, Supervisor Koenig, that in addition to the process mapping and the county code update, is the work on standardizing policies and procedures so that plan review occurs in a very consistent basis. Training is always an important thing, because constantly you either have new staff coming on board or you have new regulations coming down from the state or what have you. It's making sure everybody is same page with the code provisions, the policies and procedures. And as Lisa said, you know, in our experience, that last 10% lift that you're talking about is often the most difficult, because it requires a lot of changes to structural pieces. So like code and processes. What Pete and I have gathered.
Double check if the mic's on.
The county team is definitely on board with putting in the effort to and adding the knowledge of experience to increase that 10%.
Okay, I mean, so is there, I guess from your perspective as consultants, is there anything that we could be doing or should be doing or that's worked in other jurisdictions that not currently on our roadmap?
Well, I think what's the ongoing integration of technology and improving that technology is going to be super helpful. And the making of the data transparent for the community will be and connecting it also between departments is going to be super helpful, because right now I think a couple departments are siloed in their data. And so getting that integrated and linked is going to be super helpful. And even like as we were combing through the data, for instance, how anything is item is characterized varies based on who's putting in the data. And to standardize that helps everyone, including applicants, be at an even playing field of understanding. So I think integrating technology and improving the practices of using that technology is going to be super helpful. We've also seen a lot of efficiencies occur in the pre-application realm, and this team is dedicated on continually improving and pre-application realm. Because as just like in any in any part of our lives, the more you can understand what you're getting yourself into, the more efficient the process is. And so that pre-application is something that the county team is committed to improving and continually improving. So,
Great. Yeah, there's a couple things there. I mean, as far as the pre-app realm, I think it's actually one data point that I'm not seeing recorded right now, which maybe be number of applications that are submitted complete, right? Because I think that is a way to measure our communication of standards and process to applicants. And so as that goes up, it means that we've done a better job and are reducing problems down the road. So that might be something to measure going forward. The other thing is the data. It's great that we have the data. That's an excellent step. I think it could be communicated to the public a little bit more. I mean, particularly some of the total days it takes to process an application. That's really useful information to have as far as setting expectations for applicants, so that they just know what to expect in the process. And the data is not really being presented I mean, yes, it's publicly available, but it's on the about section. Like I was like, wait, is it on the site? Did it move? When I went to look for this, it's not under the planning tab, it wasn't really under the permit center tab. You have to go through about, and it's sort of awkward there. I think we need to think about how we provide some of these metrics to the public in a way that they're actionable, or at least help communicate the process. As far as the visions working together, and I want to appreciate that our environmental health director is here for this presentation as well. I mean, as has been said, this is not just building, right? It's public works, building, zoning, environmental planning, environmental health, fire. There's a lot of different divisions involved in this. And actually, that's my other question, is looking at this other chart, number of reviews in queue for each agency. It looks like Public Works has the biggest backlog. They're at like 668 reviews in queue. Everyone else is down in the 300s or 200s. I mean, is there a bottleneck in Public Works that we need to address?
Unfortunately, we don't have our Public Works team present today. But this is something we are talking about. How do we ensure all county divisions that are involved in the review process are part of this work to standardize processes, that it's not just a single strand within the various strands that are involved in review. So that is certainly on the team's mind, that this needs to cover all components of county review. So that's where that data is helpful. I mean, just the fact that you can call out that number and say, what's going on here? So those are the kinds of questions that the teams are asking. And is there a way, or do we have the right people at the table to be figuring this out? Do we have the right components of these various value streams, these various processes identified in terms of process mapping, so everyone does have the same understanding of how it works? So that is exactly what is incredibly helpful about even not necessarily ideal data, is it gives you that basis to ask those questions. And I can say that the teams are asking those questions and trying to figure out if we have the right people in the right conversations at the right time. And I do want to just really appreciate environmental health. Andy and Olga have joined the team and really tried. We're really working on integrating environmental health with the UPC work in particular, and we're continuing to expand that reach. And I want to just take a little bit of responsibility around, we do have work to do, working with our fire partners, getting sort of our non-county reviewers into conversation. And that is just a body of work that I have not been able to spend the time I want to spend on, just in getting our sort of internal house up and running in terms of the work plan. But that is definitely there, and we have every intention of picking that up.
Okay, thanks. I want to speak a little bit to resources. I think this board has expressed that we're willing to spend resources to break through bottlenecks, right? I mean, we approved additional 2 plan techs in this year's budget. They haven't been hired because there's concern. I mean, you can see it in the data that the number of applications are going down. But nevertheless, I think it expresses that we want to break through bottlenecks. We want to provide resources strategically in a way that improves this process. We've also expressed interest in, technology tools, whether that's AI or something else. So, if there's opportunities that we can get through with a little extra resources, I think we want to know about those. The other is just in general, I want to caution against the waterfall approach. Like, we have to do this all at once, like that we need the 2-year complete code overhaul. Like, we just get the next 3 code changes that'll get us a 5% improvement rather than spending 2 to 5 years trying to get the 20% improvement. Like, we need to take an iterative approach to this stuff. And I mean, even as far as the software improvements are concerned, it's like, I keep hearing, we need like just one overhaul, beautiful system. And then when we just get that in place, everything will be perfect. Yeah, maybe if we can get it done in 10 years, and we have enough money, even, there's a description of, we got to hire another consultant, and we got to drive this forward in an iterative way, in the next best win. And I think that we're willing as a board to provide resources to help make that happen. I'm just generally encouraging that approach. Just 2 more quick questions. Are people actually who have, I see we have survey data for folks who have come in for a consultation. Are folks who actually receive permits now getting surveys, and they get to the end of the process? Seeing heads nod.
Brian, if you want to go to the mic, you could go ahead and speak to that, or Julie.
Yes, we are having surveys submitted in 2 different ways, and on the dashboard, if you click on that orange button, you'll see both survey responses and summaries of those results.
This is the scorecard metrics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right, the building.
We didn't want to
Survey.
take you through
Gotcha.
every
Okay.
scorecard, but there are multiple there, and there's one PDF that is specific to surveys.
Okay, great. And those are being provided both digitally as well as paper surveys, or?
Yes. Well, no paper surveys. They're all digital.
Okay, well, that's great. I mean, yeah, I heard, I think that we were trying to mail surveys to people upon permit issuance.
We have, for the appointment scheduler, an email goes to people who complete appointments. For the building permits, the surveys are submitted in 3 different manners. And Brian's going to come up and speak a little bit further to that.
Hey, Mono. Yes, the survey is being presented in a couple different ways. One is on the approval letter in paper. It goes out. We saw very little success with that. We then put it into the ePlan portal, so whenever someone goes in to download their approved drawings and the permit card, there's a big right link that says, please provide some feedback on our process.
Okay, great.
And just to answer your question about the public works comment earlier, that is just a large bucket that captures several different agencies within that umbrella. So it does look like it's distorted, but it's capturing, I think it's like 6 or 7 different departments within that title. So
Thanks. Final question, is the stakeholder group continuing to meet? And have any useful suggestions come out of that?
I'm going to take it first. So yes, the stakeholder committee or stakeholder focus group is continuing to meet, and we are continuing to use Baker Tilly in this interim phase to maintain that neutral facilitation. I'm going to pass it to Pete, but because as you can imagine, getting these schedules turned out to be quite taxing, but yes, meetings are underway. Thanks, Pete.
Thanks, Elisa. Supervisor Koenig, the next stakeholder advisory group meeting is November 5th. Agenda's going out tomorrow, and I can share that in asking for RSVPs, we've continuously received feedback from the external stakeholders that are very appreciative of the improvements that are being made.
Great, yes, because I mean, I don't live and breathe this every day, they do, right? So they're going to have a better sense of how this is working, and didn't have time before today's meeting to check in with my regular contacts there, but intend to. Glad to hear that they're appreciative of the improvements as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you for today's presentation. You know, item number 14 before us is considering the entire progress report on Streamline Santa Cruz. However, I'm going to keep my comments really focused on the item related to the CZ recovery, because that's the item, you know, most important to my constituents and something that I've asked for. I want to start off by thanking those members of the public who came today to speak. Your lived experience of navigating the permitting process and the recovery process is exactly what we need to be hearing as we advise and recommend policies for improvement. So please keep coming and please keep participating in the process. I also really just want to thank the team at the CEO's office, CDI, OR3, Baker Tilly, who've been working on proposing these improvements and really diving into the data. As you recall, it was, you know, my office's recommendation that we do add a CZ recovery element to the Streamline Santa Cruz work. And what I wanted was this concept of an after-action report, which is what you're bringing to us today. I wanted to know, you know, where do we stand? What do the numbers tell us? What can we do better by the people who are currently stuck? And what can we do better for the future or the next disaster that's coming? And that's what you brought to us today. And so I'm really grateful for that, and kind of want to talk a little bit more about that, but thank you for getting us where we are today and acknowledging we still have a lot more work to do. I think it's really helpful to break down the numbers of rebuilds, right? To know that, you know, of the 697 impacted parcels, we've had, see, I took a photo of it, of that slide. We've had 158 dwellings that have been rebuilt. That's a success. That's something to celebrate. And another 144 that are in construction. So that's great. And that's that many homes and families who are in progress to get home. And that's what we want to see. But what I'm most concerned about are the 95 parcels that are now in, you know, the CNC status. And I see that in the recommendations, you have some policy recommendations and some ideas about where to move going forward. One of my questions is, when do you anticipate having sort of policy changes that would come before the board for us to deliberate on and approve to help streamline the rebuild? Is the communication and the engagement actions that you're taking now, will that lead to those policy improvements? Or are you hoping that, you know, our offices independently sort of speak to our stakeholders and come forward with recommendations? I'm going to take a first shot at this, but also invite Stephanie, well, the whole team to respond. In the memo, in our presentation today, we've articulated items that we think we can make active progress on in the next 90 to 120 days. I will have to rely on staff to address where are those things that are within staff's discretion versus where are those things where, as we further understand what that looks like, that they are items we would need to bring back to the board. This whole question of in kind is one of those items. So I guess I want to speak to it that way. We're navigating that. Where is it within administrative discretion versus where is it a policy that needs to be rationalized across different regulatory frameworks? I'm eye to eye with Stephanie, and I think she has something to say here.
Thank you, Lisa. It occurs to me in making this presentation today that it's really difficult to adequately characterize the amount of work that's going on. So we've done our best here to report, but it's a daily look at where can we make improvements and what could, you know, this is a problem and that could be fixed, and our engineering group is still coming up to speed, and we need to make sure that Public Works is adequately staffed. I mean, so we're looking at those things absolutely daily. And one of the things that's going on are internal meetings to start to feed the policy and code changes, both in the overall larger comprehensive project amendment and in the annual updates. And as we're working with environmental health and environmental planning and DPW, we're starting to see what maybe we need a third bucket, right? Maybe there's those things that we can do kind of quickly and easily and get it in, but the annual amendments are not meant to have a big environmental process, right? They're the quick things that we can get done. The annual code, the comprehensive code update is talking about big changes. So we may need something in between to address some of those things, but I think you can see that there's been a priority here on the CZU rebuild project, and our intent working with the team in Baker Tilly is to really start to move those improvements forward. So I hope we'll have a more in-depth and positive report for you when we come back next time.
Thank you. And so I think what I'm hearing is that there's continuous improvement happening all the time. There's sort of regular reoccurring activities that may help with some of the policy improvements. And there may be sort of off-cycle recommendations that come from this report that is something we may be seeing in the future. In the recommendations, it's shared that folks who are in the CMC status, who are stuck, who need help navigating the process, that they'll be offered support, regular meetings. Can one of you elaborate on what that might look like for them, what they can expect if their parcel is impacted?
Yes.
To you.
Sorry, I'm stepping in a little bit at a turn, so bear with me. But I think the concept is that we really try to connect with folks and be more proactive in an effort to really find out what's going on with them. If their issues are more financial than anything, then that's really good for us to know. And I think what I kind of keyed in on in looking at these tasks is sort of, doing that proactive outreach and then having that dedicated time for them to come in. That's really just for them, depending on what their situation is, and trying to kind of see what we can do to really work through where they're tangled up.
Right. And I think, what I've learned in speaking to constituents is that, on one hand, no case is currently open, right? No rebuild that's stuck is like another, right? Each circumstance at this point is very individualized, because if it was easy, it'd already be rebuilt, right? That said, there are some root causes, as Baker Tilly alluded to, that are that could cross multiple parcels that we're hoping might be addressed through this really individualized approach for the CZ rebuilds. One question, one of the speakers talked about some interpretation around septic systems, and that the work that Steve Homan was doing helped to clarify or correct some issues related to septic. Is it your anticipation that through these individualized meetings, that type of issue might be flagged and resolved because they're getting individualized attention with various departments in a single meeting?
Yes. I think you put, your finger on what's really important about the appointment structure proposal that's put forward, is the idea that it will be cross-disciplinary. So you're having our folks who are coming in, that they get to meet with all disciplines in one meeting. So I think that is a really important component of that recommendation. I want to talk with the team more about what we heard today around, Steve Holman being able to change the trajectory on 50 different rebuilds. What do we learn from that? I don't have an answer to that question today, but I think it's a good one for us to ask and talk with environmental health team about the learning that may be there. But I appreciate also just that reminder that as these appointments, all these things are unique and different, there are still common themes across them, and how do we work to identify those and take it from, an individual exceptional situation to, wait, what is this saying about our system overall? And that's just a conversation that, I'm encouraged that the UPC team is engaging in right now, but then just making sure that learning mindset is encouraged and practiced all the time. And I think when you guys ask these questions of us in this room today, when I go back to the team, I'm going to say, hey, we need to have better answers. What can we prioritize that will have a higher impact? Let's get back to these questions, the 7 recommendations for the 90 to 120 days. What do we need to bring back to them versus what do we think we can work on today? And just have that next
level of refined answer for you all. So I appreciate the questions very much.
The other thing I would add that I think is of value with those meetings and the opportunity to have everybody in the room is we can't necessarily compel a property owner to include the long-term recovery group, but we really want to try and connect these CNCs and notice status folks with the long-term recovery group. Your board authorized OR3 to support financially the long-term recovery group because there are resources that they can bring to bear. They are building through the volunteer rebuild program homes for folks. And so if there's an opportunity for them to realize, okay, I might not be able to get exactly what I want, or the in-kind definition doesn't work, and that's why I'm stuck in CNC, but I can get a long-term recovery group to help us build a home that will get me through a front door. That might be an opportunity, right? We can't, as Assistant Director Hansen said, we can't solve the financial challenge for everybody. We'll try and remove barriers where we can, but the long-term recovery group may be able to bring additional resources that person or that property owner or that family might not be aware of.
Thank you. I appreciate those responses. My hope is that as we continue to get reports back and as you continue to do engagement with our constituents who are doing rebuilds, that we can better understand sort of the, I guess, segments of the population and what they're struggling with. If it's the financial issue, if it's the septic issue, so then we can start chipping away at solutions. And also my hope is that they'll come back with policy recommendations if it's required. So, I appreciate you'll look into the Rebuilders Directive, see if there's opportunities to widen the scope. That's where the discussion up here. And so when the right time comes, we'd be happy to give you guidance or direction related to how we might approach geologic hazards down the road, years after the fire and things like that. On a final note, I appreciate the effort to build out an all hazard recovery model. I think, what we learned, everybody could say, clearly we had never faced a disaster at the scale of the CZU fire. We have now. There's a lot we've learned, and we can anticipate that future natural disasters may hit this community, and we want to be ready with the recovery model. So continue to put your effort into that. Thank you so much. And I look forward to continuing to support our department in reforming its policies and its approach to rebuilds, because that's what we're hearing from the community. So congratulations on the work so far, but let's keep forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Martinez and Supervisor Koenig, for your insightful questions. I only have one question, so I'll go ahead and ask it. And it's kind of piggybacking or elaborating on one of Supervisor Koenig's questions about, is there anything else that we're not doing that other counties are doing? But specifically, have we looked at sort of the places like Napa, Sonoma, Paradise, post-recovery to see what type of tools, systems, processes that use to rebuild?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on some level, we've been working with, and we took models from Sonoma County from day one, right? The OR3 model has actually come from an OR2 model from Sonoma County. So there's lots of elements from these neighboring communities, both in the near-term recovery and long-term recovery aspects. The idiosyncrasies of our code and geologic hazards, it's harder to compare community to community when it comes to those elements. But certainly where we can, and some of the elements that'll be in the longer term all hazard plan, there are a set of code packages that you will adopt on the second day of a disaster. And then we want to have that package ready for you that we need. So there's certainly lessons learned from all of the disasters, Maui, LA, all of the communities that you mentioned as well.
Paradise certainly has the same geographic type of
They have a similar geography. Their geologic hazards are very different, right? They don't have the seismic and slope stability issues and debris flow issues that we do. But yes, there are lots of similarities in each of those communities that have experienced mega fires in particular.
Thank you. Supervisor Cummings?
I'll try to keep it short. First, just want to start by thanking everyone for their hard work on this, and I want to thank the CEO's office for extending the initial contract with Baker Tilly, because when we finally had a chance to meet with Baker Tilly, I think one of the things that came up was that a lot of the input from developers were for potentially developers who were looking at building kind of multifamily homes and larger buildings. And one of the concerns that I had is that it didn't seem like there had been as much engagement with people who were going through the fire rebuild process and people who were building kind of smaller structures, whether it's remodels or porches or things like that. The people run into problems with the building apartments. So I just want to express appreciation for that extension of that work to really incorporate the CZU fire victims, because that's, again, to Supervisor Martinez's point, these updates were made prior to her joining the board, but that was one of the people advocating as well, that we needed to really incorporate people who are going to build through the rebuild process. I guess one of the big questions I had was, I'm wondering if there can be a little bit of an elaboration on the differences of the quote unquote in-kind definitions between local and state law. It sounded like there were some conflicts there. I was wondering if somebody could help clarify what some of those conflicts were.
I guess I want to ask environmental health if they have comments on that at all. But we did recognize that in-kind is not the same for planning necessarily, especially in geological hazard areas. And we've also been kind of coordinating with environmental health on how we kind of mesh those definitions up. So I'll just ask Andrew if he wants to add anything.
Hey, yeah, good afternoon. Andrew Strader, Director of Environmental Health. If I understood your question, I don't know about a state definition necessarily for in-kind per se, but with regards to us versus what we came up with or what was come up with in response to the CZU fire, we have to keep in mind that septic systems didn't really burn in the fire. So they are still, for the most part, existing there. And so for us, generally speaking, in-kind means designing something that still fits what the septic system was designed to handle. The code that we have does allow for a small expansion, up to 500 square feet of additional space, allowance, one-time allowance. The problem was, depending on when the house was built, whether it had permits, modifications of various other things, it's very difficult to know what in-kind actually is. That's probably been the biggest challenge that was faced by people looking at in-kind, because there's different records, whether it's assessor's records, building records, or environmental health records, that can often display dissimilar information about the same property, because it's kind of morphed over time, and not all agencies are able to, have the latest data, so to speak.
Can I add a little bit
Sure.
up to that? So I do think it's an interesting conundrum to have original septic assuming a certain size of a structure, and then what that structure that burned down being different than that original size. And so that's really what I think that's what Andy's trying to describe, that they thought it was X. Someone may have built with permits or without to Y. They think they're just replacing Y, and it's out of sync. So it's an interesting thing that I think staff needs to work through. What can we do? What can't we do? Is it a paper exercise, or is it really around septic capacity? Like, that question is, if you build at that size, is it going to be appropriate for the flow in that home? So this is where those conversations, we need to figure out what's, again, within staff discretion versus is not. And does that limitation, where does that limitation sit? Does it sit here locally, or does it sit somewhere, is it embedded in some piece of larger state policy that drives the entire system? That doesn't mean we can't go after that, but I think that's part of the conversation we're still trying to sort through. I just want to ask if Al or Pete have any perspective, given that they have seen this in other jurisdictions as well, if that's all right.
Thank you, Elisa. I think the dot that I'd like to connect here is in this review of the data. And what we didn't have was a complete set of data that had the assessor's parcel number, the owner's name, the street address, the type of CNC status, the comments that caused it to be in CNC status. So now we have that in a data file. Again, we continue to clean it, but we can look at it, associate a name to the parcel number. And this was an exercise that we went through with representatives from the long-term recovery group, was to look at the name on the paper and what the comments were. So is it a question of, as Elisa just outlined, that there was an X and a Y relative to the septic and the size of the rebuild? And so we can start to look at things like that now holistically and spatially to get at, are there quick wins out of this 95? How many are in environmental health pre-clearance? How many are fire? How many are zoning and geo and so on? What has changed over time, for example, to debris flows that might be revisited now 5 years on that might represent a quick win, get somebody out of that CNC status. So that's the next step for us in the data review that we'll be looking at with county.
There's one other thing I would add on that question about in-kind that I think is an opportunity that I'm happy to work with your offices on. So there, as was alluded to, there's a building history associated with so many of these properties that is different than what maybe the permitted or designed septic system exists. And that disconnect between what they're living in and what the septic system was designed at is an educational opportunity and an emergency and disaster preparedness opportunity for your residents. So a lot of people buy into a septic system home and they think all I have to do is pump this septic tank every 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and that's it. They don't understand where the leach fields are. They don't understand how big the leach fields are. They don't understand what that system was originally designed for. So as Director Strader said, they're living in a 3-bedroom house and they think their septic system was designed for a 3-bedroom house. That may not be the case, but there's an education opportunity. There's a case for these residents proactively to understand if there is a disconnect and then to try and at least be aware of that moving forward. So I'm happy to work with your offices on that kind of education from a disaster recovery and response lens.
And I think it's also worth us thinking about how that intersects with the real estate community as well. I mean, I don't know how many of these, of the 254 lots that were sold, like, I don't know, and I'd be curious to know how many of those are actually buildable, because I know that there were some lots, for example, if the driveway didn't meet, CAL FIRE clearance, CAL FIRE is not going to sign off if they had geologic issues, what have you. And the fact that some of those lots are having issues, one, people can't build on them to begin with. And so then there's also a question of takings, but then two, if they're being sold and there's issues on those lots, should they even be able to be sold for the purpose of residences when it's pretty clear that can't be built on? And I think that's something that we need to think about, how we can put guardrails up to safeguard people from being put into a situation where they're buying something that they actually can't build on. The other thing, because I just want to make some comments and then I'm going to wrap up because I know we've got a lot more items to be heard. I will say that I think that there's a question around, how people who bought properties should be treated in this process. And I do think, consistent with what the board has said in the past, I don't think that, all of our efforts to address rebuilds should be focused in any way, shape, or form on people who are coming in and buying burnt properties. I think that the effort has really been focused around people who lost their homes and are trying to rebuild on properties where they lost their homes, that a lot of the efforts we're making around this rebuild effort is really focusing on getting people back in their homes who lost their homes, versus somebody who, maybe is from a different part of California, maybe they're even from the community, but they see an opportunity to buy a burnt property, they go in and buy it, and now they're saying, I need you to expedite me building my home. It's like, well, if you had the means to purchase land, which you're pretty much buying outright, you're not getting a loan for it. We really want to focus on those people who are burdened by the fact that they lost their homes and getting them built first. So I think consistent with the way that we've kind of been prioritizing rebuilds in the past, like that should continue to be the priority, is people who their houses burned down and they want to build something back and they're trying to get back in their homes. I do think that there's more also to this question of in kind, because my understanding, having spoke to some folks, is there's you have to rebuild on the same footprint, and that's considered in kind rebuild. If you move off that footprint, that's no longer considered an in-kind rebuild. However, I think to the point around some of these houses having built a very long time ago, it could be you have a large enough property where if you were to build on the same footprint, you may be in a geologically unstable area versus if you move to somewhere else on your property, you may be in a geologically stable area. And from my perspective, that should be considered an in-kind rebuild, and especially if you're trying to improve the safety of the home by moving it off of part of your parcel that was geologically unstable to a part that's geologically stable. That would make a lot more, we shouldn't put people through an additional process just because of formality of needing to move a structure from one part of the parcel to the other. Additionally, if we're able to, split those into two homes, like rather than building one, 1,000-square-foot home, we can split into two 500-square-foot homes or ADUs and put them on the same parcel in a safer area or within the same parcel. I mean, it seems like we need to really be trying to figure out how we can think creatively about what an in-kind replacement means and how we can facilitate construction. I mean, it's clear that if somebody had a 1,000-square-foot home, they want to build a 2,000-square-foot home with a pool. Like that's beyond the scope of what a replacement is. But I think we need to think creatively. And then finally, I do think that as we're moving through this process, I think we're getting, we're 5 years out now. We're getting to a point where we're really able to understand what has really helped us to get people to rebuild more quickly, what have been some of the barriers, and really starting to comprehensively put that together so that we can give that to our state representatives, especially if there are state laws that have made it difficult and challenging for people to rebuild. Because as we're seeing more and more fires, as we're seeing what happened in Altadena and down in the Palisades, Malibu, and across the state, I mean, we're constantly seeing new state bills around housing getting passed. And what always comes up to me as a question is, are they actually making these decisions based on the experiences of communities that have experienced disasters in recent times? Because there's a lot of exemptions that folks are getting down in Southern California, and we didn't get those same exemptions here. I think by being able to tell that story to our state elected representatives, they can better understand, what's going to help benefit communities that have experienced a fire. What are the challenges and problems we're running into where there's opportunities for flexibility? So I'm just hoping that moving forward, we can help better tell the story of Santa Cruz. And I would say not just only to our state representatives, but to other communities that are similar to ours, because as more and more communities are getting impacted by disasters, being able to say, this is what happened to us and you should take this into consideration might be helpful for them as they're trying to rebuild as well. So just want to thank you all for all your hard work. Looking forward to continuing having these discussions, and I'll end my comments there.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. I'm not going to belabor anything that has been said here. This is a very long meeting. I know this is hard. Hearing the testimony from CZU survivors today hurt my heart a little bit, and I think it probably did for everybody else in this room too. So when we know better, we do better. I'd like somebody to bring them in, sit down with the whole team and see what the holdups are and see if we can remove the barriers. That at a minimum has got to be done. And then we'll let the rest of this improvement move forward. I'm very encouraged by some of the improvements that I'm already seeing and hearing about, and we still have a long way to go. So thank you very much.
So with that, if there's no follow-up questions, I'll look to my board to entertain the motion.
I'll move the recommended actions.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes. Is that unanimously with one person not here? That concludes our 1:30 agenda item. We'll now move back to item number, is it 12? Yes. Next agenda item is number 12. Consider approving the in-concept in ordinance adding chapter 7.170 to the Santa Cruz County Code of prohibiting the sale or distribution of kratom and take all related actions. I'll turn it over to Second District Supervisor Kimberly DeSerpa for the presentation.
Hello, everybody. I have a slide deck, I think, that needs to come up.
Chair, I believe we have an additional scheduled item
Yeah, I thought so.
at 1:30. I believe it's agenda item 15.
Oh, there's two scheduled items for,
Yeah, this is item 15, a Santa Cruz like me.
no, that one's not scheduled. That one is not scheduled, correct? Is it just 14?
I think you have discretion to handle it the way you want to.
Because we got 15, then we got 15.1, 15.2,
Right,
15.3.
right. I think I don't think you have to go through 14, 15, 15.1, 15.2 before circling back to number 12. We had a 1:30 set item. You just heard it. And I think you have discretion as chair if you want to hear 12 next, or if you want to move to 15 next. It's up to you.
I think we can finish, fairly quick. How long is the presentation? Maybe not?
I'll make it speedy.
Okay. And we'll finish 12 and then come back to 15.
Okay, and let's see. So I have, thank you for pulling that up. I also have an addiction doctor, Dr. Casey Grover, who practices down in Monterey and who is part of our regional Prescribed Safe Coalition, at the ready to answer questions and help with this presentation. So hopefully he'll call in if he hasn't already. Felipe is not here, should I? Go ahead. So thanks everybody for listening today. I'm presenting to you for your consideration an ordinance adding chapter 7.170 to the Santa Cruz County Code prohibiting the sale or distribution of kratom. And so we're going to talk today a little bit about what it is and why I've proposed this. Next slide. Kratom and kratom products are substances of abuse currently unregulated at all levels, federal, state, and at the county. They are not approved by the FDA for any medical use, and there's no quality control standards whatsoever. They are currently sold over the counter at stores like gas stations, tobacco shops or smoke shops, and convenience stores within Santa Cruz County and indeed all over the country. I just got back from a trip couple of weeks ago where I was in the New Hampshire mountains, and there's all kinds of convenience stores in those areas with the big blinking signs say kratom sold here. Significant public health and safety risks include addiction, withdrawal, and overdose. The purpose today is and the purpose of this ordinance is really to try to deter the misuse and abuse by prohibiting sales and distribution in the unincorporated Santa Cruz County. Next slide. So what is kratom if you don't know? Mitragyna speciosa grows in Southeast Asia related to the coffee plant, marketed everywhere. And you heard a lot of the comments today as a natural remedy for pain, anxiety, or opioid withdrawal. It's sold in stores as powders, capsules, liquids, and gummies. Again, in gas stations, readily available, tobacco, vape shops, and convenience stores. It's often referred to as gas station heroin due to its addictive potential. And in some cases, it is more potent than morphine. And this is in stores readily available across our county. Next slide. So who uses Kratom? Average age 35, searching for mood, energy, pain relief, 50-50 male to female, high rates of anxiety, depression, pain, or polysubstance use. There's an estimated 15 million users of Kratom in the United States, roughly 4.5% of the population, or maybe about 12,000 people in our county. The Kratom industry is about 1.5 billion or more in this country. Next slide. So many of you know that I'm a medical social worker and spent most of my career in the hospital. I have seen many people, including youth, come in overdosed on Kratom and in fact have lost a couple of those patients. And I want to tell you, sitting across from those mothers who are heartbroken, and I have to tell them the next people to walk in the door are going to be the organ donation people, is a horrible thing to do. And that is why I'm introducing this, because I don't want any other family to go through that. Here's the adverse effects: dependence and addiction, elevated liver enzymes and liver injury, endocrine hypothyroidism and hypogonadism, kidney failure, abnormal heart rhythms, fluid in the lungs, confusion, seizures, cognitive impairments, and babies born to mothers using Kratom will often develop opioid-like withdrawal symptoms or neonatal abstinence syndrome and need to be hospitalized in the intensive care. Next slide. Public health concerns. Again, unregulated potency. Some extracts are far stronger than natural leaf. That is true. But who knows, because on all the packaging, it doesn't say what the potency is. It doesn't say what the milligrams are. You don't really know what you're getting. The active compound is 7-hydroxymitragynine, is more potent than morphine. Effects include dependency, withdrawal, I already said this, nausea, vomiting, hallucinations, psychosis, and overdose. ER and poison control centers report sharp increased Kratom-related incidents. Next slide. So this is a visual for you to see. This is a store here on the Central Coast. I want you to just look here and see. This is marketing to children and youth in colors and in flavors that are completely unregulated. Anybody could just walk in here and buy whatever they want off the shelf, including youth. Next slide. Kratom overdose can appear like an opioid overdose. Stimulant-like effects are agitation, fast heart rate, hallucinations, and seizures, and increased certainly when overdose was mixed with other substances. Next slide. In Santa Cruz County, this is just some extra information for you. In 2024, we had 4 deaths where mitragynine had either a direct or indirect correlation to the death. As you can see, a blunt force injury from a cliff fall, a drowning, and 2 overdose deaths. In 2025, in fact, I just heard about another overdose death that was attributed to mitragynine just yesterday. So that 7 deaths might be 8 now. 2 drownings, 2 motor vehicle accidents, 2 overdose deaths, and 1 natural event, but they had Kratom in their system. Next slide. Lack of oversight. There's no FDA approval or labeling requirements, no age restrictions or dosage guidance, misleading marketing as a safe dietary supplement, and local agencies right now lack the authority to restrict sales. Next slide. So these are some of the other jurisdictions that have enacted bans, Newport Beach, San Diego, Oceanside, and Orange County. Next slide. Why is action needed? To protect residents, especially youth and vulnerable populations from exposure. It closes public health and consumer safety gaps, reinforces the county's commitment to harm reduction, and empowers local enforcement and public health action. Our county spends a significant amount of money trying to get people off substances that are harming them and harming their lives and harming our communities. Why would we leave these types of substances on the shelf to continue to reinforce people's substance use, addiction, and dependence? It just makes no sense. Next slide. In summary, the ordinance prohibits the sale or distribution of kratom and kratom-containing products, applies to all the unincorporated county area, will be enforced by law enforcement and public health, and penalties will be consistent with county code violation. Next slide. Santa Cruz County remains committed to protecting families and youth from emerging substance risks, promoting public health and harm reduction, ensuring local policies prioritize safety over profit. The health and safety of our community always come first. Thank you. I think that's the last slide, isn't it? So I don't know if, do we have Dr. Casey Grover online? So I think Dr. Casey Grover will be rounding out the end of this presentation.
Hi there, can you hear me?
No.
Let's see, audio.
Is he there?
Yes, I am.
He's here, but Casey, we're having a really hard time hearing you. Is there any way that you can speak up or increase the volume on your device?
On his end, not ours.
I believe so.
He's trying to fix it.
So I believe he's trying to fix it. One moment.
I don't know if Dr. Hernandez, would you like to say a few words?
Oh, not me.
Until we can have Dr.
Sure.
Grover online. Thank you.
I think you can hear me. Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez, Board of Supervisors. I am Dr. Lisa Hernandez, Public Health Officer for the county. I have a few prepared comments. You've already heard a number of the things I'm going to mention, but it bears repeating. Kratom is often promoted as a natural and safe alternative, but its active ingredients, which we know now are 7-hydroxymitragynine and mitragynine, act on the same brain receptors as opioids. So essentially, it's an opioid analog. Just want to stop there and say that's a big part of why this is an important ordinance to pass. Because of those features, it can lead to dependence, addiction, and toxicity. And some of the negative health effects, Supervisor DeSerpa mentioned already: liver toxicity, seizures, hypertension, and in some cases death. And we heard this morning from a number of mothers who were able to call in about the loss of their sons, unfortunately, to this compound. These products are unregulated and often mislabeled and contain contaminants such as heavy metals and bacteria. And in fact, there was an outbreak several years ago of salmonella due to products with kratom products. Furthermore, they're not approved by the FDA. There is no medical use approved at this point. And when taken without medical advice, it may be a higher risk, especially to individuals who are taking other substances, whether they're medications or supplements. Kratom is accessible in our community. There was a survey that was performed in 2019, so now 6 years ago, that showed that 62% of vape and smoke shops had kratom for sale. And we expect that to have increased. It's also sold online and in health stores, and it is increasingly available to youth. So taking action now is something that can help prevent kratom from becoming even more of a public health and substance use issue, especially in the setting of a community that is impacted by the opioid epidemic. So thank you for time, and I will hand it back to you, Supervisor
Thank you,
DeSerper.
Dr. Hernandez. I think we do have Dr. Grover online now.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you,
Right.
Casey. Thank you.
So my name is Casey Grover, lifelong resident of the Central Coast, and I'm currently in clinic in Monterey where I see patients with substance use disorders. And I take care of patients in Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito County who use kratom. And the vast majority of my patients say something to the effect of, if I had known what this stuff was, I never would have started it. And that goes to the point that Supervisor DeSerpa made. This is largely sold in smoke shops as a tonic of a way to feel better. I actually walked into a smoke shop near me and took some photos of how the product was marketed because it's very inaccurate, unfortunately. So one preparation of kratom was advertised as being an all-in-one energizing life lifter, which sounds great. I mean, we all want to have more energy in the afternoon when we get tired. And unfortunately, as the kratom industry has innovated to make it more potent, we are now seeing preparations of kratom, which are really not kratom in its traditional form, but are rather novel semi-synthetic opioids that probably need to be brought through the FDA as new pharmaceuticals. And for the consumer, unfortunately, you go into one of these stores, it's very, very poorly labeled, and people don't know what they're getting. So patients drive down from Santa Cruz to see me to get off of kratom. I saw one of my patients from Santa Cruz County yesterday, and it's the same thing over and over again. If I had known what this stuff was, I never would have started it. And I think that's where a ban on the substance is most helpful, because if people have a history of addiction, they might come to kratom for different reasons. But a person who's just trying to feel better and walks into a local smoke shop is so uninformed by the labeling that they end up dependent on it and facing withdrawal. And then they often need treatment with someone like myself.
Thank you, Dr. Grover. I don't know if anybody here on the board, while the doctor's online between patients, if anybody on the board has any questions for him, I think now would be a good time to ask.
Supervisor Koenig?
Yeah, sure. I mean, for either Dr. Hernandez or for the doctor online, I'm just curious how many cases we've actually seen in Santa Cruz County, either in the emergency room or other. Do we have data about just how widespread the impacts of the substance are right now?
Dr. Grover, do you want to answer? If not, I will.
Go ahead. I don't have as many patients in Santa Cruz County as Monterey, but I do have patients that come down from Santa Cruz to see me. Go ahead.
So we do not have local data on the prevalence. What we've seen in national data shows that there's anywhere between a 0.08% to a 9% prevalence of people who've used kratom in the last year. So it's a wide range, and we also know that it's underreported. Supervisor DeSerpa mentioned the 11 deaths that we've had in the last 2 years, and that is our best local data, unfortunately.
Okay.
Monterey County Coroner's Office does not test for kratom, so we don't know the number of deaths in Monterey County from kratom.
Thank you. We heard a number of comments this morning during public comment about that kratom had been a helpful substance in alleviating pain. Is there any clinical data that shows that it does have medicinal value?
So I'll take this one. So kratom has been used for hundreds of years in Southeast Asia for people to chew the leaf and work in the heat. And the leaf is bitter and fibrous, and it has fairly low levels of what are called alkaloids, which are the active ingredient in the kratom that gives us the effects. And so it's been used in human history without issue. But the issue for me as a doctor is the industry has extracted some of the alkaloids from the kratom leaf and basically created what is a novel synthetic opioid. These are called the 7-hydroxymetrogynine or 7-OH products. So that's essentially a novel pharmaceutical opioid. Many people come to kratom because they feel like it helps with their pain. It acts like an opioid. Of course it does. So some people can use it without issue, just like some people can drink a glass of wine without issue. But on the wine bottle, there is a warning, and it says exactly how much of whatever substance is in there in terms of the alcohol content. Kratom is very poorly labeled. And so I don't think we actually have any studies specifically looking at kind of how kratom could be used medicinally. I may be wrong on that, but we have a lot of studies looking on why people use it. And many people go to find it because they want to self-treat their pain and they don't like a traditional medical treatment setting.
All right, is there some like percentage of total kratom alkaloids in a product that could be used to like differentiate between natural kratom and one of these novel synthetic opioids?
It depends on what legislation you're looking at. So sometimes regions will enact what's called a Kratom Consumer Protection Act or KCPA, and they usually specify that kratom that to be sold must contain less than a particular percentage of the 7-hydroxymetrogynine. And for context, 7-hydroxymetrogynine, because it is a novel synthetic opioid, has been recommended by the FDA to the DEA to be a controlled substance.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at the Orange County ordinance and
Yes. So the issue is that so the kratom leaf itself does not contain any 7-hydroxymetrogynine. When the leaf is dried, a small amount naturally occurs in the leaf, and that's where those percentages come from. So it's basically advocating for leaf kratom and trying to avoid the stronger versions.
right, and so the Orange County ordinance talks about 2% of total kratom alkaloids, sort of being a cap. Is that like something that would limit us to naturally occurring 7-OH?
I believe it's lower in the Newport Beach. I'll have to look. I don't know off the top of my head, regrettably. I'll have to look that up. But yes, basically the natural leaf itself contains a fairly low level of the 7-hydroxymetrogynine.
Okay, thank you.
I still have a question. I was just looking at some of the AI stuff that brings up on kratom and talking about the overdoses. Says the majority of overdoses are through the synthetic version of 7-OH because it has up to 98% concentration on those, while the other ones has not just the 7-OH, but a more balanced and has other alkaloids that bring it down. Do we differentiate between the overdoses and deaths between synthetic and the natural leaf? Either in Santa Cruz County, Monterey County, or you're citing Orange County? I don't know.
Not working. There we go. Dr. Grover, I'll take this one. In terms of the deaths that we had so far in 24 and 25, I asked that question because I know that would be I had that question. I know others did too. We cannot distinguish between, with the testing that we have, we can't distinguish between synthetic and natural kratom to say whether it was something that was due to the type of kratom people were using. So at this point, we don't know the difference. We did hear this morning from a mother who spoke about her son, and I've seen reports from Florida where the individuals were not were taking the natural form and not taking any of the synthetic forms when they passed away.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, comments, I'm going to take it out to the public. I do want to remind Madam Clerk and all the public that if you've already spoke on this subject, you will no longer be able to speak on this item again. Okay. Anybody here in the public?
How's it working now? There we go. Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez and other members of the board. My name is Dee Baldwin. I am a lieutenant with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office, and I currently work in our community policing unit. As a representative of the Sheriff's Office, I'm here to share our perspective on the proposed ordinance prohibiting the sale and distribution of kratom products in the county. As noted in the meeting agenda packet, we've seen other jurisdictions across the nation that have been struggling with this issue. In Florida, there was over 580 deaths with the indication that kratom was present. Although the data doesn't show specifically that was the source, it was still part of the overall case. Since 2024, as stated earlier, our county has seen 11 deaths where kratom was present in the coroner unit's toxicology reports. One of those cases from earlier this year showed no other substances in the blood during toxicology tests. That to me is a big indication of the concern that we're looking at. Our primary concern with this issue is the safety of our community. The well-being of our community members. We believe that taking a proactive stance can help protect vulnerable individuals from this product. We're committed to ensuring that our county remains a safe place, and we support the ordinance as we continue our steps towards that goal. Thank you.
Is there anyone online? Can we review to make sure that they did already speak?
Yes, Chair, we do have speakers online. And in reviewing the list, I'm not seeing any speakers that had previously spoken. So it does look like these are all new speakers to the item. Marcel?
You know how many there is, by the way?
Yes, there's currently 11 individuals with their hand raised.
Yeah, we're going to bring it down to 1 minute for the public comment.
One moment, Marcel. Marcel, your microphone's now available. Please begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Marcel Morfin. I am a U.S. Army veteran, and I utilize kratom for my chronic pain. That actually I sustained an injury from the Army, and I've had longstanding pain for nearly 20 years. I use it responsibly. I've been using it for about 8 years. Regulation really is the way to go. And I just really feel bad for people who live in your county who haven't had a chance to speak. I realize this is an introduction, but I just really think you guys need to go with regulation rather than banning. Someone like me, I use it 3 to 4 times a day. It has saved my life. And there are so many other people like that. People that won't be able to order it who are disabled and things of that nature, because if you ban sales, then they can't even get it through the mail. And so you guys really need to think about this and yeah, talk about it more.
Anthony, your microphone's now available.
Hi. I'm a lifelong California resident. I've used kratom for 6 years. I'm not here to defend 7-OH, but please don't punish responsible adults who use natural kratom leaf powder. It's a mild traditional plant that's been safely used for generations. I still struggle every day with anxiety, stress, and depression, but kratom is what gets me through it. It's the only thing that keeps me from falling back into alcoholism. Lumping lab-tested kratom leaf together with synthetic 7-OH is a scientific and moral mistake. Those synthetic capsules contain up to 1,000 times the alkaloid concentration of natural kratom powder. Even the federal government reached out a month ago urging California to make that distinction clear. Texas chose a 7-OH limit over a blanket ban. Why can't we? The actions of our state public health department are authoritarian and are not making that distinction. How can we allow adults to legally buy alcohol and cigarettes, substances proven to kill, yet criminalize a natural plant that helps people live? Please do not force people like me back into despair and addiction. Thank you for your time and compassion.
Maddie, your microphone is now available.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, good afternoon. I'm a white collar professional and a responsible kratom consumer, here to ask you to support regulation, not prohibition. Let's be clear. 7-OH is not kratom. It's a synthetic compound that many times stronger than the natural leaf. Real kratom from Michiana speciosa contains only trace natural levels, less than 1/100%. There have been no confirmed deaths from pure tested kratom, and the harm comes from contaminated or synthetic products. For many, kratom is a lifeline. My mother has severe rheumatoid arthritis and a fused spine. After years of agony, kratom has helped her walk again with less pain. And for me, living with multiple endocrine deficiencies from a pituitary tumor, kratom has been life-changing and restored my energy, focus, and quality of life when prescriptions failed, allowing me to thrive in my cybersecurity career. Please don't make people like us into criminals. Support the KCPA. Choose regulation, testing, and age limits, not fear, misinformation.
Jordan, your microphone's now available.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So, my name is Jordan. I just want to say that kratom is not an opioid based on its botanical origin, chemical structure, or law nationally or internationally. It's kind of easy. If you guys actually Google, has anyone ever died from kratom in Southeast Asia, which has been used for 1,000 years, going back to the Dayak tribe, you'll see it's zero. Unlike a lot of these people talking, I've actually been to the villages. I'm the author of The Truth About Kratom, Life-Saving Plant or Botanical Menace. According to John Hopkins, kratom is 1,000 times safer than traditional opioids. If kratom were an opioid, it would be scheduled under the Controlled Substances Act. Studies have been done where mice were given 400 times the amount of kratom a person can reasonably consume and no deaths. Back in 2016, the DEA was going to schedule kratom, but due to the public backlash, they actually started to study kratom and they rescinded. It's the first substance in history. Also, there's been over 450 published studies on kratom, and also Dr. Brett Jawad, the former head of HHS, he stepped in and stopped the kratom ban. He said the only threat that kratom posed was if it were to be banned.
Dylan, your microphone's now available.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, members of the board, thank you for your time. Because of some of the topics in this hearing, we've discussed both alcohol and kratom. I'd like to put the discussion into a little bit of perspective. According to the CDC, alcohol kills about 178,000 Americans every single year, nearly 500 people every day. It's involved in 4 out of 10 violent crimes, and it costs our country roughly $249 billion annually in healthcare, lost productivity, and social harm. Now compare that to kratom. I'm talking about natural whole leaf kratom, not synthetics like 7-OH. These are not the same. In a major CDC review covering 27,000 overdose deaths, kratom showed up in just 91 cases across the entire United States. And in almost every one of these, other drugs were also involved. The FDA itself acknowledges that kratom-only deaths are rare and that its role is unclear. We regulate and tax alcohol, a proven killer, and cannabis, yet we're debating banning a plant with centuries of safe, traditional use and virtually no documented fatalities when used responsibly in whole leaf form. The data is clear. Kratom is dramatically safer than alcohol, and criminalizing.
Please remember, you only got 1 minute to speak for public comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Christopher. I've been using plain leaf kratom, the tea form, for about a decade now. It's really amazing what a plant can do to help you. There's a lot of plants in nature we're still finding out about, and kratom's one of them that even NIDA has allotted $100 million of our taxpayer dollars to study for alcohol and opiate withdrawal. This plant has been used for centuries in Southeast Asia. Just the way you were talking about, I forget the doctors who was speaking previously said, yes, it has fibrous, has numerous alkaloids, and they're in balance. That's the way God intended the plant to be used. It has the balance of alkaloids. It has a ceiling. You can only use so much before it doesn't work anymore. That's the amazing part about it. This plant really needs to be studied, and there's already been a federal Kratom Consumer Protection Act filed in 2023, Bill S-3039, and that bill would regulate kratom, and that is still to be introduced and adopted by numerous states in the United States.
Venus, your microphone is now available.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Venus Usher, and I'm here to urge you to keep plain leaf kratom legal and regulated, not just for me, but for countless others who rely on it safely every day. In 2000, my life was turned upside down by an FDA-approved medication that caused kidney stones and constant pain. For 17 years, I fought to prove my pain was real. I was labeled a drug addict, sent to rehab, and even underwent unnecessary surgeries, including a botched hysterectomy. No one believed me and no one would help. And then 8.5 years ago, I discovered plain leaf kratom, a simple tea that changed everything. I didn't expect much, but the relief was almost immediate, better than anything I'd experienced in nearly 2 decades. It allowed me to finally undergo a 3-hour surgery that proved my pain was real, and even afterwards, it was plain leaf kratom, not prescription medication, that helped me heal. I had them remove my IV, I drank my tea, and it worked better. Since then, plain leaf kratom and cannabis have been my only source of pain relief. I don't crave it or chase a high. I'm clear-minded, functional, and present in my life again as a nana, a mother, a daughter, and a wife.
Thank
and
you.
Bud, your microphone is now available.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, I started doing drugs when I was 13 because of the horrible life that I was given. I kept using illegal drugs for 17 years until I found kratom. I'm now almost 10 years clean from any drugs besides kratom and maybe once a month cannabis. Kratom changed my life. I go to the gym 3 times a week. I just bought a house. I have 4 kids. And without kratom, I'm not sure that I would be on this earth to be here for my kids. Something that no one has mentioned yet is that the reason kratom does not kill as many people as opiates is because kratom does not cause respiratory depression. 7-OH is dangerous. We need to ban 7-OH because it scares me, and I used to smoke heroin.
Erica, your microphone's now available.
I did see. Hi, my name is Dr. Locke. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So I'm an ER doctor. I'm also a family doctor, and I practice addiction medicine with addiction med boards pending. I think that everyone's experience with kratom that has been beneficial, that is wonderful. I see patients who have wonderful or beneficial experience with opioids, patients that have beneficial experiences with benzodiazepines. These are all very dangerous substances. Coca is also a plant. Opium is a plant. These are plants. And I think that what we are seeking to ban is not a plant. It is these highly synthetic products that are marketed to children in gas stations, right? This is not the plant. That's not the plant. This is a very dangerous substance. I see many overdoses in the emergency department that are unexplained, which we do not have the capacity to test for kratom because we do not have the capacity because we don't have regulation around it at this point. I have seen this ruin people's lives in the emergency department. They come in terribly dependent on this substance.
Thank you.
Athena, your microphone is now available.
Hi, I just want to echo that. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I just want to echo what many other people have said to you, which is that outright banning is not the way to go, that you need to slow down, look to what Texas is doing with a limit, look to what other counties are doing, because this is not going to help. As always, prohibition just means more illegal sales and unregulated dosages. Prohibition is not going to help our community. Please do not do that. And I also just want to say that it is really ableist for you to limit the time on people calling in. The people that are calling in are much more likely to be disabled or living in other parts of the county than you currently are. Often you don't even move your location. You cannot keep limiting the time of people calling in. It is completely unfair and prioritizes people that can physically get to your residence. Please do not do that. Stop limiting the people that are calling in. Do not ban kratom. You will hurt people.
Amanda, your microphone is now available.
Hi,
My name is Amanda. I was stuck on pain medicine at the early age of 9 years old. I am 47 years old here now. 8.5 years ago, I found Kratom after losing my mom to the pain clinic. She died of a cocktail of medication over 8 months. So it scared me being on pain medicine my entire life. I needed to look for more of a holistic way to treat myself. In the 8.5 years that I've been taking Kratom, I have not had to consume over 50,000 pharmaceutical pills. I've gotten blood work every single 4 months, as well as yearly scans on my organs, and everything is drastically improving. I know that there's a lot of talk on the 7OH, and I get it, it freaks people out. But if we fully ban something, then that bans all scientific studies going forward on something that is beneficial to people. It is saving people's lives just as plain leaf is, and who am I to tell them that they cannot take it? I personally take 7OH. On occasions when my pain is way too bad, I live with 10 out of 20 of the most painful conditions to live with, trigeminal neuralgia being one of them.
Thank you.
Chris, your microphone's now available.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, so yeah, I think there's a lot of good information here. The main thing I think that people should take away from this, that whole leaf kratom is not what is harming people, getting them addictive. It's the 7-OH, which is derived from it in a lab. So the one of the doctors mentioned that it's one of the main parts of kratom. It's absolutely not, and it shouldn't be labeled as kratom. People should be looking at the 7-OH. Also, Jordan from New Hope Botanicals that was on here earlier. He's a great resource, has plenty of studies, and explains it in a very easy to understand way. So I suggest you look at the New Hope Botanicals. They have a news section and they have information on 7-OH, why it's not kratom, and why the deaths that are being labeled from kratom are not what they say. Thank you.
I see for no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. You know, I think that we probably do have to spend some time looking at this a little more deeper than trying to differentiate between what's natural and the synthetic. I just looked at the AI, deep dive AI, they call it. And they're saying that in just last week, this got published last week, that in greater Los Angeles County of the 7 ODs, that 6 were synthetic and 3 were fatal, which were also synthetic, but all 3 had alcohol involved. So, you know, I had the idea that all of it was all synthetic, but I didn't know it was all natural. But it's probably something that we should take a deeper dive into as well. Supervisor Martinez?
Thank you. I want to start by thanking Supervisor DeSerpa for bringing this item forward. You know, I just want to be really frank. We have had callers from across the country come in and call right now, but what we just had in front of us was our county public health officer, representative from our sheriff's office. We've had 11 deaths locally in our county over 2 years, which is 11 deaths too many. So I think as a county, it's our job to set policies that protect the public health of our residents. It's pretty simple. So I'm going to be supporting this ordinance today. I'm grateful for all the people who called in who sounds like they've gotten their life together. Great. I don't want to dismiss their experience whatsoever. But what we're talking about is a local ordinance here in Santa Cruz County based on our local values about the public health for our children and our community. And that's why I'm going to be supporting this ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Supervisor Cummings?
Thank you, Chair. I actually have a bunch of questions. I mean, and I will say that I do sometimes when first readings of ordinances come before us without, you know, a proposal of, you know, let's move forward with something so we can have questions incorporated into the ordinance makes it really challenging for me because, you know, if we adopt the first reading, that means it's going to come back for a second reading and then that becomes law. And I just have some concerns with how much outreach has been done throughout the community on this. I have some concerns with what the other jurisdictions are doing and the overall intent, because I think what we've heard is that overwhelmingly the people who called in, I think, agree with the fact that the highly potent, highly concentrated kratom is an issue and should be addressed. And I will say, over this past weekend, I met with one of my friends and brought up the fact that this was going to be on our agenda, and he mentioned that his brother had some issues with some of the highly concentrated kratom. That being said, I do know of people who struggle with opioid addiction, who've been addicted to opioids and use kratom as a substitute so that they can try to wean themselves off of highly addictive, highly lethal opioids. I also know that I also have concerns around the fact that, if we ban this, we're really just creating a black market where there is no regulation. And similarly, the person I know who is using kratom right now to help, get themselves off of opioids, how they got on opioids was that they were buying pills on the black market, and it turned out that they weren't getting what they thought they were, and ended up buying pills that were fentanyl and got addicted to fentanyl. Now they're trying to get themselves off of it because they're buying things on the black market, and those black market substances they were buying turned out that they weren't what they thought they were. So I just have concerns with the fact that if we move this to the black market so rapidly, that we will additionally see that if people are going to purchase what they think is kratom, could actually be tainted and can be laced with something like fentanyl, another product, which would make our efforts, not as meaningful. Additionally, I think I mentioned it's not clear what we're going to do in terms of the other jurisdictions. So if the county passes it, does that mean that Scotts Valley, Watsonville, Santa Cruz, and Capitola are planning on passing similar ordinances? When we had the cigarette filter item, that was one of the requirements, because we wanted to make sure that people aren't just going to drive across the street. You drive across 7th Ave from Eeks Market to Days Market, and maybe you could buy them in H. I don't know who is selling these. I think that's another issue that's come up, is I'm not sure. I don't know to the extent of who is selling these products throughout the county. But I think one of the real issues I have that has come up today is that the U.S. has had a history of creating a war on drugs, on nature and plants. It's clear that from folks who have been here today and have spoken to us, that overwhelmingly, again, they all agree that synthetic is the problem, and that the plant-based substance has been around for hundreds, if not thousands of years, used in other countries in a way that has been healthy and beneficial for a variety of things that have been mentioned earlier, like pain relief and what have you. And I think that we should not be cutting off the opportunity for people to access those naturally occurring substances that are sold in natural forms in a healthy way. I do agree 100%. I think that it's good for us to find out from our state elected officials what is going on at the state level to regulate this, what is going on to test this, because we're finding it now being distributed more widely in stores. But there is a benefit of it, and I think somebody brought up coca, and that was another thing that brought this to mind for me, which is that I've been to Ecuador numerous times, and coca tea is just normal. Like, you can just go and you can go buy coca tea in grocery stores, and yet here it's considered a class 2 substance, and if you were possessing potentially coca tea, you could be charged with a felony for possession of that kind of substance, which seems ridiculous when you can go to a country and drink it regularly, and here all of a sudden it's this category 2 illegal drug. So as much as I want to support this today, I do think that having more conversation with, and it sounds like there's folks in our community who are on board with banning the more highly concentrated kratom, and having more information come forward that would be supportive of how we move in this direction, conversations with our state elected officials, what's going on at the federal level with discussing this with Congressman Panetta, because I think that there is a win-win that we can reach here, and I think that that's been expressed today from folks who want to see us keep the natural occurring product available to folks, while maybe banning and getting rid of the highly synthetic, highly concentrated substances.
Supervisor Koenig?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I also want to thank Supervisor DeSerpa for bringing this to our attention and for bringing a draft ordinance for us to look at today. I appreciate all the work that went into that, and this was just not an issue that was on my radar, so I'm glad you brought it to our attention. I would sort of agree with some of the comments of Supervisor Cummings and Hernandez that I'd like to see a little bit more nuance in our policy approach here. I mean, I certainly agree the goal is to eliminate deaths related to kratom and 7-OH, and definitely to keep it out of the hands of minors. And I just, also think that I mean, yes, people have called in from all over the country, but we also, I mean, clearly it has helped them. They feel passionately about this. I don't think that everyone we heard from today was simply a Kratom industry lobbyist. Although we had one of those two self-admittedly, and that's fine. And I appreciate the transparency. So I'd be in favor of an ordinance that looks a little bit more like Orange County's, where they ban the sale of Kratom and 7-OH products to people under the age of 21 years old, and where they define a limit. And I don't know if this is the right limit, but they say, no, 2% of total kratom alkaloids in the product. Below that can be sold and above that cannot. It looks like Texas is a lot more restrictive. I think 0.1% total kratom alkaloids. I don't know what the right number is, and I think it'd be great to have some feedback about what the right, sort of where the break is between natural and synthetic. And, the Orange County ordinance, of course, has other things like ensuring that age verification shall take place at sale, and that the products will not be attractive to children. So generally where I am, happy to make a motion that tries to do those things.
I think one of the important things is to really distinguish between the synthetic and the natural or naturally based, right? I don't know how we could put that in any kind of motion. Supervisor Martinez.
In response to my colleagues, I think I can kind of see where this vote is going to head. The one thing that I'll just advise is that our county is a very robust health network that has expanded medication-assisted treatment practices, has trained addiction treatment specialists, practitioners in health clinics and in CBOs across the county on how to safely prescribe and monitor regulated treatment mechanisms. This is best practice, it's evidence-based, and it's what all the good work and advancements in healthcare have led us to. And so my hope is that as a potential revision to this ordinance may be coming forward, that it's based on guidance from our public health officer, from our addiction treatment specialists, and really takes into account the options available to expand medication-assisted treatment for those struggling with opioid dependency, which it sounds like was a number of the callers today. We have a system in place so people don't have to self-medicate or self-treat. So my hope is that anything we do helps to build up that system. Thank you.
If I could just respond for a moment. So the kratom industry is more than $1 billion. And what you heard today were people that got an all-call email about what is happening here in little old Santa Cruz County. And you heard from people all across this country. Most of them do not live here, okay? These are people that have a dependence on kratom. You heard somebody say that they use it up to 4 or 5 times a day. It's because they're addicted to it, frankly. And it makes them feel good because if they don't use it, they go into withdrawal. The treatment for kratom withdrawal is buprenorphine, same as it would be with opioids. This is a substance that is not good for people and certainly not good for our youth. It is a gateway drug to get kids hooked. So I will bring back a revised ordinance if that's what you're asking me to do. But I think the ordinance as it is written today is important for our county. And that you're sitting here responding to 10 people that called in from Virginia and Florida and Colorado. It kind of blows my mind, frankly. These are people that are already users of something that is addictive, and you're listening to them instead of listening to what was presented to you by 3 doctors and law enforcement. And we know we have overdoses in this county. So anyway.
Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah, I do just want to remind ourselves that those of us who don't deal with chronic pain are not taking drugs on a regular basis. And those of us who do have chronic pain are taking drugs on a regular basis, whether they're pharmaceutical or not. And I think that it's important to know that there are many pharmaceutical drugs, Oxycontin is one of them, that has led to the opioid crisis that was prescribed through pharmacists. And I also think that there's equally drugs that have, I mean, we see commercials all the time where, there's commercials about drugs that then the side effects include like X, Y, Z, all the way through the alphabet of what the potential side effects can be. And so, but I hear the concern. And I also think that there are people out there who look for alternatives. They're not really into going to doctors or pharmacists. They're not into pharmaceutical drugs, and they look for alternatives. And it's what I heard today was there are some folks who use this naturally occurring substance that's been around for thousands of years as that alternative. And I think one of the big things that I do want to see come back with this is some kind of educational component, because we're not going to solve a problem here unless people understand what they're getting themselves into. And the lack of education, I think, is what gets people into these bad situations. Like people should know, if you're buying kratom, like the 7-hydroxy, highly concentrated, can be highly addictive, and it can cause a lot of problems, and you shouldn't drink alcohol with it. And if you're looking to use natural kratom, here's what it looks like. Here's what it does. I think that there's a way to really use education, because what we've seen in the past is prohibition has never worked. And I think the step that we could take that will really help get people to not use these substances or use them responsibly is education. And so my hope is that when this comes back, there can be some kind of a plan for education as well. And then I have one other question for the representative from the Sheriff's Department. Just want to know if you could say real briefly, like, what would the plan be then for enforcement?
Yeah, so we'd have to look at the program in its entirety, and then we could model it similar to our cannabis program or alcohol compliance. So I would see it would be synonymous to the other programs that we run, with an officer that would be dedicated to that, responding to complaints, doing investigations, education, all of the same programs.
Because that also, since that wasn't outlined in the ordinance, I really do think that it's important that people understand what that enforcement is going to look like. I know with the tobacco, we have the tobacco enforcement officer who goes by and they check, what's being sold. And so I think when this comes back, it would also be good for us to have some kind of, explanation of what enforcement's going to look like, especially, and then I think also like a timeline, like, are we going to give people time to get this off their shelves? Are they going to be forewarned, which also wasn't included, because I'd hate to see, a retailer, this passes 90 days goes by, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh my God, now I've got all this on my shelves and I'm getting fined. And so I think that it would be important for us to outline what the enforcement looks like as well.
Yeah, I agree. And I anticipate education, just as we're going to do with the nitrous program, similar.
Right.
Yeah, I will say too that I was going to recommend a sort of a long on-ramp if this passed today, so that it didn't go into effect until January 1st, so that there could be guidance shared with all of our medical practitioners in our county that people might not be able to get this anymore in the unincorporated area. And here are the options for treatment, because people are going to be withdrawing off of it. And I want to give them enough time to get themselves either in to see an addiction specialist doc or go to their primary care and get buprenorphine or Suboxone or whatever they need. So that was a piece. And then the other piece is similar to the nitrous ordinance that we passed. There was a plan for going out and working with all the retailers in the community to make sure they understood and give them time to take it off the shelves. So thank you.
So for the sake of process, I'm going to start by moving the recommended actions.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes. Supervisor Koenig.
No.
Martinez.
Aye.
Cummings.
No.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
No. Motion fails. 3 no votes. Supervisor Hernandez, Supervisor Koenig, Supervisor Cummings.
All right, I'll move that this ordinance return to us at that County Council work on this ordinance and bring a revision back to us at a future meeting that includes banning the sale of all Kratom and 7-OH products to a person under 21 years of age, that requires any individual business or other entity that sells, attempts to sell, offers, provides, or distributes a Kratom product or a 7-OH product to conduct age verification to ensure compliance with this subdivision, and which bans 7-OH products with a level of 7-hydroxy mitragynine that is that is at a level that is greater than a certain level, that level to be recommended by or to have sorry, input on that, what that break point is to be provided by our county health officer, and to be informed by other jurisdictions' ordinances.
So we're keeping the synthetic in this motion? Not working.
I am. I'm looking at the Orange County ordinance. Sure, yes. I'll move that we receive an updated version of this ordinance with input from County Council modeled off the Orange County ordinance, which does distinguish between natural Kratom products and synthetic products.
I'll second. And then I do hope that can involve communication with some of the folks who are who've come to us today from that community, just so that they can weigh in. I mean, we're going to have our public health, it sounds like, weighing in, but also having some of the folks who work in that industry kind of can't weigh in as well. It sounds like, again, everybody's pretty clear about the synthetic and not wanting that, and the natural and what that is. I think it's up to us to try to better define with some input from folks who work within that industry.
Add 2 volunteers.
I mean,
It's
I'm
my
not, sure,
ordinance.
I'm not sure that we need a subcommittee. Yeah, I think that
Bring it back.
Supervisor to serve
Some of the recommendations that you've made.
And I would just, I guess then I would just encourage that there's outreach to some of the folks who have been here today. There are people here who locally have been advocates for natural Kratom and not the synthetic. And so I think it's worth engaging with the stakeholders so that we can find a compromise that will work for people who see this as a benefit for themselves and, you know, can provide their input on this as well. And then I would also just add as a friendly amendment that we also come back with, we have a return with recommendations for education and outreach to not only retailers, but also to members of the community to educate them on the on what Kratom is and the benefits and harms that it can provide.
Any other comments, questions before we take roll call? Is there any more comments or questions before we take roll call? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
If possible, could we have a restating of the mover and seconder?
It was Supervisor Koenig and the seconder was Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig,
Aye.
and Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Now we move to back up to 15, correct? We're going back and forth all day here. Next agenda item is number 15. Consider the report on Santa Cruz County Like Me project, including findings and recommendations based on the work of the Youth Advisory Task Force, approving concept, the ordinance amending sections 2.38.70C of the Santa Cruz County Code relating to decision-making, subordinate bodies, adopt a resolution amending Appendix A, designated positions of Unified Conflict of Interest Code for the County of Santa Cruz, and take related actions. I'll turn it over to Nicole Coburn, County Executive Officer, and members of the Youth Advisory Task Force for the presentation.
All right, good afternoon. Sorry. So I'm Nicole Coburn, currently Assistant CEO, about to be CEO. And I am presenting an update on the Santa Cruz County Like Me project. Liz Padilla in the Clerk of the Board's office was supposed to be here today, but she is out on a medical leave. And so I just wanted to note how instrumental she was in convening and supporting the Youth Advisory Task Force. She supported them, stayed in communication with them, and without her, we wouldn't be here today. I also want to recognize Ryan Jones, who's a Watsonville High School teacher, and he was our facilitator for the Youth Advisory Task Force. He's also been instrumental in doing all of this work. And sitting next to me is Mark Mendoza Loingas, who is a member or student at Pajaro Valley High School and a member of our Youth Advisory Task Force. A lot of the youth who are on the task force have had after-school activities, so they couldn't be here this afternoon. Natalie Lynn Allen was here. She was also sitting next to me with Aptos High School, but she had to leave for swim practice. So I just wanted to note their participation. Great. So as you might recall, a couple years ago, the Board of Supervisors unanimously approved a variety of recommendations to increase representation on our county boards and commissions. One of the ones that we're here to talk to about today is the Youth Advisory Task Force, which has been meeting for over the last year and has worked with us to develop a recommendation for you all. There were also recommendations related to additional outreach and education, getting a pipeline of referrals to commissions, onboarding and mentoring programs, and the stipends that we now pay all of our commissioners. So a year ago, we launched the task force. Their goal was to review youth participation and expand involvement for young people in local government. They worked on and looking at potentially creating a youth commission, designating at-large youth seats on existing boards and commissions, and then other forms of youth engagement. So this is the first meeting that we had with them a year ago. We met down in Watsonville, and they got some background on the county and what we were doing as part of the initiative. Over the past 12 months, they've been engaging in training, working with other youth to engage them on figuring out youth needs and interests and how they want to engage. And then as part of that, doing some learning from their peers. So they went and visited the City of Watsonville Teen Action Council, the City of Gilroy Youth Commission, and the County of Santa Clara Youth Task Force to learn about their structure and purpose and duties. They also received training on the Brown Act and how to conduct public meetings and participate on boards and commissions. And then they met with county commissioners who served as mentors, explaining what they do on commissions and the work of their commissions. A few of them met with Supervisor McPherson almost a year ago, and this is them sitting down together to talk about what a supervisor does. And I know they gained a lot from that experience. This is just one of their other meetings, and I'm showing you all these pictures just to represent they were so very engaged and interested in what the county does and wanting to learn more and get involved. So the task force conducted a survey with youth. They received 191 responses, and this was conducted with youth between the ages of 14 and 24 this past summer. And the top 5 concerns of youth are shown here on this slide in ranked order. So the top concern from the survey was mental health, followed by homelessness, and then environmental sustainability. Housing, affordable housing, and education were also in the top 5. This, I believe, is when they visited the county of Santa Clara and they got to talk to those youth, and they took away from that the bylaws and learned more about how they were structured. This was us painting equity fish, which I know a lot of county staff and community members have painted. And now these fish are on display throughout various buildings throughout the county, including 701 and various libraries and other facilities. So some of the findings based on their survey, they landed on 3 key findings. One is that the lived experience and concerns of college-age youth, so the youth between 18 and 24, differ significantly from those of high school students. They also landed on a finding related to there's already a lot of opportunities for college age and young adults because they can already serve on all of our commissions because they are 18 and over. And then with all of that, because of the opportunities available to young adults, there wasn't really an opportunity for high school students to serve specific to them and to specifically address their needs and interests. So the interest in creating a youth commission relates to creating a pipeline for youth development and interest in county government so that they might be our future commissioners or our future employees or our future supervisors. This is the task force meeting with existing commissioners to learn about what they do. So I'm going to turn it over to Mark, who's going to talk about the Youth Commission.
The Santa Cruz County Youth Commission would be established a county youth commission comprised of high school students ages 14 to 18. It would follow a membership structure, 11 total members, 5 district seats, 1 per supervisory district, and 6 at-large seats, open countywide. Here are 2 photos of our factor analysis on key issues for a new strategic plan.
This slide is showing the 6 at-large seats that the Youth Advisory Task Force landed on. They believe it's really important to have a person of color on the commission, person with either a physical or learning disability. They would also like to see someone who lives in a rural or unincorporated area. Designating someone who is an immigrant or from a farm worker family background is important to them. They also would like to see someone who identifies as low income on the commission. And then lastly, but not least importantly, they want to see someone who identifies as LGBTQ+. We did journey maps with the task force to talk about where they've come from and where they're headed. And this was great insight into who they are as people and they could share with each other.
The Santa Cruz Youth County Commission missions and terms. Our mission is to provide a voice for youth in the decisions and policies of government agencies and community organizations that affect the lives of young people. 1-year term, 1-year terms for each seats. max of 2 consecutive terms, options to serve up to 2 consecutive terms, and school year calendar. Commissions will follow the school year calendar, August through June. And here you have a picture of our youth task force at a Brown Act training in the Board of Chambers.
So I won't go through them all, but we took purpose and duties from other examples to delineate what we see this youth commission doing. And so you'll see most of these duties have to do with really serving as the youth voice and advising the Board of Supervisors on things of importance to high school youth. And there's just a few more of the duties that we would put into an ordinance that we hope to bring back to the board. So in addition, we also wanted to know, since our last update, we have partnered again with Ventures to conduct another survey of our commissioners and their demographics. So the survey was conducted this past May. We received 120 responses, more than 120 responses, which is half of all active commissioners. We also added new questions on recruitment pathways and first-time service experiences. The survey ended up providing us insights into who's serving, how they are recruited, and barriers to participation. So these are some of the highlights in terms of where we are now. Or we have more, the good news is we have more South County representatives on our commissions. It's now at 27%, which is up from 16% versus 31% based on the county population, which is a huge jump. And we should all be really proud of ourselves, and it's really due to your appointments to various commissions. We also have 13% renters versus 44% countywide, which is a drop. We've actually saw a decline. So homeowners continue to be more represented on our commissioners. So this is an area for improvement. We also have very few young adults compared to what we see countywide, and we have few people with disabilities. A lot of the folks who serve on commissions are seniors, so those age 55 or 65 plus, so they have overrepresentation compared to our county population. We also have an overrepresentation, a great overrepresentation of those with bachelor's degrees or higher. So we need to do a better job of getting more people on our commissions with less than a bachelor's degree. And we have approximately equal, a little bit more women than men on our commission, which is a slight decline in women since our last survey. And nearly half of our commissioners stated that they were encouraged to serve by government officials. Very few learned through other public channels. Lastly, we also have an update to our conflict of interest code as part of this item. Last year, we adopted a unified conflict of interest code. Since then, departments, it's their responsibility to review the list of designated positions and disclosure categories. It's upon them to flag when updates are needed. And so based on department changes and ongoing commission work, we need to amend Appendix A for designated positions, for positions that were inadvertently omitted, updates to Form 700 reporting commissions, and removal of unnecessary position titles. So if approved, the changes will go into effect on January 1st, 2026. So with that, I won't repeat our recommended actions, but they're all shown here. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have, or if you have questions for Mark, I'm sure that they would be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll take it out to the public first, see if anybody would like to address us on this item.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Maria Cadenas. I'm the Executive Director of Ventures, and I'm extremely grateful for the partnership with the county in being able to do this work with you, including the updated report for Santa Cruz ECME. The original report is started in 2021. And this month is special because the governor just signed SB 702, which was influenced by the work here in Santa Cruz. That bill will create an annual aggregate demographic study of data for statewide appointments. So I think you should be proud of the legacy that we're building into the state of California. The report that you saw and the data that you shows the progress that we've done, but it's really been a collective effort of both the county, the nonprofit members, community members, and really the youth task force, who not only did the work of the task force, but were visible in bringing conversations to different spaces and bringing awareness of the value of civic government and representation as we move forward. We remain deeply committed to continue to work with you as we move forward as a county and to partner as we do the work together to build the future that we want in Santa Cruz County. I really want to take this time to thank especially Nicole Coburn and Liz Padilla and the clerk's office for their partnership, attention to detail, and commitment to the values of the strategic plan of the county and to who we are as a community. And selfishly, I want to call out a thank you to all past and current venture staff, Kayla Gomez, Amber Holguin, and Cecilia Diaz. Without them, this would not be possible. Thank you.
Anyone online?
Leave chat. Whoa, cutting me off already, Supervisor. Chair, members of the board, my name is Yvette Brooks. I'm the CEO of United Way Santa Cruz County. I first want to thank all of you for your long-lasting commitment to youth and families. The conversation you had earlier is just an example around really how thoughtful you are in making these decisions that support our youth. So thank you, Supervisor DeSerpa, for bringing that forward. What you're establishing here and why I'm here today is to support the Youth Commission is because we're really trying to encourage youth voice in a more meaningful and deliberate way. Your leadership, supervisors, have expanded access to prevention, mental health, and educational programs that make a real difference. Creating a youth commission builds on that legacy ensures that young people have a formal role in shaping our county's priorities. Supervisor Cummings, you said you wanted to do outreach and you want to educate people in the community about some of the things you were just discussing. This is the way that we ensure that we have members of the public, our youth, who can be resources. This is the way that they can come to you and offer their opinion, and it's so important. At United Way Santa Cruz County, now celebrating 85 years here, we see every day how powerful youth engagement can be. Through our United for Youth initiative, we partner with hundreds of students throughout the county, and nearly 70% of them who report that opportunities for civic participation motivate them to stay engaged in school and community life. Yet we only know that 1 in 3 youth report feeling disconnected from trusted adults and leadership opportunities. This is your opportunity to support and establish the Santa Cruz County Youth Commission that directly addresses this gap. It creates a space for youth voice and partnership. United Way is here to support in any way we can and to continue our partnership as we have done for the last 85 years. Thank you so much.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ryan Jones. I'm a teacher at Watsonville High School, been there for 16 years, and I have the honor of working with this group of young people for the past year. I think the thing that I really want to highlight is how much of these recommendations that you're looking at and considering this evening are really the work of these young people. And that's a huge credit to Nicole and Liz, who ensured that that was true at every step of the way. And I've been part of organizations outside of the county where those recommendations that eventually make it to the governing body aren't necessarily, those recommendations from the members that were part of that committee. And this, every single step, we put these drafts and decisions in front of the kids, in front of the young people. and this is all them. And I have this is cheesy teacher talk, but I have this poster and this tagline in my classroom that says that I want to teach my students how to govern instead of be governed. And I think that it was fulfilling for me because this was definitely a example of that kind of opportunity that these young people got to have over the past year, and exactly what this commission is going to do for our youth across Santa Cruz County. So with that, I recommend that the board adopt these recommendations. Thank you.
Oh, I cut nobody off this time. There's no one in the public that wishes to address us on this item. Is there anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Cecilia, your microphone is now available.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cecilia Diaz. I'm the Power and Community Building Director at Ventures, and I collaborate on the report. While this report reflects months of data collection and analysis, I think that what makes this partnership so special is that the recommendations were really created with partnership in mind. And because we believe that building a representative government it's a shared journey that requires co-creators and collaboration every step of the way. Santa Cruz, like me, is more than just data. It is a call to continue walking together toward a county where everyone belongs and every voice counts. So I would like to recommend that the recommendations are adopted. And thank you so much for your time and making equity a priority in Santa Cruz County.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. With that, I'll bring back to the board for any comments, questions. Supervisor Cummings?
Thank you, Chair. One question I did have was just around the recommended, this item itself, and maybe this is for Jason Heath. Our office was discussing this, and there's an ordinance, and then there's a bunch of other stuff on here as well. And I guess one of the questions we had were usually don't ordinances come independently by themselves when they're supposed to be for consideration for first reading?
Great. Yes, that usually happens, but it does not have to happen. It's not a legal requirement that that happen. An ordinance can be bundled with several other things, including a resolution, as long as we pay attention to the requirements of the Brown Act and notice it the right way on the agenda, which has been done.
Okay, great. First, I just want to thank all the young people who participated in this task force and who brought forward these recommendations. I do actually have a question, like, how was attendance for this process with youth task force? I mean, was there 100% attendance all the time, or what did that look like throughout this process?
We had great attendance. So we had 24 that we accepted on the task force, and we had only 2 people who had to drop out because of various conflicts. So we had 22 youth who stayed with us, and almost all of them were with us at every meeting. There were a few meetings where maybe, especially during the summer months, it was a little bit more challenging, but there was a high level of interest.
And then I guess the next question is, in terms of when this comes forward, like, what are we thinking in terms of frequency of meetings and kind of geographic location? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so we rotated their meetings around the county. I would imagine we would rotate them. We also held the meetings in the evenings, which was easier for them. The terms will be 1-year terms with a 2-year maximum, so someone could serve for 2 years. And we want as much rotation in high schoolers as possible to provide the most opportunities. And so they'll meet monthly during the school year between August and June, taking off for school breaks. So there might be a few other times in there that they're not meeting.
I guess, I'm encouraged, to see this move forward. I think that the age demographic also makes a lot of sense, just given from what we've learned in this report, that, what 18-year-olds and 20-year-olds are facing is very different from 14 to 18. So I think it makes sense that, you know, focusing on that high school population is a good way of really trying to have peers who are kind of in the same boat in terms of how they're experiencing life in the county. And then you have that kind of older to younger peer opportunity for mentorship as well. I do feel like the, you know, the purposes and duties of the commission, like there's a lot there. And my hope is that when the youth are, you know, kind of directed to take on tasks, it's not something that's going to be so much to the point where, you know, they're prioritizing this over schoolwork or homework, or vice versa, that, you know, they're not actually going to be able to put the time into, you know, what is going to be asked of them. Because, I mean, I think at the same time as while we're trying to create these opportunities, I think we also, at least my sense is that I think it's important that kids are still kids and they get that opportunity to be kids, because you won't get that opportunity again. And so I think in these years where, you know, teens are out and wanting to, you know, live that experience, that we're not kind of overwhelming folks with too much work on top of their homework. But I know that it is, though, at the same time important the youth are getting to understand and learn about governmental processes and how government works. I mean, it really reminds me, I was sitting up here while I was listening to it, thinking of Supervisor Hernandez's Young Supervisors Institute, and it was making me think, like, is there a way to kind of combine these two things as well? I mean, I'm not recommending that, but it just makes me think about, you know, how can we have some of the similar experience of those task force members where they're going around, they're engaging with supervisors, they're learning about different commissions. Like, how can we incorporate that into this commission, given that it sounds like the task force is probably going to be dissolved because we're not going to duplicate. And so we're going to create this commission. What opportunities are there for those members of that commission to learn more about county operations and not just kind of sit on a board? Because it sounds like there's a lot of benefit that came out of the task force being able to kind of move around the county and learn about different jobs and ways that government. So I'm hoping that that can be something that, you know, is a part of this commission. But outside of that, just really, you know, supportive and want to see how it develops over time. I did hear there's a conversation that I had with my staff where it was brought up that in the past there have been efforts to do this, and one of the reasons why it wasn't successful in the past is because over time youth kind of dropped out. And so I'm just going to be eager to learn to see, you know, do we see high retention? What's led to that high retention? If we're not seeing retention, what ways can we adjust so we can maintain this over time and we don't have, you know, something that sounds great and we want to put together but then fizzles out? And so really supportive, looking forward to seeing how we can roll this out in a way that's really meaningful for not just the participants, but to provide us with some input as well on our policies and how they impact youth. Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and ask my question right now because it's kind of related to some of the things that Supervisor Cummings was talking about in the beginning. Do you know if this is it a Brown Act commission that it's going to be?
It is. It'll be a Brown Act commission, but, you know, we want to make this, you know, interesting and engaging for youth. So we'll look to have their sessions be structured in such a way that we can maintain interest.
Are we going to utilize AB 707, or do we have to adopt something with AB 707 to use it? I guess that's county council question. The mic is right there.
Sorry. So are you referring to the new Brown Act bill, that SB 707? Is that
Yes,
what you're referring to?
allow them to zoom in on without emergencies.
Yeah. So SB 707 would apply to them the way it's going to apply to all of our Brown Act commissions. So we have a considerable amount of work to do. The clerk of the board's office, CEO, and my office in kind of figuring out everything that's in SB 707 and making sure that we're.
That begins January 1st, right? 2026? Okay.
Most of it begins January 1st, 2026, and some of it begins July 2026.
Oh.
So we have a little time.
You know, I don't know what, Justin was talking about Supervisor Cummings was talking about bringing us together. I'm not sure when the timeline goes between them, but we do it right before we use a couple of weeks of the July when we're off so we can have the time to do it. But the 2 weeks before too as well. But it'd be at least great to get them together for the fun day. We have one last final fun day of that month where we take them out to like the boardwalk, Roaring Camp, or somewhere fun in the county. But yeah, that'd be great. one of the years we took Monterey County Young Supervisors together with Santa Cruz County Young Supervisors. Supervisor Koenig?
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I have to say the Youth Supervisor Institute that you've held the last few years, I've had a chance to attend some of those sessions, and it's just been wildly successful and great to see the involvement of youth. And I think this is a great opportunity to carry some of that involvement forward into another realm where we're actually directly receiving feedback from our youth representatives. Just a couple suggestions. We don't actually have the ordinance forming the youth commission before us today, which is good. It's coming back. And so just a couple of things I've noticed as problematic in other commissions. First of all, I'd suggest that the at-large appointments that have sort of a designated characteristic for those appointees, that be a preference rather than a requirement. I just don't, for example, I'm looking at our Housing Advisory Commission. We still have 6 open seats for all those designated positions we created. And it's sort of an ideal. I don't want that ideal to get in the way of practically being able to have a full commission. So I think we should give preference to folks who have those characteristics, but in absence of an applicant who has them, be willing to appoint someone else. And the other thing is I'd like to see that the quorum considered for the commission be based on total appointed members, not total seats available. We've seen that the Women's Commission hasn't been able to meet a number of times because they have multiple vacancies, and same with the Commission on Disabilities, and would like to prevent the same issue occurring here. That's it. Thanks.
President Martinez?
Thank you. I want to start off by thanking all of the partners who brought forward the A Santa Cruz Like Me project. I think that this has been one of the most transformational efforts that our county has done as it relates to equity and inclusion. And getting the report back today shows us some of the results. We still have a long way to go, but it shows what happens when you really intentionally look at the data as it is, set goals, and then make efforts to improve things. You know, personally, as a supervisor making appointments to commissions, I take this report into consideration when I'm making recommendations, and I really appreciate that. So, you know, it's wonderful that the next iteration is now this proposal of a youth commission. I want to thank and congratulate the Youth Advisory Task Force for a really successful year and for bringing this forward to us. You know, we're at a time when we're trying. In some ways, we've been reducing commissions because we want to make sure that the commissions we have are effective. And it's really encouraging that we're also adding a commission based on need, based on community feedback and input, and an opportunity to really diversify the voices who are helping to influence policy moving forward. So as a longtime advocate and supporter of youth voices, as a mom of a 10 and 11-year-old, I can tell you that this is going to be really valuable, and I look forward to supporting it. And I'd be happy to move the recommended actions when the time comes.
Supervisor Serpa?
Thank you. Really, I can't say much more than what you just said, Monica. I too take into consideration my appointments to commissions. For example, on the Disability Commission, I have appointed 2 people that are in wheelchairs to really be able to inform the work that is done in that commission, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you to Yvette and to Ryan Jones for being here today. To the Ventures crew, we really appreciate everything that you do to make us better as a county government, and look forward to continuing the good work. Thank you, Nicole, for all your hard work on this project.
Supervisor Martinez?
Yes, with that, I'm happy to move the recommended actions.
I'll second. If there's no further comments, we have a motion from Supervisor Martinez and a second from Supervisor Hernandez.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you to the youth. Thank you to Mr. Jones over there. Yvette? So next we're moving to item 15.1, which was 19 on the consent. I forgot who pulled it out. Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I pulled this item, which the title is Adopt Ordinance Repealing and Replacing Chapter 9.57 of the Santa Cruz County Code relating to abandoned, wrecked, dismantled, or inoperative vehicles, because just late last night or early this morning, we began to get letters from ACLU who had some concerns about the conformance of this ordinance with case law and current existing laws. And just as a matter of due diligence, I'd like to ask the Supervisor Koenig, who brought forward this ordinance, if you'd be willing to defer this item and give our county council an opportunity to do a little more due diligence and possibly bring it forward with any cleanup that may need to be done.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely. I agree that we should take some additional time for county council to review this ordinance and be able to update it or respond to some of the concerns raised. And so I'm happy to move that we postpone this and bring it back for a new first read at a future date.
Second.
Just point of order, we have to go out to public comment.
Yes. Before we make the motion, I agree to it too. Anyone in the public wish to address us on this item?
Wow, I was a teacher. I can't sit all day like you guys do. I'm Laura Chatham, and I wanted to thank you for postponing this because, well, I had something written and I didn't. What you're getting ready to vote on may well be illegal under a new state law that was just recently passed, AB 630, and I've made copies for you all so you can see the summary. It allows only 2 counties in California. It was signed into law by Governor Newsom on October 13th, just a couple weeks ago, or last week. AB 630 allows only 2 counties, Los Angeles and Alameda, to do what you were talking about doing here. The original AB 630 was written to make it legal statewide, but it was amended in committee. The ACLU State Lobby Coalition, Equal Rights for Every Neighbor, has been opposed to AB 630 and worked to get that amendment in committee. A special statewide law had to be passed to allow Major Bass in Los Angeles to do what you're considering. Santa Cruz County was not included. This is probably because it was clear to our state legislatures and any other person who thinks about it that what you're considering doing actually takes folks out of housing and puts them on the streets to swell our ever-growing number of unhoused folks on the street. I am sure that is not what your intent was, but it is a clear and unavoidable unintended consequence. You may get sued by the first person who has the resources if you insist on taking and destroying their property. Maybe you'll show your constituents that you are interested in helping folks get off the street. Thank you.
Anyone else here who'd like to address us? Seeing none. Anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Athena, your microphone's now available.
Hi, folks. Thank you so much for taking the time to let us address you. And please take the time to read what Laura is passing out to you. Laura does such amazing work. I just wanted to speak to the fact that as it is written, you guys have a time limit of 10 days for someone to appeal. And it is clear that whoever wrote this has never lived in abject poverty, because 10 days is absolutely nothing. 10 days is the length of a hospital stay. 10 days is the length of a jail stay. 10 days is the length of I went out of town to take care of my sick parent. 10 days is completely unacceptable. Please, if you continue to write legislation that has to do with people putting in an appeals process, you need to give more than 10 days. 10 days is completely unacceptable. It is clear that you guys have not lived in poverty, or you would know that 10 days is no amount of time. Thank you.
We have no further speakers online, Chair.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move that we ask county council to work on this ordinance and bring it back with amendments at a future date.
Second. Oh. Seconds. Madam Clerk?
Supervisor.
We got a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you. Yes. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Now we have item 15.2, which is item number 27 on the consent. And
That is me.
okay, Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you. It's been a long day, and this is a really important topic, so just bear with me so I can have an opportunity to share the comments that I've prepared today. This is item number 27, which is to approve the preliminary recommendations of the core subcommittee, which can be found in the packet. So for the public's awareness, because of the Brown Act, I cannot discuss this item with my colleagues outside of this meeting. This is the only setting where I can share my thoughts about the core process and the recommendations before us. So I really appreciate the opportunity to provide a fuller perspective. First, I want to acknowledge Supervisor Cummings and DeSerpa for dedicating their time and attention to this work. Thank you. We share the same overarching goal, ensuring that our county's most vulnerable residents are supported through an effective, transparent, and equitable system for funding essential services. Where I differ today is the framing of the challenges and the path forward. I raised these same points back in April when the subcommittee was established, and I want to be consistent in reiterating them today since I don't feel that my comments were reflected in the latest report. So for context, before joining this board, I led one of the organizations funded through CORE. I've navigated the grant process myself. I've experienced what works and what doesn't, and I've seen the real world impact of these funds on our community. I also remember what came before CORE, when funding decisions were made largely on relationships and history rather than outcomes and data. That's what the CORE model was designed to change. The current core model was not created overnight. It came from years of work by experienced evaluators and public sector professionals. It was informed by national best practices, extensive stakeholder feedback, and a strong equity framework. It was designed to make our funding process more consistent, more defensible, and more focused on measurable community outcomes. So while I absolutely support continuous improvement and believe every system can evolve, I want to be careful that we don't lose sight of the significant progress already made. The intent of CORE has always been to level the playing field and ensure that decisions are based on data and community impact, not politics, not personalities, not popularity. So now I want to respond directly to the subcommittee's preliminary recommendations. The first one is prioritizing safety net services. I agree completely that we must protect and strengthen our local safety net. These are incredibly challenging times for our service providers, but I want to emphasize that how we define and prioritize safety net services must be based on data, outcomes, and clear criteria, not on which programs are most vocal or best connected. We also can't discuss funding priorities without acknowledging the larger fiscal context. As you all know, the county is facing serious budget pressures and both federal and state funding cuts are likely on the horizon. If we're going to talk about prioritizing services or adjusting timelines, these recommendations should be anchored in this fiscal reality, in what's sustainable and strategic, and not just what's advantageous in the short term. The second recommendation was around streamlining the application process. I agree that there's room for improvement here. The process can and should be easier to navigate, particularly for small and emerging community-based organizations that may not have grant writing capacity. But it's important that any changes are made in partnership with a broad and balanced group of stakeholders, including organizations that were funded and those who weren't, past reviewers, and experts in equitable evaluation. Simplifying the process should not mean watering down the accountability that ensures public dollars are used effectively. Our goal should be accessibility without sacrificing integrity. The third point was around increasing transparency. I fully support transparency, and that's why CORE was created in the first place. The model introduced consistent scoring, evidence-based evaluation, and alignment with strategic goals. For the first time, funding decisions were publicly defensible. If there are ways to enhance clarity, such as publishing more reviewer comments or providing feedback summaries, that's a good conversation to have, and I'm in full support. But I do want to push back on the idea that the prior process lacked transparency or was arbitrary. That characterization isn't accurate and doesn't reflect the professionalism or the diligence of the people who implemented it. We can improve communication and accessibility, but we should also recognize and build upon what was working and what is working. The fourth item was adjusting the funding cycle. I'm open to considering a shorter funding cycle or other timeline adjustments. I just hope that any change is grounded in the broader federal and state budget realities that we're facing. Predictability and stability remain critical for our nonprofit partners. They need time to plan, retain staff, and deliver services effectively. Whatever the cycle length, it's essential that the county communicate changes well in advance so organizations can adapt without disruption. The fifth was improving alignment with community needs. Again, I agree with the intent. Our funding should reflect real community needs and gaps, but the alignment must come from data, community indicators, and measurable outcomes, not anecdotal stories or reactive advocacy. We have a responsibility to use objective tools to identify service gaps, whether it's in childcare, behavioral health, or food security, and to make those determinations publicly based on need. So to me, CORE represents one of the county's strongest commitments to fairness and accountability. One of the few ways that we invest general fund dollars directly into our community's nonprofit partners. These organizations deserve a process that's fair, transparent, and data-driven, one that values results over relationships, and our goal should be to strengthen what works and not return to old habits. As the subcommittee continues its work, I ask that its report back to the board show clearly how these principles are being applied, how facts and data guide recommendations, how stakeholders are engaged, and how transparency and equity remain central to the process. With that, I'd love to give my colleagues an opportunity to weigh in, and I'd love to hear their feedback, but I am prepared to make a motion that will address the points that I've raised. Thank you.
Supervisor Cummings.
I'll just say that I don't think there's any disagreement with the subcommittee on anything that was just said. I mean, the whole point of us bringing this forward is because we wanted to just provide an update on what we're working on. The whole purpose of us bringing this forward is just to check in. And I also do just want to say that, you know, again, there's no disagreement in terms of using data, application process, you know, being grounded in outcomes. And I will say that as a supervisor who has sat through this process more than once, those are what you brought up is the reason why we're having this conversation to begin with and why we've moved towards this approach at CORE, because when we were looking, like, for one, as I mentioned last year, we didn't have access to the applications. We couldn't read the scores. We had no input. It was just, here's what programs are recommended for were funding and here's what programs were not. And it was like a sentence. And that's the problem, is that if we want to have transparency, we need to understand these people were funded in the past. What was the work that they did? What were the outcomes? And if they're reapplying for that same funding, or if they did not get funding because, you know, well, in the last round they got funding, in the second round they didn't. Well, what changed? Because the fact that they've been doing these programs for, let's say, 20, 30 years, the programs may be effective, we don't know. And at the same time, it's like now they're not getting funding. Why is that occurring? And that information was not public. And that's part of the reason why we're in this position. So I don't think there's no disagreement right now between the direction. I mean, the whole purpose of us making these recommendations is because this is what came out of this board and the discussions that we had. So just want to make sure that that's clear, because we're trying to do the best that we can to make sure that we're staying kind of on par. We've brought this forward. I don't think anything that we've recommended deviates from what you've just, the concerns that you've raised. And so, you know, I think that my perspective, we're going to continue to work with the community. We're going to continue to bring in people who got funding, who did not get funding, and we want to make sure that this is a process that overwhelmingly people are supportive of, because when we had the last round of recommendations, we had our chambers full of people who were very disappointed in the process. What we're trying to do is refine that process so that we can, you know, ensure that this is something that is going to be not only beneficial for the community, it's not only data-driven, transparent, but it's also something that people can be on board with.
Would you like to add anything, Supervisor Serba?
Supervisor Martinez, I was trying to take notes as fast as I could, and you just so eloquently laid out what your concerns were. Is it possible that we could get a copy of those?
I've got a motion. I've got a copy for you. I'll give that to you when I make the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Well, with that, you know, before actually we go to public, I wanted to see if anyone from staff would want to weigh in. I guess there's only one person here that would put you on the spot there. I don't know if you took everything that Supervisor Martinez had to say, but.
I was listening.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Thank you. So Kimberly Peterson, Deputy Director with the County Human Services Department. And I will just say I appreciate Super Martinez's comments. I think I had some wonderings about the letter, which may come out with the future meetings. One was whether the staff was HSD staff or other staff. And that was partly just because of the timeline proposed. It seems relatively quick to do the outreach proposed and the timeline proposed in the letter. And then with a couple other items, I did wonder about, I'm having a hard time reconciling how some components could be carried out in practicality. So for example, which can just be consideration for the subcommittee. So for example, how it could be hard under if core remains a procurement process where we accept applications and there is a separate panel of people who review the applications and rate them. It could be hard to recruit panelists, as have been done in the past, if that entire process is public. But again, that may be reconciled through the work of the committee. But otherwise, I will, can take any questions if you have any, but otherwise I'll wait to hear what you guys decide.
Any questions before we take it up to the public? Oh, okay. Anybody in the public wishes to address us on this item? Please do so now. We got the microphone in the back, make sure it's on.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Cristal Gonzalez, and I'm here to urge you to uphold the full 3-year core funding structure. I lead the Semillitas program at Ventures, the only program of its kind in the nation, created right here in Santa Cruz County. Semillitas opens and seeds college savings accounts for every newborn, building early wealth and a sense of belonging from day one. Santa Cruz County is leading the way nationally in showing how local government health, education partners can come together to invest in every child's future. But this work depends on stability and partnership. If the county changes already approved core contracts, it creates an even more uncertainty in an already uncertain times. Semillitas is one of those long-term investments rooted in the county's equity framework and strategic plan, addressing inequities from birth, supporting families with financial education, and reinforcing health and wellness through milestone deposits. Shifting core funding from a 3-year to a 2-year cycle undermines the stability. Families across our country are already facing rising costs and economic stress. We understand budgets are tight, but short-term funding sends the wrong message. It signals scarcity instead of vision. Semillitas has leveraged local investment to bring in new state and private dollars, multiplying the impact for families and positioning Santa Cruz County as a national leader in early equity and opportunity. Scaling back now would risk the progress we've made together. I urge the board to maintain the full 3-year core funding cycle so that transformative programs like Semillitas can continue creating lasting impact for families across Santa Cruz County.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Maria Cadenas. I'm the Executive Director of Ventures. I was involved in the development of CORE from the very beginning. From community listening sessions to nonprofit interviews to co-development of models and the application system for both cycles. At the time when we entered into those conversations, Ventures had never received single dollar of funding from general funds because we did not qualify. And as elegantly quoted, the former system was entrenched with performative and relationship and preferred partners, mainly large institutions who could receive the funding year after year after year, and they didn't leave the door open for others to enter into the process. I believe in continued improvement as well. But that doesn't mean we throw away years of development, of listening to community, burning the trust of those conversations that made us come forward by throwing all out with all due respect, a subcommittee that was not open to the public of discussion and did not follow the diligence of input into this recommendation process, which the core program has constantly done. We are honored to have been funded twice, but let's be honest, Semillitas is a forward-thinking, future-building vision for this county. It is not a 1-year grant, nor a 2-year commitment. It's a commitment to a youth that when they're born in this county, they will be supported until they graduate from college. That vision of commitment is something that is inherent to the world that we want to build. And general funds are only a small portion of the overall budget of this county. Those funds will not replace the gap that we're facing as a county, but they can definitely set the seeds for the future of who we want to be and where we land after these crises. I know these are difficult times, and it will take our coordination to deal with them, but it's precisely in difficult times where our character and courage to a better tomorrow should stay strong.
Thank you. I apologize. I actually just think there's one other bit of information that may be helpful for the subcommittee and the board and the public. There was a comment about wondering about the outcomes, and just so everybody's aware, the Human Services Department website does include an annual report regarding the core contracts. We're in the process of wrapping up the 3-year report from the last round, but on the website you can see the outcomes from each individual contractor who received a grant, as well as in totality, the collective impact of the grants. So, and then also on the webpage, there's, I believe we also have some information regarding what, like the distribution of grants based on the areas of priority, children, older adults, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Okay, I'll bring you back to the board. Supervisor Martinez or Supervisor Coding?
No,
Okay.
I'll abstain. Board of the motion.
Thank you. Thank you for those who spoke today. Thank you to the subcommittee again, and it sounds like we really are in alignment with where we're trying to go, perhaps maybe the how. One thing I'll just say in response to Supervisor Cummings' comment, we are going to be tasked with giving grants to organizations. We're going to receive requests far beyond what's available. And we're going to make difficult decisions, hopefully based on data and evidence and good engagement, based on, what we believe the county needs at this time. We will have a room packed with people who are disappointed in the process, regardless. My hope is that we don't then attack the process. People can be unhappy with the decision and the results without it being a bad process. And I think that's what I'm hoping we can get to in the next round. So with that, I'm going to give you each a copy of this, including the clerk, so that, because it's a lot of words. But I'll go ahead and read it out loud. I move that the board receive the subcommittee's preliminary recommendations and direct the subcommittee to continue refining the core process with the following additional direction. That engagement include a broad and balanced range of stakeholders, including organizations that were funded and unfunded in the last cycle, prior reviewers, funding experts, and representatives of smaller community-based organizations. 2, that revisions remain grounded in data, best practices, and equity principles, maintaining transparency and defensibility consistent with public procurement standards. Refinements should be built on lessons learned from prior implementation, preserving what works while identifying opportunities for improvement. 3, that recommendations to prioritize safety net services be based on objective indicators of community needs and service gaps. 4, that the subcommittee refrain from characterizing the prior process as arbitrary or non-transparent without supporting evidence, and instead focus on constructive, evidence-based refinement that strengthens accountability and public confidence. 5, that any proposed adjustments to grant timing or funding cycles be evaluated within the context of fiscal stability, federal and state budget trends, and the need for program continuity. 6, that in its report back to the board, the subcommittee include a clear explanation of how these key principles have been incorporated, including how data and facts informed recommendations, how stakeholder engagement was conducted across a broad range of organizations, and how proposed revisions strengthen transparency, equity, and accountability within the core model. That was a motion.
I'll second.
Sorry. Supervisor Serpa? Okay. So we got a motion and a second. Do we have any further comments? He was waiting. Supervisor Cody.
I appreciate all the detailed feedback from Supervisor Martinez here that's encapsulated in this motion. I don't really want to tie a lot of requirements around the process at this point. I mean, I think this is very helpful feedback, but again, this is sort of like such a strict rules of the road that I don't know that anyone could avoid driving off of this. I agree that we should simply receive or accept the subcommittee's feedback at this point rather than approve. That language didn't quite make sense in the recommended actions. So I would definitely agree that we use the language receive or accept, but I am hesitant to have all these other restrictions at this moment and work too. I mean, just given that there are a lot of priorities that are competing for all of our attention, and this following all these suggestions, which require considerable staff time and time from our colleagues.
I just want to clarify something. If we can get staff, I think this is kind of following what you guys do anyways, right? What we have here, or is there anything that's differentiated that would add more work?
Yes, a number of the recommendations are very similar to the process we have followed in the past. In the past, when we've done it, we've had outside support to help us with that process. But yes, that's correct. We would do, in a sense, lessons learned, collect impact, and have that inform the next round of core.
And the part about the, well, there's two parts, public procurement standards and about accessibility or, with the applications that come in, is there a way that we can get those still, but after the committee that you guys form meets on these items? Like pretty much like at this, like almost the same time. Is that doable? We're not going to do any public input, any board direction, obviously, because it won't be at a board meeting, but for us to take a look at. Is that?
I think Chair Hernandez, members of the board, it really depends on if you decide to do a formal procurement process or an informal. In the past, the board chose to do an formal procurement process, which meant that scores and raters were anonymous. Their feedback was anonymous. And that's why the board wasn't presented with the results, because the board had told us they wanted to do a formal procurement. And that helped the raters, because the raters are worried that their scores are going to be public and people are going to be mad at them.
Got it.
Right? So that's why the board decided to do a formal procurement, so that they could truly be honest without worrying about it. Now, the board could choose to do an informal process, but again, there's going to be an issue with raters, trying to get raters who are going to be willing to put down what they really think, and then worried that it'll get out in the community. But that's something we can work with the board if you want to, but that's the fundamental problem, or with the transparency of the ratings.
Because I understand where Supervisor Cummings is coming from, trying to access this information. I myself probably wouldn't go through all that, hundreds of applications. When I struggled to go through the board items. And so, I guess it's pretty much what Supervisor Martinez has is pretty much what you guys do, except for some few other things. Did you get a copy of this, by the way? Oh, okay.
Printed enough, so.
Well, you can take a look at it and we'll call you back up. Supervisor,
Yeah.
Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah, I'm actually much more aligned with what Supervisor Koenig had mentioned, due to the fact that I feel like some of what I'm reading here is making assumptions that we are not going to do engagement and, work with stakeholder groups. I think that the intention that we were trying to do, and why we brought forward what's in this packet today, is that this is kind of where we're at in terms of what we're thinking about in terms of transparency and priorities. We heard at the very first meeting, there's a need for a public process. I think we want to have a timeline come back. That's fine. But I do think that, for example, having a public procurement process and standards, that's part of the conversation we had. That's what came up, got us to this point, because of the fact that we can do an informal RFP or an RFP. And I think that being able to go and work with the community and have the discussion about the positives and the pluses and minuses of that, and have that come back to the board for decision, is something we're going to bring at a later date. Additionally, one of the things that we heard from staff back when we formed the subcommittee, I think Director Morris was saying how with the changes to HR1 and with everything that was coming out from the Trump administration, they were really worried about taking all that in and trying to figure out how is that going to impact their department at that point in time. So we've been mostly working as the subcommittee, just trying to get on board with, what do we feel that we're okay with, and based on previous conversations with the board, where we think the board is at, and bring that forward so that as we're moving forward, we're not going in a direction that the board's not going to be comfortable with, which it sounds like the board is pretty comfortable with what we've laid out in terms of how we want to move forward. Our next steps will be that we are going to start meeting with staff after we have this approval, and we are going to start meeting with community members after receiving this approval, so that we can start working through those differences. And there's no intention on our part to try to exclude one group of folks in the community over another in terms of those who got funded versus those who didn't get funded, because we know that this needs to be a collaborative, cohesive process that's informed by all the stakeholders in our community, not just a subset. And so I personally, since we've all received these, would like to take these as feedback from your office to take into consideration. I don't feel comfortable moving that we adopt this because it really is going to tie our hands from being much more flexible. But it does reflect where the D5 office is, and I think that's important for us to take into consideration. But I don't think that we should vote specifically to adhere to this standard when, I think as people who are professionals in our own right and are working on this, we are going to try to have this process be held to as high of a standard as possible. And I think that this is a little overly stringent in terms of guidelines. So I'd be much more aligned with Supervisor Koenig to, have us accept the preliminary recommendations, accept the recommendations that are provided by District 5, and then direct the course committee to continue working with staff and the community stakeholders to refine the revisions to the core process. I mean, that's kind of where I'm standing right now on this.
Is that a motion?
Sure, I'll make a substitute motion. So because I mean, it's already it's almost 5:20, still have another item, so.
I'll second.
Was there anything else that Supervisor Super wanted to add?
No, and I think we're well aware that and reopening this up potentially opens a can of worms. We're well aware of that. And we also know that there will be people that are disappointed, but I'll just speak from my own experience that the last board before you and I we're sitting here locked down the funding for 3 years.
Well, I
We
think
have needs. There are needs out there that we're going to have to address somehow. So, I mean, that's partly why we're looking at it again, because we have a crisis that we need to address. And there are critical needs in our community that might be better served in a different way. So I don't know what will happen, but we're trying to work on that, and we want to make it a very fair, equitable process.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate you accepting my feedback. For me, what is most important is the values and the principles that you'll find in this motion. That's part of the framing that I didn't find when reading the board letter. I read the board letter probably 25 times over the weekend, trying to square what I'm hoping to see and what I'm reading. And so what's important to me is that we move forward with a process that is equitable, transparent, but really driven by data and evidence-based practices, which is what CORE was, right? And so we're not throwing out the baby with the bathwater. And at the end of the day, I imagine we are going to still be directing our staff to navigate some sort of grant program along the way. And we want to be able to provide them with as much direction and guidance based on the values of the sport as possible. And so, well, I don't see any problem with accepting these items because they're not intended to handcuff or be rigid. They're that's why I didn't put a timeline in there or anything. They're guiding principles. Then I will trust that the subcommittee will move forward incorporating these, and that hopefully the next board report that we see is a little more reflective of these values.
Yeah, I will say too that I'm very sorry if the board letter read in a way that was disrespectful to the incredible amount of work that the staff and the raters and everybody else did. I don't think that was our intent at all, because I know how much work went into it. Well, I don't actually know, but I've heard by report. So I guess I'll say I'm sorry if that wasn't written in exactly the most respectful way.
So we do have a motion. I do have some input. I also would like to, with Supervisor Martinez, make sure that we do use this as sort of a guiding light, but especially 2, 3, and 5, I think is really important. That's the making sure we use the best practices and the data, of course, prioritizing safety net services, and making sure that we evaluate any fiscal stability with federal state trends and the needs for programs. That's okay. But you want to restate the motion? Oh, was it you?
Yeah, the motion was to accept the preliminary recommendation of the core subcommittee, direct the core subcommittee to continue to work with staff and community stakeholders to refine revisions to the core process and to accept the recommendations as provided by the District 5 office at the October 21st, 2025 board meeting.
Okay.
And then the last comment I'll make too is that our goal is not to completely overhaul the core process and to create an entirely new process. It's really to address some of the issues that have come up during this process. So there's likely going to be a lot of stuff that won't go changed, and we're really going to be honing in on the things that we think could help this process better. So just trying to emphasize, we're not trying to throw out all the hard work that people have done over the years. We're really trying to address many of the concerns that have come up over the past 2 cycles of this process.
Okay, so we do have an alternate motion because we did have a motion before. And motion, Supervisor Cummings made the motion and Supervisor Koenig made the second. If we could take roll call.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. One more. Item number 15.3, which was 28, board meeting schedule. Supervisor Cummings is going to add more meetings to Watsonville.
Thank you, Chair. I pulled this item just because I was just curious if there was any reason. I mean, I started making some planning to my schedule, and in general, the board meets the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of each month, and was just wondering if there's any opportunity for us to have the June meeting rather than be the 16th to be the 9th. That was the 2nd meeting in June, and I already have some plans that I had made on that date, and was wondering if there's anything prohibiting us from moving that June meeting, the first meeting in June, to June 9th rather than June 16th.
No, the primaries for June. I'd want to take it off too I will take it off regardless.
I can speak to that if you may.
Yes.
So we selected this 2nd meeting in June because we need more time for last day. A week is a little bit too rushed. And so with budget hearings on the 1st and 2nd, we wanted to have last day on the 2nd meeting and 2nd Tuesday in June.
Do you by any chance know if that falls on election day? Primaries.
For June 16th.
June 16th is the 3rd Tuesday.
June 2nd is the election.
Okay, perfect.
Which would be budget hearings.
Ooh,
and so I guess
we're having a meeting that day.
Yeah.
You're having a meeting that day.
We're trying to, so we have challenges with various middle school graduations too. So we've positioned it within some school districts have it the week before June 1st and 2nd, and some have it that week. So we're trying to fit in between all of the graduations for both middle and high schools.
So it sounds like there also may be an issue with the budget hearing being on June 2nd as well.
Would it be possible to move the budget hearings to the 8th and 9th, and then the June meetings to the 23rd and 30th?
Or would it be possible to have the meeting on the 16th on a Wednesday rather than a Tuesday? Do they have to be on Tuesdays?
Tradition.
I will refer to Marcus. I think it would be okay to push it back.
For the 9th and 23rd? Oh.
Yeah, we're fine with doing the board meetings on the 9th, budget hearings on the 8th and 9th. And then the board meetings on this 23rd and 30th.
I guess point of clarification.
Starting what? 30th. Please.
Your mic doesn't work.
Marcus Pimentel, County Budget Manager. If I'm hearing your concern is June 2nd, which is an election day. So an alternative could be we bring this calendar back to the next meeting and just make sure we're all aligned. We could look at also doing a Monday, Wednesday budget hearings and keeping the June 16th in play. Pushing it back a little bit further, we start running closer to year end. Departments will need to start preparing for year end. So the longer we keep open the budget process, it stalls departments from sprinting into their year end duties, which we have to have an official close by the end of July, which is different than cities that can have all through September. If it pleases the board, we can bring it back at the next meeting.
And I guess another question that I have is, I know that this year we had our budget hearings in May rather than June. And I'm wondering if maybe that could help, because if the budget hearings were the last week of May, and then we came back on June 9th, had that board meeting to approve the budget. I mean, that's similar to what we did this year. And so it seemed like that was a process that worked. And so I'm just wondering if that maybe just voicing right now, if it's going to come back, maybe that we consider if that can be the dates.
We can entertain that. What we're trying to do is also maximize the goal of having the budget released on May 5th, and then allowing at least 4 working weeks for the public meetings to happen before the budget hearings. So it's more of a matter of ensuring we have about a month between when we release the budget and when the hearings start. So we can take your comments and come back to the next meeting with some considerations and work with the chair.
I guess I'll just say I have major conflicts on the 16th and the 23rd. And it sounds like January 2nd is election day, and Supervisor Hernandez has conflict with that. I think we all probably have a conflict with that.
Yeah, so we'll take that under consideration and work with the incoming chair to adjust the calendar.
Okay, so this item doesn't require, that you guys are going to work offline, correct? Doesn't require a motion.
No, it does
Okay.
not.
So now we're going to bring back the public comment. Anyone wishes to address us from the morning public comment on items not on the agenda? Oh.
Chair, on this item, do we have to act on it?
Yeah, right.
So you need to take public comment on this item.
Yes.
And then we'll defer it to the next meeting.
Okay. So anyone wishing to address us on this item? Seeing none, anyone online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Okay, we'll bring back to the board.
So I'll move that we defer this item to a future meeting to allow for staff to make adjustments to the calendar as needed with input from the incoming chair and based on input from the board.
Second. Madam Clerk, Madam motion for Supervisor Cummings, second Supervisor Hernandez.
Supervisor Koenig,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
Cummings,
Aye.
DeSerpa,
Aye.
and Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. So now we take the public comment from the morning. Anyone wishing to address us on public comment from the consent? Anyone online?
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Okay, it is 5:30. This meeting is adjourned. Our next meeting will be at Nicole, we have some unfinished business too.
Again, I guess before, just wanted to thank CEO Palacios for all of his years, since this is his last meeting as CEO for Board of Supervisors. So, hey, we ended on a long one for you.
We still expect him to come in the audience and sit down and watch all the meetings. So the next item will be at 9 a.m. Tuesday, November 4th at Watsonville City Council Chambers, 275 Main Street, the 4th floor, Watsonville, California.